Yeah, we better get it started because we've got all these twats in the chat waiting. So we
Yeah.
better start the show now.
Twats and cunts.
Yes.
Howard
Welcome
Von Tell.
all twats and cunts among us.
Yes.
Welcome one and all.
So the where Piero gets away with it. He uses cunt with a K.
Oh,
So
hello.
you-
Get another go. What's that?
What's what? What's what?
I just got a massive echo, and I remember I had YouTube running on another tab, and suddenly my profanities came right back at me.
That'll learn ya.
That'll teach me. Look at the bruise. Look at the bruise.
Did you shock yourself? Was it-
Nah, mate. Water ducks back. You know what I'm saying?
Oh dear, hang on. Let's go there.
So what's up with this OBX you're having trouble with?
Oh yeah, yeah. Essentially, that if an OBX loses its EPROMs, it's a doorstop.
Oh no.
Yeah. So, but I managed.
But you can burn new ones, right?
Well, if you can still get hold of the EPROMs.
Oh, those are that specific too?
Well, they're just very, very old and nobody uses them anymore.
Oh.
So it's gets a bit.
Is it possible to
nasty.
get ones with adapters? You could use a modern one that may be even longer and downsize it for the pins.
You see, this is the thing. Nobody thinks of doing anything with an EEPROM until it's popped.
Wow.
So if your EEPROM's popped, suddenly you go, well, who's got the code?
I just
I haven't
popped
got
my
the code.
EEPROM.
Yeah. You know, you go, oh, I haven't got the code. I thought you had the code. We haven't got the code.
Oh no.
So the early OBX code, I think, is the way of the dodo now.
Yeah, back when Yahoo groups were all the shit, I had a guy was putting up all the OBX, the Oberheim drummer strummer modules. All the EEPROM codes, all the dumps from those, because they're very hard to get the individual models. And finally, some guy just started burning them and selling them.
Yeah.
But I was going to try and get a burner and do my own, and then I found out the hardware, even though it looks identical, just like the A1X case looks like the CS1X case and all that stuff.
Yeah.
The guts are actually a little bit different, so you can't just put any old EEPROM in any old box
Right.
because
Yeah.
of version thing or something like that. It kind of
Yeah,
sucks.
yeah.
Is
Yeah, I
there
mean-
not a bin file online anywhere for them?
There's a bin file for the later OBX model, not the early ones.
Right.
So there's you can take a is it a 27 series EEPROM, burn the code onto that, and then fit it into at least one slot on the OBX. But if it's the early ones, it doesn't work. I'm trying to remember who's got the code up there. Is it on Synthpool's site?
What's that? The bins.
Yeah, there is bins for OBX, but it's
I was just looking for. I've got I can't remember. No, this is the thing. I bookmark the shit out of everything, but I fail to always put a name that says what it is that I'm.
Oh.
It's not always obvious, is it? It's you
No,
put
that's
like a
true
website,
enough. Yeah.
and it's not always. So I've got a page somewhere that I've stored, and I'm sure somebody will pop in the chat and say.
I'm sure a
"Excellent
Facebook
one."
group has them somewhere too. There's always because
Oh, here you go,
Yahoo group
here you
and
go.
stuff moved over. So
Well, sometimes
Synthesizer-
there's a clue, isn't there? Sort of like hornyteens.com. You go, it's probably not
Horny
EEPROM files, is it?
Oh God. Loads
Go
of
on.
people bothering me about a certain synthesizer company that's gone belly up.
Yes.
Um,
Well, you can say it now. It's news, isn't it?
well, I suppose it's out in the public domain. Yeah.
Yeah.
oh yeah.
Yeah.
Modal.
Oh.
Bought the farm.
Well, they've gone into administration, which doesn't mean they're completely out of
Hey,
business.
Rolly
yet.
made it.
Oh, well, the thing is, you can buy modal, but you have to buy the debts,
Exactly, and I had a look at their
and
last.
it comes to. I
filed
think it's
accounts.
more than what they want for the company.
Yeah, it's not a pretty.
Ouch.
figure.
It's not. No, it's not an attractive offer.
Yeah.
No.
That's too bad.
Yeah. So,
I only have the Craftsynth 2, but I like their other stuff.
but if there's any updates, grab them.
Well, do you know? I said that, and you to update the synth, you have to use the app. It's not
Yeah.
like you can download the firmware from the
Yeah.
website.
Yeah, that sucks
Yeah.
in the app is. Yeah.
So at the moment, I believe the app is still functional. However, I went to look at some of the sound. They used to do this thing called Friday Freebie and put a lot of sounds in there. And I just, after a while, just got fed up of downloading them. But unfortunately, they always use Dropbox as their, file provider. And I went to click on the most recent one, and it looks like the Dropbox account has been dropped.
Well, even Behringer is still obviously around. When the DeepMind 12 app stopped working in iOS, I'm like, God damn it! And finally, they made a new version of it, but that's also tenuous. They may stop developing that, and then you're screwed.
Yeah.
So if you basically, all I would say is if you have anything of theirs right now, get it updated to the latest firmware. Download as much as you can that you think you might need, and wait and see. Because at the moment, I can't say who I've spoken to, but I've spoken to some people. How do they say it in America? People that are close to the matter, and they believe that it isn't quite the end. That there might be some plan.
There's always these threads of hope,
Yeah.
that either dwindle or, sort of like little puff
Have you tried to
dust.
service any of their stuff, Kent? Have you?
No.
That's
No.
Surface Mountain. The
Yeah,
stuff
right.
Yeah,
these days,
yeah,
anyway, isn't
Yeah.
it? Sorry, I've just got to.
So
Well, I'm not-
blowout
like-
deals and stuff wouldn't be necessarily worth it, you think?
Sorry, say again.
A blowout deal at this point?
I don't know. That it all depends how much stock they've got, and I wouldn't be surprised if they haven't got any stock at
They
all.
probably
Because
haven't got anything left. No.
one of the problems was that they were unable to
I see.
source the components
Right.
at the right price to build the units at the prices that they used to be, sort of thing. So, which is why I guess the carbonate, which was at Super Booth and is yet to materialise, was effectively double the price of the argon and the
Yeah.
cobalt. And when you think, hang on a minute, this is a platform synth, so basically it's software that's different, but everything else technically should be the same in hardware, and it's double the price.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck off.
What the hell?
So I'm just being hassled.
What about the regen?
No.
Something you can't talk about.
No, I'm being asked to write about this modal thing, and I'm not comfortable doing it because I consider Pip a friend, and I don't want to sort of put stuff out there that's because it's still very. It literally only filed today, so.
I always thought, the stuff I played with the Perfect Circuit, the build quality seemed pretty good, so
Oh, nothing wrong with that.
I'm sure they'll last, right? Even if without any service, so. Because that's the
What's
thing,
that?
right? If they go belly up, who's going to fucking service them?
Yeah, that's the point.
Like the joystick and those. Which the ones that have the joystick? The newer ones have it, right?
Yeah, the argon and the cobalt.
It's good quality. It's like the joystick in my the little special joystick I have in my modular. It's really nice. It's real high quality shit. Metal, sturdy.
Oh, great! I've got both carbon and cobalt and argon, and they are so much better built than other synthesizers of the same size and price. Which I think I've mentioned many times before. They are built very
They
well.
are beautifully built. They are beautifully built. I had a lovely 3-hour conversation with Tom Monday.
Oh yeah,
We spoke about you. Were your ears burning?
no, but my ring piece was.
Then you had the right part of you burning then.
Okay.
So, yeah, basically, I've had a good talk with him about coming on the show.
Okay, good.
allay some of the fears.
Fears.
Yeah, he's worried about he doesn't like talking in public, basically,
Right.
does he? So
No, well, no. I mean, no. Yeah, he keeps himself to himself.
well,
but
yeah.
at the shows, I mean, when I see him at like
yeah,
at Synthfest, you know, he's in his element.
yeah,
But he's amongst his people, I suppose.
yeah. But this is it. I tried to convince him that that'd be precisely where he would be. You know, as amongst all the people.
Hmm. Anyway, yes, sorry.
Yeah. So we spoke about
Okay. Sorry. I'm two things at once here.
oh, okay,
I can't say anything
right.
other than it's not all doom and gloom as far as they're concerned.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah. And I've heard that from a source incredibly close to the matter. So, okay. Can't
Further
say
up
anything.
the ladder, as it were.
Can't say anything, but
Mm.
let's just say it's a change. And that's all I'm going to say.
Oh, okay.
So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, did they have a slump when Paula left? Or did...
Essentially, no, but I think the company started going in a slightly different direction, didn't it?
Yeah.
have I got
So-
cats jumping?
You'd certainly have cats.
No, but are they?
No, I can hear them, the occasional meow in the distance.
Oh, hello. She's right here.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh.
She's been attracted by the Dayglow cables that came with the AM1X. Hello. Oh, you can come up here and say hello.
Yeah, she's a sucker for Dago cables.
What are you doing? Are you nibbling the cables? Don't nibble the cables. That's dangerous. I know what it is. You can probably smell the previous owner's pets on them. Can't you? Come up here, Mitzi. Hey.
Come, putty cat.
See, if
Yeah,
I
that's
put
the other
her
thing.
there-
When you got that scent that have a funny smell, you know, you get like the person's room smell and all that.
Yeah.
No. The only time is when I brought them back from Kent. It smelled, like roll-up cigarettes.
Did it?
Especially when you turned it off. No, it's not. I was just joking.
Normally
No,
it
I have
smells
had
of
that.
spoof and dog shit.
Ew.
Not sure which
Smells
is
of
worse.
cereal.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure which is worse either, or why.
Wait, Mitzi. See, if I bring her up, she won't want to stay because everything
Yeah.
has to be done in her
Yes.
own time.
Yes. I have a schedule and I stick to it, thank you.
Oh, she's literally right there. I can't.
It's the old women are cats and men are dogs thing. Yeah, it's the...
Hey,
Yeah.
Mitz. This is the dwarf cat.
Ah,
Well, she's not dwarf. She's not one of those ones with little stumpy legs, but she's just
Yeah.
like
teeny tiny
never-
little thing.
she's
Is
like
this
Peter
the
Pan.
spooky floating cat and behind the door?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, no. Oh no, she's gonna go down.
Judging you.
Oh no, she fucked off.
Oh, okay.
No, that's all you were gonna get. You were just gonna get an essence.
He's going, oh, countdown's on. Gotta go.
Yeah. Yeah. So ignore everything we said about the company we were just talking about. It might not all be doom and gloom.
Oh, that's good.
Okay.
But I'm sorry, I'm doing
Yeah.
two or three
no,
things
that's
at
cool.
once here. It's called firefighting.
No, I
It's been a-
think I'm following old Robert, and I think we might be giving Soma the elbow.
Okay, makes sense.
It's
It's not worth that aggro, is it?
oh god, mate, like pulling fucking teeth. It really is. So, and we can do without it. So,
Well, I mean, he's a very creative guy. But
no, he's
that doesn't
fine.
equate to
He's not
business.
the problem.
Let
is
me
he?
put that right,
Vlad's
from,
okay?
right out from the gate. Vlad is great.
Because he's nice when I met him. So I know.
Yeah, it's this employed team that he has between him and the rest of the planet.
Yeah.
Oi,
Yeah.
yeah. There's one guy who literally thinks he owns Soma.
Do they talk like this?
Yeah.
Gonna-
Yeah. I own most of the precious metals in Ukraine.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. And it's
Like
No,
no
he-
sense of humor, very very strong.
Yeah. Well, he sent us an email saying that we were under investigation. And Fiona looked at it and went, really? Why is this? So she emailed back. She goes, do we know why? Or are you just, just randomly making statements? And he said, oh, it's about the Pulsar 23 that you have not repaired. I go, Pulsar 23 we haven't repaired? Which one would that be? Get all the details and everything, and they go, that's because he hasn't sent it to us yet, dipshit.
You don't do remote repairs. What's wrong with you?
Yeah. How long do you think my screwdriver actually is?
Ooh. Dudley from DF Audio, who does who does those great little patching boxes that just
Right.
use 3.5mm jacks. He's got a new one called the Nano Patch.
Okay. Let me guess, it's smaller?
It's very, very small.
I'm good at this.
But you can, I think you can daisy chain them. I'm just
With
watching
most
the
patch
intro video.
cables, patch base, can't you?
Yeah. It looks very interesting.
Okay.
Okay. Okie dokie. I think my dinner can settle now.
Oh,
That's
I
nice.
had,
I'd still like to pick up a modal thing at some point. I feel better about it.
I must admit, I like the Cobalt. No, not the Cobalt. What am I talking about? Twat. I didn't buy a Cobalt. An Argon.
Argon's
Oi.
the virtual analog, right?
I believe so. Oh, is it Wavetable?
And the other
Right.
one's a virtual analog.
Yeah.
right. Yeah, right.
But lovely. I haven't really had a chance to actually really use it, as in turn it on and play keys, but I've sort of gone, oh, this is nice, but that was about it. So I'll get around to it at some point.
I mean, I got some really nice sounds on my Craft Synth too. I was shocked. I was like, Jesus. this is
Yeah. Well, the little craft, that was Paula, wasn't it? Behind the craft.
The originals, yeah.
Yeah, but that was can we save the company in time before Christmas kind of scenario where they had to come up with something fucking quick and get it out the door fucking quick and get some pennies in to stop them from going down the
And
toilet.
look, Behringer copied their design, kind of, sort of. With those little mini synths.
I'm shocked.
Yeah.
Not. So, yeah. But, yeah, I don't know. I think we'll see quite a few companies feeling the squeeze.
Yeah.
I think they said today, was it, that Manchester Council is now bankrupt and the government's taking it over?
Birmingham.
Birmingham. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of people living in Birmingham. Is it not?
Second city and all that, isn't it?
Yeah. So
Still the
you
second
go-
city.
How did it go bankrupt? Isn't it a Labour stronghold normally? No.
No.
Hmm.
It would have been at one time, but, you know.
It always gave me that vibe.
Well, it's industrial, working class,
Yeah.
but
I mean,
then you get everything happens. You'll probably find that. Let's have a look. I reckon Birmingham City itself, which will probably be divided up into maybe 2 or 3 wards, maybe 4, will be predominantly Labour, apart from the posh parts, and then outside of Birmingham, the greater sort of Birmingham area, that'll be Tory, because it's fucking land, innit? It's money.
yeah, it's true enough.
Let's have a look.
I know it's not that way now, but have you guys noticed that do we often sync up where you guys are Tory and we're Republican, or is that not so much?
It tends to flip flop.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's all over the shop. Yeah.
It's very rare that you'll have 2 left wing governments
Yeah.
in power at the same time. You know,
It
if you
doesn't
think,
happen often. No.
but it does. Like, so when did Obama come in? He came in 2008,
Yeah.
and 2 years after that, I think it's about that time that the Labour Party lost power, and then we had the Tories, and we've had the Tories ever since. But when Reagan and Thatcher were around, they were both, right wing. That's why they got on so fucking well, I suppose. But then when Clinton was in power, he was 92 to 2000, wasn't he?
Is that Blair? Was it Blair?
Well, no, Blair came in 97, so it had only been the tail end of the Clinton administration.
Yeah.
Of course, then Bush comes in 2000, doesn't he? And then he's there till 2008. So
Yeah.
Bush the second.
G-Dub.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who, do you know what? Whenever I see him speak, present day, seems like a completely normal and rational human being. Because when you compare him what there is today, he is.
He is kind of a regular guy. That whole Texas thing is a whole bullshit thing anyway.
He was just he was the son of the other one who fucked his life up. He was a playboy, he was enjoying life.
In fact,
and
Jeb Bush was probably a bigger dope, to be honest.
well, true. It's all in the genes.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
The thing about GW is he was like, he was a partier, he was a cokehead, he was that crazy guy.
Yeah.
There's plenty of footage of him drunk, talking about stuff. And
yeah, he was a party animal. Right, so here we go. General election results. Yeah, it's 2019. They're going to show. Oh, yeah, look at that. It's all blue. It's all fucking blue. Jesus. Tiny little pockets of red in the West Midlands. Yeah, basically, it's kind of what I said. Birmingham, yeah, Labour. Everything else around it's like Tory. That's a horrible map to look at. Yeah, it's like most. When you get to most large cities or towns, you'll find certainly here in East Anglia and London and around Swansea and Cardiff and Birmingham, Liverpool and Newcastle, Sheffield. Right? You'll find that a lot of
major.
Well, you'll find that the actual towns and cities tend to be quite Labour leaning. Maybe not so much in the last few years but mostly Labour. And then
John, isn't it? It's John Major.
John Major, yes.
John.
I remember John Major.
His wife was Norma. That's where he probably got that from.
Yeah.
But it does tend to be Labour in the in the towns and the densely urban areas, and then once you get out into the countryside where all the fucking money is, mostly it swings that way. I mean, like here, mid Suffolk, in fact, all of Suffolk, if there was ever I don't think there's ever been a Labour MP around here in outside of Ipswich or Norwich or Cambridge. Cambridge tends to be Lib Dem. Norwich is kind of Labour. Ipswich tends to be Labour, although I think that's swung back to the Tories. But yeah, it's just they just parachute them in. When one of them dies, they just parachute one of the shit ones in because they know that they'll guarantee to get the seat, even if they are shit, because just everybody votes Tory.
Yeah,
they don't care.
A coat hanger called one.
They don't care whose name's on the document.
Well, I believe
as
Surrey's been Tory since the early 8th century.
Yeah.
And just remains so. And it tends to work, but only if you're living in the Tory part of Surrey.
Do you get a lot of people flip-flopping? Because I know the big deal in the last 10 years is like Dems moving over to Republicans because that's where the money and all the press was.
We did this time, or in the last general election, 2019, they had what they call the demolition of the Red Wall. So the Red Wall was basically this swathe of counties in the north of England that had never voted anything other than Labour, mainly because that's Labour's heartlands. That's it from dating back 100 or 200 years. It's industrial, it's where the Industrial Revolution started, and they're just staunch, Labour voters. They're as bad as the ones I say as bad as the ones down here, They don't care whose name's on the ticket. It's just Labour, yeah, tick the box, that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This time round, after Brexit, the Tories' game plan worked incredibly well, and they flipped huge amount. And it was basically that decided the general election. So yeah, it's. But what they're saying now is that if there was a general election today, and there's often many news reports for the last 6 months that start off with the title, "If there was a general election today," it would be the opposite. So Labour would regain all of those seats that flipped the last time, because they're now realising that their MPs have fucked them over, and then the actual opposite effect will happen, and you'll start to see a lot of Tory seats flipping, as they kind of did in 97, back to to Labour, or in some cases, particularly down in the southwest, to the Lib Dems, where they seem to do quite well. But that's if they had a general election today, and if recent reports are anything to go by, it's not going to happen for a year.
Well, the second
Has to happen
epoch
next year.
is going to happen before we get the second.
Well, quite. Yeah.
Next
They're going to
generation.
screw the countries for as long as they can.
Yeah.
So-
But I mean, this whole thing about trying to get back into Europe again, you go, really, you idiots. They're going, oh well, it's going to be like a 4-tier relationship, but it's and it will still be the judicial, legal side of everything will be controlled in Europe
Right.
again, which is why a lot of people wanted to leave Europe, because they didn't want to be controlled by Belgium and Germany.
That's what they were told by the rich fuckers
Yeah.
that didn't want to have all of those new tax laws that the European Union were about to bring in, that would have seen them pay a lot more tax, because they possibly couldn't possibly afford to pay any more tax, because they'd be left with £110 million and not £120 million
Yeah.
each.
Yeah, well, they wanted to bring, or have brought in the tax ceilings, hadn't they? And they were bringing it down to
This
I don't
whole
know.
this whole kind of idea, this whole argument that they made of we're regaining sovereignty. We never lost our sovereignty, and we were one of only 5 countries in the European Union that had a veto.
Yeah.
Now, the European Union decided to tax everybody 50% across the whole of the European Union. It would have to be voted on, and if a country didn't want to do that, one of those 5 countries, which I believe is France, Germany, Italy, UK, and I want to say Spain. Yeah, it has to be
Portugal?
Spain. No, I don't think it's Portugal. I think it was. I think it was those 5. I'm not sure about
Okay.
Spain, but anyway, it was France, Germany, the UK, and Italy were definitely the first, the 4, and then I think it might have been Spain was the 5th. But if any one of them said, "Nah, don't want to do that," they couldn't do it. And so the British government had, and has always had, always had the veto, and they could say no to anything that their people didn't like. So we had complete sovereignty.
Yeah, we think if there was problems with the control of the legal standings and the rules and regulations being made in Europe, you think we would have changed over to the euro a lot earlier, wouldn't you?
Well, yeah, we
If
said
that was the
no.
case.
Yeah.
And we said no.
We
okay.
said no. We don't want to do the euro.
Okay,
The whole
well-
of the continent does it, and it works, and it's great, because it means that when you travel around, you don't have to worry about changing to all these different currencies.
Yeah.
But no, we didn't want to do that, so we didn't do it. There you go. We didn't want to be in the Schengen zone, and there's a good reason for that, or there was a fairly good reason, which was we're an island nation, so free movement across borders in a continent like the United States, that's fine, because but when you've got sea dividing land masses, and anybody the Schengen zone could be a potential banana skin, so they didn't do it.
Yeah, but
rightly or
when you've got
wrongly.
people saying, no, we're not going to be ruled by Europe and all this sort of thing, blah, blah. They go, I can't think of any country that would vote to be ruled by another country, really.
Yeah.
Because none of them are ruled by any... What they do is they have it like a central idea that involves all the countries together, and then it's worked out from that point. It doesn't mean that they're controlling all the other countries.
There was so much misinformation about how the European Parliament works, and the European, the Council and the Parliament, and how all these different things. There was just so much bollocks, and it was all people like Nigel Farage and the rest of that crew.
And the Sun and the Daily
Yeah,
Mirror.
they just they made up all this stuff like, do you really want them dictating that your bananas shouldn't be straight or should be straight or should be this long or that long?
Plus, I imagine you have a lot of locals there that there's a history with France, a negative history. They go, I want to have those people tell me what to do.
There is going to be a tiny percent of the population. I think
Yeah.
most of those people that still had this thing, bloody French cheese-eating surrender monkeys.
We have them
They're
here
dying.
too. So
They're dying. Most
Okay, Ollie,
most
welcome. There you go.
but most young most people in this country, as far as the ones I know, we love France and Italy and Germany. We love to travel. We love to go these places. 90%. I'm not pulling that figure out of my complete arse. A lot of people in this country go holidaying in all of those countries, and they take advantage of all the benefits of having those countries on their doorstep. It doesn't mean they don't hate the people, of course. I'm sure there are some stupid idiots out there, but
well, there's so many people in this country that hate the French blindly. And it's like, they did help us with our independence, so they did help us a lot, actually.
there's a lot of reasons to maybe dislike the French, but I can't think of any off the top of my head. I mean,
Yeah.
food, some fairly decent wine, not as good as the Italian, but some fairly decent wine.
Louis Pasteur, Marie Curie.
Some incredible intellect.
Yeah.
The fact that they will get up off their asses when their government does something they don't like and tell them about it.
Yeah.
You never hear of a Frenchman saying, they want to raise my taxes. Okay, it's all right. No, they're on the fucking streets, and they're telling their government, this is what I love that. But
I mean, isn't that where this thing came from? It was a French thing, right? About cutting off the archer's fingers.
something like I do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the whole of Europe. I mean, Jesus, I know you Americans, a lot of Americans. I don't want to gather you all into the same basket, but a lot of
Please
Americans
don't.
are so. No, this is a positive thing. A lot of Americans are incredibly envious of the fact that in Europe you can move around into all these different countries and experience
Yeah, it is cool.
a myriad different cultures, landscapes.
We have Canada and Mexico.
Yeah.
Although Louisiana is like another country, so
Yeah.
it really is. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Yeah, that's sort of like, you are from Lyon. It's the
Well, it's
equivalent
city
of,
versus
you're
country,
not
folk,
round these
right?
parts.
It's the-
Yeah, well, yeah, but the thing is, but here it's just worse because you only have to drive 20 minutes to reach a different culture and a different language, for crying out loud. It's like you can't understand a single thing somebody's saying to you. There's so many different accents and stuff in such a tiny island. It's not something you really see in an island, really, is it? It's normally
Have you
pretty
watched?
general.
Have you watched Wrexham? The Ryan Reynolds documentary about how him and his friend bought Wrexham FC, and it's on Disney Plus, I think.
Yeah.
So it's a brilliant. It's a really really good series. They're on to season 2 now, which was last season's football. So it's basically this is their year that getting back into the proper leagues. But the one thing me and my missus, we sit there and watch it, and they have to put subtitles up for some of the Welsh people when they're speaking, because clearly the Americans have trouble discerning very strong Welsh accent.
We
That
go
wasn't
around
very good,
terrorizing people with our close
Yeah.
harmony.
We put subtitles up for Southern U.S. people, the heavy accents. So,
Wow.
so it was
Yeah.
pretty rough.
But it's. I think they've. I was watching the first episode of the new season last week, and I think they somebody must have said something because it was almost all of it was like Ryan Reynolds and what's the other guy's name? Oh,
Mm-mm.
they're not so famous. What's
Sure.
his name? McElhenney. I can't remember his first name, but his surname is McElhenney. Whenever they're on screen, or any of the slightly more well-spoken English people, because they've got a guy called is it Hugo who worked for them, but he's actually English. He's quite well-spoken, clearly public school, so he's easy to understand. They were always caption free, but as soon as any of the locals were on, they just like bung all the captions on, and I hate it because you get distracted because you see something come up and your eyes instantly go down.
Yeah.
And we just sat there saying, "Fucking hell!" At least even for the English version, they could just turn that off because we don't really have any trouble understanding it. But I think this time they must have relaxed it a little bit because they only put them up when. When somebody starts laughing and talking, and with the accent, that becomes a little bit, difficult. So they're being a bit more selective. What's his name? McElhenney. Jesus. And maybe if I put Ryan Reynolds next to that. Rob McElhenney. That's it.
Okay.
Rob McElhenney.
Sounds like a fish dish.
He's actually got. I'd never really heard of him until this.
I haven't either.
He was in. He was in a big TV show that I never watched. I'm sure somebody in the chat will put it in.
Ryan Reynolds is so oversaturated now doing TV ads all the time and stuff. He's just.
Yeah, but the thing is
Guess
with Ryan
everywhere.
Reynolds, he's always funny. He's
Most of
actually
the time.
always.
If you've seen a lot of his movies, they're kind of meh.
Yeah, the movies. Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
some of them are a bit.
well, I thought Free Guy was quite cool. That was quite a funny film. And he does
I haven't seen
have
that one yet.
a type. It is, but
Yeah.
there's a lot of stuff that he's done is just like hilarious. What's the one that he goes back in time? That was quite good.
To
He
himself.
meets his younger self.
Younger self, yeah. I can't remember.
Yeah,
What's
that was
that?
quite good.
There is one he done. It was like
That's
really
always something,
fucking
yeah.
weird, with a woman tied up with fucking duct tape for most of the film. What's that
Not
one?
thinking of. Is that Deadpool? No, I can't remember.
No. This is like a really bizarre, out there film.
Wasn't he? He was in that one where he's been buried alive. Is that him? Sure, that is. That's a really good film because he's been buried alive in a coffin. He has to carry literally the whole film.
Oh, I think I did see that one. Yeah.
And it's actually I think it's called what's it called? But when you think about it, he's traditionally known as a comic actor, but he actually did this really Buried. Yeah, it's just called Buried. I knew it was something like really fucking obvious, but yeah, it's actually quite good. But
You get that confused with Kill Bill with the punching the.
Yeah. I just saw his, as I had to post it on Dina's wall. He's just done a new advert because it's Negroni Week, because apparently a cocktail gets a week, and he's advertising his Aviator gin, mixing a thing, and he's having a real go at pumpkin spice, which is absolutely a worthy target. And it's just Ryan Reynolds ragging on pumpkin spice, advertising his aviation gin, just doing what Ryan Reynolds does, and it's still bloody funny.
They get pumpkin spice beer a lot. That's pretty funny.
It's ridiculous for like a whole month. Everyone goes fucking crazy for pumpkin spice. It's awful. No, I've just got to go and make my missus a brew because she's laid up in bed with COVID. So, be back in just a moment.
Yikes. Yeah, still able to avoid COVID, luckily. That was good.
Yeah.
If I did get it, it was asymptomatic, so I wouldn't even know it. But I wasn't able to avoid it. I just, it's a little TMI, but I had a lovely colonoscopy this morning, so that was a lot of fun.
Oh, okay.
I'm half awake. I'm starving. I had a bunch of food today.
Is it available in 4K IMAX at any point?
Actually, well, I'm a graphics junkie, right? So I wanted to. I always get I got my knee surgery video. I got a bunch of stuff. I said, by the way, do you have the endoscopy video? No, just pictures. I go, okay, well, oh, just the printouts? Can I get the actual digital files? No, no, we
Yeah.
just have the printouts. I go, I paid a lot of money for this shit. Can I get the graphics, please? You know.
Yeah.
But some places are cheap like that. So.
I better be in the titles. Got to be in the end titles.
But there's plenty of videos online if you want to watch that stuff. It's kind of fascinating, actually.
Yeah, it is. It's sort of fascinating and weird all at the same time, isn't it?
I mean, it's creepy and it's kind of disgusting when you think about it, but it is
Yeah.
interesting, you know. Especially when you pass with a clean bill of health, that's always good. So
Oh yeah, well that is that's-
because it could be so much worse. The reason I want to get one because Chadwick Boseman at 45 got fucking colon cancer and died. He's Black Panther, right? I mean, he's a super fit guy,
yeah,
and he's dead.
yeah.
And I waited a long time to get one. I guess I should probably get one. And so anyone of you guys who haven't done it, get your ass out there and do it because you don't want to die
Literally.
prematurely.
Yeah. Yeah,
Because there are
'cause
no
it's-
symptoms. So
No, it's one of those things where if you catch it early, it's dead simple to deal with.
Yeah.
But you get past certain post, and it's like,
mhm.
sorry, mate. And good night, Vienna.
I mean, it's not as fast as like pancreatic cancer or something like that, but
Mm.
once it's metastasized, just good night, Irene. So
Mm.
bad news.
Yes, I'll say. Did I have? Oh, I do have a drinkable substance close by. Thank God for that.
Don't worry, have God, have beast. I won't share my images. You don't have to see it, my ass. So. And for these pictures, you can't even tell, right? It's just some like miscellaneous internal pictures of something, right?
Yeah.
But I actually have some endoscopy video. Yeah, I made a long time ago. I have some endoscopy videos going down the esophagus. Those are pretty fucking wild. The stomach is actually a really disgusting place on video.
Mm.
If you haven't looked at it, especially like a cow's stomach, it's even worse.
Well, it's what 3 to choose from, or
It's
4?
four chambered stomach, but but there's just a lot of shit going on in there. But even ours is pretty disgusting. So it's
Mm.
not a pleasant environment to look at.
Yes.
But yeah, fun with the human body.
Mm. Well, it looks like old what's his face? Old what is his name? I forget his name now. Oh God, I keep doing this. The name pops into the head, and as you go, oh, that name, it goes
Ah,
and falls down a crack in the sofa. Matey boy, English stand-up comedian. Well, he was. Sex trials, well, sex allegations and all that. What's his name?
trying to think.
Somebody in the
Recently?
chat. Yeah. Last few days.
In
Russell
what
Brand,
stuff?
thank you, Agu. Yeah, for some reason the name just went.
Oh,
Yeah, old Russell. It didn't come to as a shock to me, I must admit, but yeah, apparently he's very well known in the comedy community, especially the
Yeah.
stand-up community, that he was like that, and he'd go wherever his views always followed where the most clickbait was.
yeah. He's been very controversial in the last year or two, especially
Yeah.
COVID stuff and all that.
Because he can go so left and then so right, depending on.
Well, he's kind of like a phony new age guy. You know, for a long time he's always talking about metaphysical this and that, and then like he's out pulling the birds. He doesn't give a shit about metaphysics.
Yeah. Yes. So a lot of that stuff was going to catch him up, and and has. Although, old what's his face, House of Cards guy.
Thought I'd get one for myself.
Good man.
It's a brew. You
That's
know.
gone and all now.
What's that?
Fucking hell. House of Cards guy.
I thought they'd gone ages ago. Or did they just replace him and it just tanked?
They didn't even replace him. They just kept the woman that played his wife, but it didn't carry the same kind of weight. What's his name?
Who? Kevin Spacey?
Kevin Spacey. Yes. Yeah. So he's acquitted.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it
Yeah.
all turned out. Yeah, see, now here's the thing, right? Him getting charged all over the news. Him getting acquitted.
So all the stories about the guy being groomed and all that stuff, that was all made up?
Essentially, it's, well, I don't know the details, but it's this kind of sort of like, yeah, probably not quite like it was portrayed. You know, it
He
makes
probably did a bunch of stuff that might not be to everybody's taste,
Yeah.
but probably didn't do anything illegal.
I guess not. Yeah, I didn't know that.
yeah. But the careers,
Well, he apparently didn't have enough friends to stick up for him, because you would think.
If only Ashton Kutcher and his missus could write him letters
Exactly. See,
instead of a fucking known rapist.
Oh, Jesus, that's ridiculous. Oh, we're sorry about that.
Yeah, we're sorry we defended the man who actually raped people.
Yeah,
He was a really good guy when we worked with him for 25
those two are
years
pretty
while he was
stupid, to be
raping
honest.
people.
So I'm not surprised.
so, joke. Why don't blind people go skydiving?
I don't know, Ken. Why don't blind people go skydiving?
Scares the shit out of their dog.
I think I've heard that before, actually. Oh,
There it is.
Hello, Andy.
Hello, Robbie. What's that polluting your lovely AN1X? Oh, it's a DX1. Sorry.
That deserves grasshoppers as well, thank you.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, sorry.
No, not
No.
fanfare.
Ah, yeah.
Yay!
Or
What a wanker.
Yeah, that and all.
all at once, yeah.
I've got a list,
Wait.
Robbie. Just so you know, I've got a list, and I've got a little list, and I'm going to bring it with me to Synfest, just so I can heckle quietly from the back.
just do it quietly so nobody hears us. Fine.
Did I say quietly? Oh dear. Oh no. Oh, we're very much looking forward to it. We've been
Good.
making plans.
So am I. I'm
We've
scared
got
shitless
cabbages,
because-
tomatoes. We've got.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep. Sorry.
Sounds like an episode of Crackerjack. Crackerjack.
Crackerjack.
I just noticed this morning, I was looking at the paperwork that came through with this thing that I'm going to be talking about tomorrow. And on the dispatch note, look
Aye.
whose name that is on the bottom of the dispatch note.
It's a squiggle. Squiggle.
But underneath the printed name,
Can't see it.
Can't read it.
Cameron Warner Jones.
Cameron Warner
The-
Jones.
One of the inventors
Yeah,
of
from
the
the-
Synclavier.
One of the Ned folks.
Oh.
He actually
So
signed
this
the...
is this for the your?
Yeah.
Oh right! Wow.
Yeah, that's for this thing. Which is still... Look at this. It arrived on Monday and I still haven't opened it. Well, I've taken the lid off.
Wow.
But it's there. And I'm saving it for the video tomorrow. It's killing me.
Are you broadcasting or just making a video?
No. I haven't got time to make a video, so it's just going to be like live, do it, whatever. Because
Where
I've only
it
got it
doesn't
till...
work.
Sorry, see no notifications.
So, Ty, you didn't take the tablets?
No. I literally, yeah, no. I am indeed
100%.
total. Always have been.
Two red
Always will
lines,
be.
the whole thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
How to say nothing in so many words.
What did that mean? Have you got a headache?
Who, me?
What are these tablets for? That you didn't take?
Have you not seen the video's title picture that you're in? The title picture?
I just saw the word cunt and knew who it was about, but I didn't really.
No, to the video.
Yeah, it said something about cunt on it, man. And I just clicked on it. I didn't really look. No, sorry.
Oh, it's anti-cunt medication.
And yet it still let me in.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, we're here to
That
help.
makes sense. I apologise for being an arse.
Well, this is a rehab show for that. If you haven't taken that.
So,
I'm
can you
literally
explain
in
your
for-
symptoms, Ty.
What, for being a cunt?
Yeah.
Fuck, that'll be a long show. I'm only popping in for a few minutes just because to actually get some fucking human interaction for 5 minutes would be nice.
How is it going? Or
Why
should
do you
I
Don't!
ask?
You've
Yeah.
got a cat.
You've got
Yeah.
human interaction. You've got a cat.
Yeah.
Who needs humans? And you've got cats.
Close enough.
Yeah, it's literally a case of when I go up to go and get a coffee or get a tea, and she'll basically just hide and then look at me and go, "Nah, fuck you," and that's it. And then I come back down to the studio, and that's my experience of having the cat at the moment. So, but it's fine. I'm just
Ty.
tired. I'm just honestly, I just want this job so fucking done. And then I should point out. So okay, so I just need to say. So we're now we're how many days from a pre-mix? We're 2 weeks away from a final mix, and we're 5 days away from a pre-mix. And I've been on. How long have I been on this thing now? Since July, end of June.
Yeah.
June, yeah, but end of June, beginning of July, and yesterday they sent me the first lot of notes, and they wanted to hear the first 65 minutes tomorrow, and I basically had to say, okay, so you've given me all the notes, so there's all these hit points, there's all these we want to turn here, we want to, and I basically just had to turn around and go, essentially, I'm going to say a good 65, 70% of the tracks need to be gone and rewritten to include your notes that I got yesterday. And there's a premix next week. So anyway, so when you say, if I think that I'm a cunt, believe me, there are plenty of people higher up the ladder than me at the moment.
Is this why you're not doing what you promised that you would do today? You promised to me.
What did
on
I
the
promise that
phone
I would do today? Did
Yeah.
I have a wank?
No.
No? Okay.
What did you promise me on the phone yesterday? That
Oh.
today you would what?
Rest
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
And what else?
and
Just
I can't remember.
yeah.
I can't remember what I did. I can't remember what I did this morning.
convenient you-
I can't remember what I did this morning, Kent. Never mind. What? Tell me.
Welcome to my world.
Tell me.
You were supposed to rest, sleep, lie down, not think about it, walk away. Do not go in
Yeah.
the fucking studio.
Yeah.
End of.
Okay, that wasn't going. That
So
couldn't happen.
getting the notes today
And test out the cat robot.
threw that out the window, didn't it?
Oh, can I
essentially.
point out? Cat has now been in Cat Robot litter thing. Six times. I've got a notification each time on my phone. 6 times. Yeah.
That's
I also
great.
want to point out that
good to
she hasn't
know,
actually done a. She hasn't done a shit 6 times. She's actually done a shit 0 times, but she's been in it 6 times.
Okay.
And
Progress.
each time,
Progress.
the good thing is, each time it goes in, it tells me her weight. So you'll
Oh.
be pleased to know that she's put on 0.4 of a
Yeah, 'cause
kilogram
she's not taking the
in
shit.
the last.
Yeah,
So
Weight on
But-
is good.
yeah, so no, that's anyway. But I just wanted to stick my head in and just say hello. That's all, because I haven't spoken to you today, and
Yes. That's
how's the AM1X, Robbie?
It's lovely. I was playing around with the sounds, just the presets. I've got a few banks that I found online that I want to try, and just been messing around with it, but I haven't had much time. But yeah, it's a lovely thing. But then I got distracted again today because Polybrute got the version 3, so I've been playing around with that.
Oh yeah,
It's
it
good?
good?
Yeah.
Good.
It's not made it any worse, and it wasn't bad to start with, so it's all good. They've shut up. You know what? You know it's a good synth. You know it is. You've said it is. Contrary to popular opinion.
No, I've said it does. I've said it does.
All I said was
It does a particular thing very well, and if you want that particular thing,
polyphonic
it
analog
does it very
synthesis.
Hold doors open.
Is that you or the cat?
There. I'm glad I have one.
Cat
but
gets
it
a notification on its phone.
It would not be my first choice for many things. But it's nice. It's nice.
The distortion. They've got 7 new distortions.
Yeah.
There, which
Well,
are
that's
nice.
the great thing about that is that's absolutely playing on its forte because that's the stuff it's fantastic at.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff is it's a brilliant synth for all of that. And so the fact that they've brought in all those new distortion types, that is, that's playing to their forte. So that's fantastic. That's good.
Okay, be honest, you'd rather play with your Venom.
Well, do you know what? Oh, look, don't diss the Venom.
I love the Venom. I have one. I got it
Thank
when it was
you.
brand new for $200.
Yeah. Same here, isn't it? It's at some point, when they have those lists of the most underrated synths out there, that will absolutely 100% be in that list of
It
underrated.
does have a shit
synths.
display though. That font is awful.
Oh, it's dreadful.
But-
Yeah, of course it
yeah.
is. But yeah, and the build quality is
Yeah.
hilarious.
Yes.
Yeah, if Bontempi, if Mattel made a synth,
Vitalia.
it would be the Venom.
It's a Sonic synth. Yeah. It's
Yeah, but there's some fantastic stuff in there. But again, it's the same as a Polybrute for me. It does one particular thing incredibly well, and which is good. I don't have a problem with that. But anyway, I'm glad you're liking them because
Do you have a Matrix Brute?
me,
Yeah.
yeah,
Do you like that better than the Polybrute?
yeah, I do.
Really? So what's the
Yeah.
difference, really?
It's all to do with what it's pretending. No, I can't say pretending. Pretend is not the right word.
Because they have the same
This-
filters.
Yeah. There's something inherent with the oscillators that lend itself very well to monosynth and the way the gain staging is done. It's all to do with the gain staging. The way the gain staging is done on the Matrix Brute suit those oscillators and suit the configuration of the filters. Blah 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 blah, and it suits it. For me, all I've ever said to Robbie is the fact that if you just want what I'm going to say traditional analog synthesizers, there's better stuff out there at that price range. If you want kind of lo-fi distorted stuff, the Polybrute is fantastic. But outside of that, the oscillators aren't its strongest point for me. Whereas in the Matrix Brute, because of the gain structuring with and the monosynth thing, they work a lot better. Then it's not a bad synth. Is he not? As long as he's not here and you can't hear this, it's not a bad synth by any stretch. But I don't want Robbie to know that. I just want to keep fucking winding him up. But yeah, it
Plus,
would
it has
be
those
my
expression options, which are nice. So
yeah. It just wouldn't be my first choice. That's all. Then that's all I've said all along is the fact if you're going to spend that kind of money, there are other synths that I would personally
right.
put ahead of it. That's all. That's all I've ever said. It's not a bad synth. I think the thing that got me is that when it came out, there were all these people jumping on the bandwagon saying it was the best polysynth ever. It sounded better than everything else, and it was an all singing, all dancing. And I think that's what got my back up because it's just bullshit. That's total bullshit. But yeah, it has its place, and it does what it does very well. The same way the Venom does what it does very well. The same way the M1X does what it does very well. Don't get me wrong. I'm the first to sit here and go, I would rather have a studio full of gear that do one thing really well, rather than have less gear but they all do everything okay. Do you know what I mean? It's like
Yeah. Sure.
so all I've got loads of bits of gear that only do one or two things really well, but yeah. Anyway, I haven't even asked how everyone is. How are you, Andy? Are you all right?
I'm all right. I was just thinking that sounds like a description of modular to me.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's not a million miles away from modular, in terms of the way. Yeah, absolutely.
That module does this. That module does that. That
Yeah.
does the other. Yeah.
But I was
That's
doing
the way-
this
that's
back
the way
at
my brain works, and I agree
Yeah.
with you about that.
well because that was the way my head worked back in the 80s and in the 90s, where
The way an
you had
orchestra
one.
works, doesn't it?
Yeah, of course it is exactly that. And it's I've been brought up writing for orchestra, so I would have a synth that it did bass lines. I had a synth where it did pads. I had the piano module. I had the, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's like
yeah,
that's how
absolutely, yeah.
that's how I've always worked. Is that
Compartmentalized.
completely?
Yeah.
And the really good thing about that is the fact that when it actually came to writing, you could write incredibly quickly because you knew. Now you sit here with VSTs, or you sit with all the shit I've got, and you turn and go, well, I just want a bass sound, and you all of a sudden you've got 5,500 things to choose. Yeah. Whereas back in then, I just knew that that's what I used for bass, and that was what it was going to be. So anyway, fucking Polybrute, pile of shit. Oh, hi Robbie. So. But yeah, so no, I'm with you there, Andy, all the way.
When was the last time you used your Origin?
Oh my god! Honestly, I can't remember. I went through a stage of those. I can't remember what project it was. I think it was somewhere in the mid to late, probably about 2009, 2010, something like that. I can't remember what the project was. It was a BBC series, and I used it loads on that, absolutely loads. And it's brilliant. The Origin is so underrated, and I've touched wood. I'm really lucky. I've not had any shit. I know lots of people have had crap with it, but I've not had any shit with mine at all. It's been
Mine's
really
good shape.
fortunate. Yeah, and it's a beautiful synth. It's so again underrated. It's one of those that will be
unfinished.
viewed.
They didn't get to add all the goodies.
Oh yeah, but the thing is, the whole unfinished thing. I've said this before. I'm so used to synths being unfinished that I kind of just accept it as you have to take it for what it is now. I've bought so much stuff in the past where you buy it on the promise of what's going to happen, and in 6 months' time they're going to do this and that. You can't do that. You have to buy it for as it is now as an instrument. My Neuron, I've said this before, is not finished, nowhere near finished.
But finished the VS though.
Yeah, absolutely. But it does what it does now, and it would be lovely if it had all those extra features they promised.
Yeah.
But they haven't happened. So it's fine. I never expect. It's a bit like me with the. Do you remember with the when everyone was having shit with the Tempest, and there was everyone was complaining that it hadn't had an update and it needed this and other. My argument is welcome to the world of synths throughout the ages. You have to buy them for how they are. If you want it to do this or want it to do that, buy something else that does that.
It's basically an Evolver drum machine. It's amazing.
Yeah, it is. Again, I stand by the Tempest. It's a fantastic piece of gear. But that whole buying something and then given a list of why doesn't it do this? I want it to do this. Well, you should have fucking looked at the spec in the first place.
Sure.
It tells you what it does. Buy it on what it is. If they had bells and whistles after the event, fantastic. But don't expect it. But again, that's my problem with society as a whole. Generally, is that we're in a whole generation now where expectation of people, they expect the fucking moon on a stick. They
Well, it gets
expect
spoiled
the
too
world,
because the Kickstarter stuff has stretch goals and they add all those cool things.
Yeah,
And then you go, hey, cool, we get all those
Yeah.
things. So
yeah. But I have to say, I mean, I've stopped with the whole. I've had to just stop with the whole Kickstarter and Indiegogo stuff. I've had to just stop it because I went in the other week and just looked at all the stuff over the years that I've never received.
You didn't order Anima Omega?
Oh yeah, I ordered one of those. Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, just the amount of stuff that I've bought that's never been delivered. And
I got
actually,
burned like 3 times out of
That's
like
sad.
20. So
oh my god,
Is that because they didn't make it to their targets? Therefore,
no, they make the targets, and then
any number
and
of
then
things. Yeah.
any number of things. And basically, but the whole, if you look at the contract on it, basically you pay your money, and it always just says
Never
doesn't mean you
guarantee, yeah.
doesn't mean you're going to get it. And there are just so many things that I've bought that you'd then get either just disappear, and you go chasing and suddenly realise that you're just going down a rabbit hole and no one's got their gear, or for whatever. I mean, there's one I'm waiting for at the moment where they just sent an email out. I've been waiting for like 2 years on this thing, and they sent an email out basically going, "Yeah, we've run into kind of problems and with the bank, and we kind of so we're trying to sort it out, but we might not do." And you're there, and I think it's fine. It's not the end of the world, but I mean, it was something like 700 and something quid.
Oh wow.
And when you're spending that kind of money, and it happens again and again and again, where you don't get anything,
well, I wouldn't
it's-
be doing it.
yeah, it's shit. That's-
just chuck away.
well, that's the thing. That's why I've kind of stopped doing it. Yeah, I think that synth was the last thing I bought. Actually, I think. Yeah.
But like, if
So-
it weren't for that, Brad doing the Chordbot, he wouldn't be doing the S2400. So
Yeah. Oh, exactly. No. The people that do it and do it well, I have utmost respect for. But there's just a limit to how many times you can just throw money
it's true.
away for no reason.
Look, I got burned
whatsoever.
on small stuff, but
Yeah, I've unfortunately I've been burnt on some more expensive stuff. That yeah, but there we go. I tell you what, I'm looking at the moment, and tell me why I shouldn't buy one. No, not my cock. The Intelligent, the Cascadia.
There's no reason why you shouldn't buy it.
yeah, I mean, intelligent stuff's great no matter what. So.
It's just
great.
I keep looking at that, and it's one of the few things at the moment I keep just looking at and going, do you know what? I'm not saying it's a bargain. It's not a bargain, but for what you get, I think if you try to emulate that in Eurorack of the kind of quality that the IntelliGel stuff would be,
Yeah.
I think you're going to be looking at more money than $2,000 basically to do it properly.
I mean, I bought a bunch of their 7U cases. They ain't cheap, but they're totally worth it.
Yeah.
Their stuff is great quality.
Mm. Yeah, I just keep. Yeah, I think.
Kind of can't go wrong with them. So.
Yeah, and I also think it's going to be another one of those things that once they stop making them in a few years' time, though, I think they're going to be quite desirable things to have as well.
Do you have Plonk?
It's just the way he walks.
No, I don't have Plonk.
You know
I
Plonk,
don't
the
even know
physical
what...
modeling one they make? Yeah.
No, I don't. No.
It's pretty cool. I need to get one of those.
Okay. No, I don't. I didn't even know it existed.
Yeah,
So-
it's
It's
nice.
the sort of plucked string sort of thing.
It's
Okay.
really
Most
trippy.
of the things. There's more. Qubit surface is similar.
And these Eurorack modules are these standalones?
They're
Yeah.
Eurorack models.
Urax.
Oh, yeah. Don't take me down the Euro. I'm not going near the Eurorack.
You have
shit.
some though.
I have
You're
some.
talking
I
about
have plenty.
Cascadia.
I have plenty. No, Cascadia is not Eurorack.
Oh, it's not.
No,
Semi-modular, isn't it?
it's semi-modular.
I guess
It's
I
a
haven't looked at that
standalone.
closely.
Oh,
It's a standalone.
Yes. Sorry. Yeah, I'm with.
Yeah.
Even I know that.
Thank you very much, Roberto. So,
Oh yeah, that one. Yeah. I see. Sorry.
It
That's
just
excellent.
looks
Yeah.
yeah. It looks a desirable thing, and yeah.
Sonic Playground. Yeah.
Well, that may be next on the. That may arrive in Shea Unwin soon.
It's like their version of the Coma Field Kit, kind of all beefed up.
Yeah, exactly. Coma again, field
I love
kit,
that thing, too.
fantastic.
Field kit's
Oh,
amazing.
brilliant! Yeah,
And the pluckable spring reverb. I love that thing.
yeah. So, yeah, I got those hooked up. That and what was the other one? The field kit and what was the other one they did? They did two. They did field kit and they did.
There's 2 parts of the field kit and the reverb tank, and
There's another one.
yeah, I forgot.
I can't remember it anyway.
I have the Coma
got
Commander
those.
too, which is the CVD beam. That thing's cool.
Okay.
I've got the Karma Chameleon.
Karma, chameleon.
Oh, look, Ian, you have to just come in and just kind of belittle everything.
Of course.
Only Korg. He's only going to belittle Korg.
I love Korg.
Yeah, you have to be saying that.
But not when there's a day with a Y in it.
Yeah. Do you know? Actually, I was thinking about those today. You know, those are big array, the bigger versions of the, whatever they're called, the wave state and all that kind of thing.
Yes.
Oh,
And
yeah,
I did. Honestly, I just thought, I'd love to know the figures, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you just love to know the figures on those, on the big ones, just to know how shit the sales are for them?
Yeah,
I just really would, just because. And it's funny. It generally came out of nowhere. It was just one of those. I'd love to know just how few they've sold, because
I don't have an area rep anymore, and my mate left, and they haven't replaced him, and he would have told me.
Yeah.
We would have had that conversation, but
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
Sadly.
Well, I'm seeing my Yamaha mate for obvious reasons soon, and he's really close with the Korg lot, so I think he might.
I'll probably
might
tell him.
reveal.
Yeah,
He'll
yeah.
reveal. Yeah.
Who is your mate at Yamaha? Is it Yamaha UK?
Yeah.
Did his name
Yeah.
begin with a G?
No.
Oh, okay, not him then.
No.
No, because I tend to get more success dealing with Yamaha USA because they seem to be a bit more switched on. But
Yeah, Yamaha UK, they're an interesting lot. I mean, yeah. I mean, when I bought the Nuage, I mean, if you want something hilarious, is the fact that, so when I bought the Nuage, I went to Yamaha UK, and they turned around and went, the what? The Nuage.
yeah,
And okay, I'll put you through to this section. They put me through and went,
Yeah.
the best thing to do is, can we fly you to, I think I've told this, you would have known this if you've known for a while. Can we fly you to Hamburg? Because they know about it, we don't. Because I just turned and went, well, can I see one? Or can I get a demo of one? Can you bring one? Because quite often, like at the time, Avid would, with the S6, were basically happy to bring an S6 system here, and so I could try it. I said, could I do the same with Nuage? And they said, no. And I said, okay, can I come to you, and can you demo, show me one? Because there's no one in any dealers. And they went, no. Can we fly you to Hamburg? And so you can see one over there. So they flew me to Steinberg in Hamburg just to see Nuage. That's so they are a very and the support in the UK is, when I say zero, it is literally zero. There is no support for Nuage at all.
it's almost like a token office just to maintain the UK business address.
Yeah.
It's just a warehouse now.
That's
It's
exactly
just
what
a
it is.
warehouse. Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
what it is.
I
And
don't even think it's a warehouse. I can't be surprised they have.
Dusty's gone. That nice lady that used to work in the office, in reception, has gone. I mean, she was literally installed when the place was built. I mean, and she's gone. She's had enough.
So I was talking to somebody at Yamaha USA a little while back about the thing that Ty is going to be, and I said, "Look, we never get anything from you in advance." And he said, "Well, don't you get that from the UK?" I said, "No." And every time I ask for it, it's just silence. There's nothing. So we're now set up with all the American stuff. But even then, when I spoke to that lady in America, she said, "Are you sure we're not going to be stepping on anybody's toes?" No, you really aren't.
there are no toes to be stepping on.
Exactly. So now we'll get everything, hopefully in plenty of time. So yes, I heard the demos for that.
Yeah.
For the Montage M, which is weird, and very impressive.
Indeed.
Very impressive.
Yeah. This is another. Yeah. Lots of things I know, and lots of things I can't really say. But it's going to be a nice thing. It's going to be a very nice thing.
Hi.
So it's. I think it's I think it's not going to be what we want it to be. It's not going to be a CS80, but it will have lots of things that we would like it to have, and a few things that it won't. We would like it to have that it won't have, but it'll be a good. I think it'll be. Yeah. I mean, I was tempted to get rid of mine. I mean, the guy that so again, months ago, before they stopped doing the montage, I mean, right back at the beginning of the year, he turned around and went, "Oh, if you want to get rid of yours, because I've got a 76, if you want to get rid of your 76, now would be a good time to do it, because they're going to, we're stopping production and there's going to be a new one and blah, blah, blah." And I thought, do you know what? No, I'm going to keep it, because I think they're going to be different enough machines to both warrant existing, if that makes sense. It's not just going to be a half-hearted update.
No.
So it's a proper full-on, revamp. So
It's a new instrument,
yeah, completely. So it's going to be worth having both, basically. So yeah, I tell you, I did get out today.
You cock.
No.
Hooray!
Yay! I
Your
got
words?
out my 700S.
Wow.
Yay!
What, a real
Yeah.
one or a new one?
The new, well, I've got both, but I've got out the new one. No, sorry. Actually, no, that's a lie. Actually, no, that's a real lie. That is an absolute lie. My original one is a 700.
Right.
Yeah, all right.
The
yeah,
new
that's right.
one's a 700. The
700S.
new ones.
Ha-
Yeah. So they are different. And yeah, I got it out because one of the tracks I was doing, I was just thinking, oh, do you know what? That'd be great over this. As it turned out, it wasn't right at all. But I did manage to waste half an hour on it going, oh, this is a beautiful little
Yeah.
instrument. This is so gorgeous. It's, yeah. And I did dial in a typical Vangelis kind of patch, which completely distracted me. But there we go. So,
Yeah, I
They
really
were
would
they were
like
selling them off
new ones.
quite cheap.
They
You
were.
know, the new 700S. I told Robbie, didn't I? I told you about it.
Did,
Were they?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like less than half price retail.
Fuck.
They,
Okay.
yeah, they were undercutting, weren't they? It was.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I wasn't aware. I didn't know that. Oh shit! I
very
wish you told me.
Well, you'd already
I
bought
would
one.
have. Yeah, but I would have. Yeah, I would have got another one for if they're less than half price. I would have
I mean, I
absolutely
don't-
got another one.
Hang on, I'll check for you now. Oh, I've got cars everywhere. Let me just go and look on my dealer portal.
PMT is selling it for 14.51 now, which is a little bit up on what
Okay.
they were selling it.
Yeah,
Okay.
Because it was back. Was it 12.99? Wasn't it?
that sounds right. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think you're right.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But
So
even
that's not-
14.51 is not awful.
No, but because I know
No.
the PMT guys, I paid less than that when I bought mine. So.
All right.
Yeah, I really want one, but
Well, you
They're
can
nice
buy
things.
my original 700 if you want, Rob, and then I'll buy a new one.
no, I think I'd go for the new one because then I know at least it will last.
It will work.
Yeah,
It will. Yeah. Well.
beyond.
Yeah, mine are
As much
detailed.
as I'd love the original, because that was the first synthesizer that I, got my hands on. Which is why it holds a very special place in my heart.
It's the first one I ever bought. That's why I rebought one.
Yeah.
I should never have sold it in the first place.
Anyway, guys, you've distracted me for at least
I'm
20
only
odd
popping
minutes.
in for a few minutes. You said.
I know. Sorry, I
An
really
hour
am.
ago.
I know. It wasn't. It was exactly 25 minutes ago. So fuck you, fatty. I'm. Yeah. I'm going to start calling you Russell. Fuck you, Russell.
Oh,
Just as insults go. I mean, at the moment, wow. I mean, can I just say, when was the last time you watched someone's career just literally
nosedive. Yeah.
fall
the
apart?
last few years, quite recently. I think.
Oh no, but do you not
yeah,
think
yeah.
it? I think the only thing about him is, let's be honest. Well, I don't think I mean he's never been I've never really liked him. But if ever you could pick a celebrity where you went, who could you think of that could possibly have this kind of shit thrown at him and it stick?
Yeah.
Because And I expect, did you actually have you actually seen the documentary about it?
No.
there was one last night.
Oh, the
wasn't it? Was it last
Channel
night?
4 one. You
Yeah.
should watch. Well, I'm not saying you should watch it. It's an interesting watch. Only the fact that when they do these kind of documentaries, you can see how some things could be misconstrued or some things could be seen in a different way, or do you know what I mean? And
Yeah.
there's kind of two sides to every story. I mean, this one is kind of so damning. You kind of just think,
Sorry to
fuck.
be rude.
I mean,
I'm going to duck out. I'll be back in a bit.
see you later, and and you just think, wow, this one's just no. He's
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 a present. So, I've got friends in LA who apparently, and I don't have no reason to disagree with them, knew about this It was a big open secret in
Okay.
in the
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
circles.
yeah.
And that this has been coming. And actually, somebody suggested to me that if you trace back his sort of recent career curve, where he started becoming quite political and outspoken, and all of this kind of stuff, it kind of correlates with around the time that this stuff was kind of coming to an end, certainly as far as this investigation goes. And they said, apropos of nothing, wouldn't it just be the sort of thing he would do, that he knew the shit was going to hit the fan, and so to give himself an out, he developed this new kind of persona, this new side to his personality that was very anti-establishment. So when the establishment media and all that finally come after him, he could say, look, they're coming to get me, just like I said they would. Mm-hmm. Maybe that's a bit far-fetched, but it kind of makes you go...
No, I don't. Do you know what? I don't know whether it is far-fetched, because he's a clever bloke. That's the thing. He's a clever bloke.
He's not silly.
And that wouldn't surprise me, if I'm honest. But anyway, I'm going to go. The first thing I need to do is absolutely retract the fact that I even called you, even as a joke, that called you Russell. Not that I called you Fatty, that I called you Russell.
I'm more insulted by the first one, I think.
Fatty. And interestingly, the Korg 700 FS is no longer available on the Korg dealer platform. So,
Okay.
So I've just done a quick search for it, and it doesn't come anywhere near on the platform.
Wow.
So
there you go.
I suppose that when they've gone,
there you go. That's it. That is it. Well, let's hopefully this means that the other thing that I know that supposedly Korg are meant to be bringing out, which is meant to be a biggie. Let's hope that fucking appears in its place.
Yes.
Wouldn't that be just fucking amazing?
I'm the Korg dealer, and I don't know what you're talking about because I have not been informed at all.
In saying that, I was told about this. When was I told about this? Kent knows about this. Robbie knows about this. This was, oh my god, end of last year. I was told about this thing that's meant to be coming, and it hasn't appeared yet. But it's when it does, it's going to be a biggie.
Okay.
But it's another retro one, so we'll leave it at that. It's another retro one.
Another retro one. Okay.
Yeah, it's not like a Chronos 3 or anything like that.
Super M1.
Yeah. Exactly. It's the M2.
Yeah.
Okay, guys. Have a brilliant one, and
take it easy.
And I'll try to stay awake. Okay, be good.
Right,
See you guys. See you
Bye,
later.
bye,
Bye all.
See you
Bye
later.
bye.
What a wanker.
Well.
Well.
Indeed.
That killed the conversation, didn't it?
It did, yeah.
I'm alright. I've got an 800 DV. Yeah, it's in the garage in a bucket of bits. Like everything else.
I'd have another DW8000 if I could. That was always my favourite.
What was the night we had the thunderstorm? We were having a pub, weren't we? Was it Sunday or
I
Saturday?
didn't get it, so.
I didn't get a thunderstorm.
Well, we had this thunderstorm, and we had sort of like horizontal rain, apparently, and all the rest of it. So anyway, but the show went on and on and on and on and on. And we were going to knock it on the head, weren't we, Robbie? And then we went on another couple of hours. Anyway, so it was about
Like you do.
just gone 2 when we finished the show, yeah? And I was absolutely fucking exhausted. I go, right, I'm going to bed. But I didn't. And ended up still up at 5:15, up a ladder, halfway outside the front of the house, trying to shut a security camera up that kept fucking going off. I had to take all the lean-to apart to get the ladder up so I could get to the camera.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, it went fucking mental. We thought it might have got water in it or something, but, you know, an outside camera that isn't waterproof. Fucking hell. No, it just decided to die. But it had this alarm telling everybody that it wasn't working properly anymore. And it was really, really loud, you know. There's got the kids in the bedroom next door and everything else. And she's going, you're going to have to take it down, you're going to have to take it down. Oh, but I don't want to. So I'm trying to unscrew this thing from the wall. You know how far up the bloody front of the house it is. I'm trying to unscrew this thing from the wall in the dark, pissing with rain, up a ladder. It's like, oh dear. And the wind, the amount of times I nearly fell off that fucking ladder, it's unbelievable.
Strong farts, were they?
Oh my God, like you wouldn't believe so. Yeah,
It's windy here today.
Yeah, it was windy here today as well. And that tree with the red leaves next door. Oh, fucking thing. Because what it does is it drops these leaves all over the lawn. And these leaves are exactly the same colour as all the dog shit.
Oh.
So you can't tell what the dog shit is. What is a leaf and what is a dog shit? So every morning I have to sweep up the leaves.
Get a leaf blower. Pick up the stuff that doesn't move so quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to find the big ones so I can put them back in the tennis ball cannon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Boing. And yeah, it's mad. It's mad. Mad, my friend. Mad. So, yeah, I didn't envisage being up a ladder at 5 o'clock in the morning, I must admit. So, bloody thing. Oh, and then we had to deal with customer care on this camera. There's no UK outlet for them.
Uh-huh.
Well, there is an outlet, but there isn't a support centre. So we had to phone we had to phone America. You had to wait for America to wake up, obviously. And we got this woman who I think probably... She sounded very Indian, but American Indian. But she was having a hell of a job understanding Fiona's accent. So we still get emails now, you know, entitled, "Hi, Siona." So I think they're going to replace the camera because the camera costs fucking arms and legs, and those bastards.
It's a big old thing, isn't it?
And
Yeah.
it's not old then. It's under guarantee still.
But the thing was, we had to go through the whole. Did you check that the MVR is turned on? And it's like, oh God, no! Look, we've gone through all this. The camera I can get the camera to turn on, and then after 2 minutes, it shuts down, and all the lights go red, and it's overheating, and it just shuts down. So something on the circuit board is overheating, and it's pissing it off. Are you sure that the RJ45 cables are... Yes, they're all fine because we tested them, blah, 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 blah. Is it powered? Yes, it's powered. Yes, is there light? Yeah, I just told you there's lights. We know there's lights, we know there's power, because the thing won't fucking shut up with the fucking alarm. As soon as you plug it in, it's like going, diddly-link. Not working, diddly-link. You know, and that at 5 o'clock in the morning, mate, not funny.
Yeah,
Do you
yeah.
know what I mean? And it's right beside my bedroom window as well, which doesn't help. So, and we 3 hours on the phone to America, who then eventually goes, oh, I think we'll have to put you on to our advanced department. Whatever that is. So, and they needed to know all the ins and outs and arseholes of this, where we got it from, how much it was, and all the rest of it. So they're going to send us a credit note so we can get a replacement camera. So it's take 2 days. It took just getting this sorted out, and then I have to go up the ladder and fit the fucker again. Not good.
Not fun.
And nobody had the decency to even break into the garden while it wasn't working. Except the foxes. The foxes, my God, they're in there every night.
Oh, some sad news.
What's that?
Sammy Ash, him of Sam Ash Music,
Sam Ash. Yeah.
passed away.
Oh.
65.
The New York
65?
shop is
65.
that's not very old.
God.
The New York shop was great. I went in there when I was in.
Cancer.
See, when
Yeah,
you're
'cause
12,
the-
65 is fucking ancient. But when you're 60, 65 is not old.
Exactly. Yeah, his grandfather started the company, didn't he?
Mm.
They have 2 stores in Hollywood. There's a drum shop across the street, and then a
Yeah.
regular shop. Yeah, it's a 2-story.
It's something similar in New York, actually. There was, drum shop on one side of the road, and then piano or keyboards, and then
And then right next door to Guitar Center, which is
yeah.
really weird. There's a lot of competition right there.
Yeah, and then next door they had like another shop where you could go walk through, and that was all the guitar stuff. It was huge shops.
Yeah.
And Synchrotron's going on about old fellas falling off ladders. Yeah, I was nearly one of those numbers. For heck's sake.
See, Juno to Jupiter is getting or has got a vinyl book and CD box set with a hand-signed bookmark.
Oh,
Hand-signed by who? Can't be. They must have had stock left over. A hand-signed lenticular bookmark, including a symbol that Vangelis has only ever used privately before. I don't know what the fuck that means.
what?
Last one. It's the last 125 copies are shipping. £100.
Yeah, good luck.
Yeah,
You get the CD, double vinyl, which apparently includes a bonus track, and a 172-page hardback book, and a poster, and the bookmark.
I see.
Tons.
I've never been interested in that sort of stuff, special edition box sets and all that. I've just never really floated my boat.
I will if it's an album or a thing that I really like
Yeah,
the Prince stuff, or the Bowie stuff. But there are some you look at it and you think, God, you've sat around a table and thought, what can we throw into a box so we can charge the most fucking money for it? And
Yeah.
it's just rubbish. But so, some things are like really well. They did a Frankie Goes to Hollywood one, although it was kind of semi-official, in that it was all licensed, officially. But the guy put it together, and he's actually ended up working for ZTT now as part of Universal. But that was a cracking set because you got the album, repressed, remastered, different artwork, signed by Trevor Horn. Then you got 3 10-inch singles with tracks that had never been released before. You got a cassette with every version of Relax ever made on it.
wow.
You got a hardback book full of artwork and all that kind of stuff. There was posters. There was a DVD with all the videos on and all of the tracks that they've ever mixed in 5.1 put on there as well. And I believe there was a film cell from the Welcome to the Pleasure Dome video. 85 quid.
Doesn't sound bad at all. That. I mean,
Very
the only one I've ever bought, and I bought it in a sale at HMV, was Bruce Springsteen's Born to Run box
Oh, yeah.
set. So it was the album remastered, and then there the concert from 70, was it 78, 79 when he played in London on DVD,
Yeah.
which is actually better than the album, if I'm honest. It's a really, really good concert. And then a documentary about how they made the album, which has now been seen, you know.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think you can probably see it on YouTube now, but
Yeah.
that's the only one I ever bought. Really. But it was, I mean, it was really cheap. It
Some
was
are
something
good.
like 25
yeah.
quid. It wasn't, you know.
Some are done really well when they're done with love and they're done with respect, and there's stuff in there that's worth having because it's not been available anywhere else. Then yeah, but there are some box sets you just think, oh fucking hell, really? You're
Yeah.
flogging that one for all it's worth. But it's like the New Order box set for their last studio album, Music Complete. They did the box set and the entire album is on 12-inch singles. So every track is on one side of a 12-inch single, and it's all of the tracks, all extended versions of them. So, and you also get, I think, did you get a CD in there of the? Well, no, actually, no. I think you got the album, the regular album on, single vinyl, and then you get all of the songs extended, but all on 12-inch singles. So it's it's kind of fun and unique, and they all had interconnecting artwork. So if you laid them all out flat, it would form a very large picture, and then all the vinyl was different colours, and so some thought. It was Peter Saville, so it's going to have some thought put into it. But then there are some that is just fucking hell. It's like the Darkness one that's just it's going to come out next month. Permission to Land 20th anniversary. I've just gone for the CD version just to get the tracks. The vinyl one is just like, not really.
I haven't got my signed photo in here. You talking about memorabilia and stuff?
Of
I always thought Darkness was a bit, bit of a joke, really.
oh
One
no.
great single.
No.
And the rest of
Seriously.
it was a bit Spinal Tap for me.
No, it's they. Oh, mate, they're one of the greatest. They're as good as the Foo Fighters, and I will fight anyone that disagrees, because they write Justin writes amazing songs, and a lot of them a little tongue in cheek. Some of them are just downright great rock and roll tracks, but musicianship wise, they are fantastic, and live they are amazing. We go and see them every tour. Because they always come to Norwich because they're from here, and they put on the most fun show that you don't need huge amounts of gimmicks on. It's just them on stage, rock and roll. Justin's hilarious. I mean, properly hilarious. What an amazing voice as well. No, seriously, go and see them. Or just check out their last few albums, like Easter is Cancelled, is really good. What was the last one they did? I can't remember the last one. But totally worth every penny. They're really proper good on this rock and roll band. Not many of them left.
There aren't many of them left.
No,
You're right there.
we're going to see. We are going to see them this year. I've already booked the tickets. Because they generally tour around towards the end of the year, so it's usually like our Christmas treat.
Yeah.
And their sound engineer, their front of house sound engineer, is Andy Silito.
Oh no, yes. Do I know him? I know of him.
Yeah, he's been on Sonic State a few times. He's
That's
Dave's
why
mate.
I know him. Yeah, that's why I know him. Yeah.
And
No, I don't know him, but
we went to
I've seen
see
on
him.
Sonic.
I forget how many years ago it was now. It was in Norwich, and I must have posted something on Facebook, because the next thing I know, I've got an email from Dave Spears, and he said, have you got tickets for the Darkness? I said, well, yeah. He said, oh, okay, well, look, let me have a word with someone. I'll get back to you. And he gets back to me. He says, right, you've got to meet Andy outside the venue at 3 p.m. or something. Meet him there. He's going to get you access all areas, and you can have dinner with the band, and you can watch sound check and all this kind of stuff, which we did, all of that, which was very cool. And then we got to watch the whole gig from the front of house engineer's pen.
Wow.
So nothing in the way, brilliant. And the sound there was the best sound you'll get.
Of course, because I would always try and stand quite
exactly.
close
Yeah,
to.
always. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yes, Secretron. I have watched Justin on his YouTube channel. He is a legend.
Yeah, I've watched a couple of his YouTube videos.
He's very good. He's a very, very, very good and great, guitarist as well. His he did a thing with Rick Beato as well, which is.
I've stopped following Rick Beato.
Yeah, no, I don't. Oh, no, don't say watch everything he does, but I do watch the stuff that that I would be interested in.
Yeah.
Some of his interviews.
If it pops up on my feed, I might watch it. But because I used to subscribe, but
he did a great interview with Daniel Lanois, and Steve Lukather was another one.
See, I really
Sting was
rate
quite
Daniel
good.
Lanois. I mean, Daniel Lanois solo albums.
Yeah.
I've got the first 3, and I just think they're brilliant.
Yeah. Very much so. Yes.
Yeah, it must have come down when we were doing some decorating or something.
What's that?
Me signed Vangelis photo,
All right.
playing my 80.
I've got a signed picture of Midge somewhere.
I haven't.
I've got a number of signed things. Like I've got loads of signed pictures of The Darkness. Most of them are stashed away for safekeeping, but Jackie has one in the bedroom.
Hello.
They're all dressed in leather. Yeah,
Side drawer.
yeah. Yeah, every now and again you'll buy something that comes with a signed something or other. I don't tend to go for it all the time, but
No, and I don't ask. I don't ask for autographs. Never have
No.
done really.
well, I used to when I was like this high.
Yeah.
And like that's because we didn't have the internet or anything, and so to prove that you'd met someone, we didn't have cameras, or we had cameras. Well, I wasn't not that old, but we didn't have camera phones for selfies. So you had to kind of prove that you'd met someone.
And
My
it's funny.
dad.
Go on.
Go on. No.
No, I was just going to say that when we had the shop, because we had a few celebrities come in when we were playing Pocklington, I would never take their photograph
No.
with them, and it just doesn't sit right with me.
It feels a bit.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
does. Mark Radcliffe was the nicest person who came in out of,
Oh, I
out of
bet.
all of them.
Yeah.
He was in for hours as well. He was in for ages. Him and his roadie.
Yeah.
And then we'd already bought tickets to see him, and was literally sat in the front row. And he gave us a plug from the
Nice.
stage. He was lovely. He was absolutely great.
We were trying to get him and his mate, who
Oon.
go on as Oon.
Yeah, Oon. Yeah.
Because they played with Ben.
Yeah,
two
well,
or
they
three
played with
times.
Jim Glue as well.
Yeah. So I know that Ben spoke to them about it, and they said, "Yeah, we'll do that." But we're still waiting. So no, my old
No,
man.
lovely bloke actually.
I went
Really
to see.
nice.
Do you remember the Radio 1 road shows?
Yeah, I do. I went to one in Scarborough years and years ago.
They brought one to Norwich in 1970 something, and I was about, I don't know, I must have been 7 or 8 years old, and it was Kid Jensen. So one of the ones that hasn't been banged up.
Yet.
Allegedly.
Early days.
No. He, actually, out of all of them, he probably seems to be the most genuine. But anyway, we went there and we watched. It was in Norwich City Centre, and my dad took me. My dad didn't really want to take me, but I crazed him, so he took me. It was on a Sunday, and I said, "Dad, can I get his autograph? Can I get his autograph?" And we just couldn't get near the van, because it was all done out of the back of a trailer, sort of thing. Couldn't get near it. And so I was quite disappointed. And we were walking back to the car. My dad said, just wait there a moment. And he goes off and comes back 5 minutes later and gives me his piece of paper. And it's got this scribble on it. And he said, there you go, I've got the autograph for you. And I'm like, oh, that's amazing. Thank you. I was just absolutely, mate. I was, chuffed to bits. I got my Radio 1 pen and I got my Radio 1 hat that I'd bought. And now I'd got Kid Jensen's signature. And I can't remember how many years after it was that I discovered that it was just my dad had scribbled on a piece of paper.
Oh. Oh. Thought you were going to say that.
Yeah. Awesome. hand, Kate Bush.
What?
Dan J in the chat. Please fart in my hand, Kate Bush. Yeah, I'd swallow a fart from Kate Bush.
Oh no, don't no. That is wrong. On so
Robbie
many
has-
levels, Rob.
Robbie
So
has
many
certain
levels.
tastes,
That would be a taste.
and the taste of fart apparently is one of them.
I bet Kate Bush farts Chanel.
No, she doesn't. She's like everybody else.
Still in the bottle.
No, she's not. She's a
She
goddess.
is.
She's above human existence.
Yeah. She's a normal person.
Yeah.
No, how can she be a normal person?
It's funny actually because when we were in when we were in Edinburgh, we stood in a queue, and sort of 3 people behind us was Phoebe Waller-Bridges, and James
Oh, yeah.
going, "Oh my god!" I'm thinking she's just a bloody actress. And she was turning up to one of the showcases, and so we were able to tip off because they weren't expecting her. She literally just turned up. And so we were able to tip them off as we went in and said, Phoebe Waller-Bridges behind us. We went, all right, great. And then Nick, the press agent, nobody took the photograph that they were at their thing. So it was a bit miffed, but he did get it eventually because a guy who stood directly behind us took a picture of her in the queue, So they used that one. But,
Yeah, talking to Kate Bush's farts, apparently there was a story going around last week that she used to sample her farts into a Fairlight, which is something we have all done.
Excuse me, has anybody ever had a sampler and not farted into?
Exactly.
yes. I
rubbish.
haven't.
Bollocks.
I haven't.
believe
I worry about
It's
you.
true.
I tell you
I
what,
know.
anybody who claims to be that clean living has got to be a pervert.
I'm not clean living, mate. I'm not clean living. I can tell you that now. But I don't
Yeah,
sample
fart into a
farts.
sampler.
Nope, never done it. I might fart into the sampler if I didn't like the person who owned the sampler.
Smell my.
And I did turn up a rehearsal once, and the lead singer literally turned up and farted in the bass player microphone. I'm glad it wasn't mine because I would have got rather upset and thrown the microphone at him.
Well, I've just had an email come in. Fiona's going to be pissed.
Uh-oh. Go on.
Got Alison Moye around in the morning with her JP8, but because of certain commitments, she's going to be here at 8:30.
Right, I'll be there at 15:15. Make the tea.
Fiona ain't going to like that. She doesn't do mornings. And I mean, literally, all of the morning she doesn't
What?
do.
Doesn't do early morning. I just doesn't get up until lunchtime.
She gets up sort of lunchtime.
Well,
So
good on her.
but the thing is, when somebody rings the doorbell, the dogs like to go upstairs and tell Fiona that there's somebody at the door by jumping up and down on her head and licking her face, then running down, and this is while screaming at the top of their voices, of course. So that should be fun.
Yes, sample Alison's farts, will you?
Well, I can do, I suppose.
Well, mate.
Can we move on?
Any particular type of sampler you want it on? I've got 2 E2s, an E1 here.
Yeah, one of those will be fun.
What else have I got here?
You are sad men. I'm just saying that.
I love Alison. I think Alison's
Yeah,
great.
yeah.
I think she's great. From a musical point of view,
Sad man.
yeah.
The very definition. Yeah.
Well done, Steve.
Oh, I'd camp out in Toya's bathroom. No problem.
Really?
Yeah. I love me
she's-
Toya.
She's cute.
Yeah.
She's all right. I mean, She was a bit miffed when she came and played, because I did the auditorium when she came and played POC. And she was a bit miffed that she couldn't get in the local Italian 3 doors down because it was full.
No, I was massively into toy, even when she was really, really, really overweight. Remember when she was really, really overweight back in the early days?
Yeah,
Early
when she
days.
was
Oh,
Jubilee,
yeah.
she was a bit of a
Yeah,
porker,
Jubilee,
wasn't
right,
she?
yeah. Her original bass player was from York.
All right.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
I know we
why.
were all a bit jealous when he got the gig.
But that's why I ended up going out with her cousin, because her cousin looked just like her. So I never actually said that she was sort of like, standing substitute, but
Not a good. It's not a good thing to
move.
do.
Yeah,
No,
not a good
no,
move. No. Have another drink, darling. Shut up. Settle down. So, yeah, Teresa, her name was. Lovely girl. Lovely girl.
She was good when she came and performed. She did. What?
What?
Hang on a minute. Let me just. Oh, this is funny. Sorry. Only the British people will get this.
Go on.
I just got. Somebody just sent me this. Here we go. That's funny.
Oh, hang on.
This is what they do. Mum was bumped to death in the swimming pool at your house.
Michael Barrymore. Michael
Yeah.
Barrymore is siding with Russell Brand, saying, "Yeah, this is what they do." So
Yeah.
someone's just piped up and said, "Yeah, a man was bumped to death in your swimming pool. Your ass pal. I'd sit this one out."
Yeah.
Christ.
Not wrong.
Well, let the circus begin.
They already had all. I saw somewhere that Georgina Bailey, Andrew Sachs's granddaughter,
Oh,
who famously
yeah.
got or was part of that thing that.
Yeah, that was awful because apparently her grandfather didn't speak to her for over a year
Yeah, something like
over
that.
that. Yeah, that was horrible.
But yeah, she was on. Was it Piers Morgan or something? He dragged that one. I mean, because she faded, way back into obscurity, which is probably a good thing. Because she was part of Adam Ant's little thing for a while. She was one of his backing singers.
Was she?
Yeah, didn't really sing, just kind of stood there and
Look good.
moved around a bit. Yeah, it wasn't.
Yeah. It does sort of feel. I mean, what?
That's a very clogged pool filter, sorry.
Yeah. I mean, it does sort of seem he's being judged by the media rather than. I'm sure there's no smoke without fire, but it just seems that
It's the same old media pylon and
yeah. So everybody. Apparently, Jane heard this thing with him and Jimmy Savile. I've not heard it,
yes.
and apparently that's pretty awful.
Well, I
actually.
mean, you think, hang on a minute, isn't Russell Brand the present day Jimmy Savile, except he's got caught?
Yeah.
He will.
Maybe.
He will have
Maybe.
soon.
Well, yeah. But he yeah. I mean, like, I'm actually really looking forward to the Coogan thing that they're doing. The drama about Jimmy Savile, where Steve Coogan's playing Jimmy Savile. I know a lot of people have said, "Oh,
That's a brave move.
it is a brave move," and that's why I think it might actually be, because I don't think Coogan would do something unless it was worth doing. That it told the right story, and maybe, I don't know. We shall see. We shall see. Yes, innocent until proved guilty. That is true.
According to most female stand-up comedians, he's
They
guilty.
never want to. Yeah. He's one of those people that you don't make sure you don't find yourself left in a room alone with.
What's with the camouflage? What are you talking about? My Where's Wally T-shirt?
Yeah, against your background.
Oh yeah, now I'm blending in, aren't I suppose? I can take it off if you want.
They'll know. You're all right.
Sweaty moobs. Well, not today. I tell you what, though, I put all those acoustic lenses up
Oh yes.
just before I did the show, and I'm off my tits with glue fumes at the moment. I've forgotten I had the windows closed.
Dear, oh dear.
Watched him on Lorraine Kelly. See what I mean?
Get off my growler!
Go away with your wee spud. Oh dear. Oh. So you haven't got your headphone adapter sorted out then?
Who? Me?
You.
Yeah.
Why?
El
You buzzing like
Buzzo.
that thing in my wife's drawer.
Is it buzzing?
Oh,
Not quite like that, but yeah.
Is that better?
No.
No.
Oh,
Comes and goes. Depends.
Mm.
You'd have to stand there holding it. It's not the first time that's been said to you, is it?
Not at all. It's obviously it seems to be quite loud because Robbie's flinching quite.
well, it comes through.
It comes
Oh, is
through
it?
very strong, yeah.
It's
yeah.
always there, and then when you're
Fine.
wiggling it, or whatever
Also
you're
not
doing
the
with
first
it.
time he's heard that either.
Hey, let me find some good headphones. Hey, these will do. Oh no, they won't.
It's gone there.
Is it?
Yeah, yeah. It's you. You're buzzing.
It's also clicking as well. There's slight clicking there.
Mm. Let's
Now-
try
now,
these.
Now the buzz is back.
Okay.
That quadriverb downstairs does that. You turn it on sometimes, and it's an awful reverb buzz for no apparent reason. You turn it off, drop it on the floor from about 6 inches, turn it on again, it's gone. Wish you could do that with 80s.
Percussive maintenance is what they call it.
Yes, indeed. Deceleration trauma repair. Yeah. Fix it via cement poisoning.
I got a new little toy today.
Oh yeah,
Is that better?
Yes.
Yeah.
There you go, you see.
yeah. Much better now you turn your mic off.
Yeah. Now, this apparently, this little box
Oh
will
yeah. Ooh, okay.
turn a USB video signal
Yeah.
into any one of HDMI, VGA, or DVI,
Really?
and is apparently what is needed to output the screen of a Yamaha Modi X or Montage into a computer or a projector or so on.
Oh, okay.
So that's for Synthfest.
Yeah, it's like on the back of the Oasis. There's if you take the metal panel off, there's a RGB port.
Yeah.
You plug it in and it'll come up on a monitor, but they don't support that at all.
I remember when, back in the days of the Alesis Fusion, and we did a show at Olympia 2, I think it was, in London, and they'd got the Fusion screen on was it a projector or TV? Anyway, it was on the screen somewhere.
Yeah.
I said, "Oh, how'd you do that?" And then he said, "Have a look." And I leaned round the back, and there's this massive kind of flat cable that's coming out. They've undone the fusion, and they've obviously connected it to something, very Heath Robinson underneath, and then this big ribbon cable's coming out and then goes to behind the TV. Oh, so that's not a feature then? Oh no, okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
But apparently the USB port on the back of a Montage or Modi X also outputs the video signal, and you can take that, and apparently that box converts it into one of those three formats and just connect it up to whatever. So hopefully at Synthfest, when Manny's doing his thing on the Modi X, you'll be able to see it on the big screen.
Wow.
Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me, Mother?
So obviously you can.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Well, that's what you'll have to do then.
And the buzzing's gone.
Yeah. Well, I think it's because it's like it's
TRRS.
exactly.
Tip ring rings leave.
Yeah. I think that's the problem. Anyway, I'm going in a minute.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Now you've done all that.
They done
Done all
that.
I thought I'd go for the Cyberman look. That's sort of
Yeah.
Yeah. That's who's that doctor. Oh.
They were my favourite Doctor Who baddies. They were.
Really?
Yeah, I preferred
Yeah.
them over the Daleks.
Oh yeah. Yeah. And once the Daleks could float, that killed it for me.
Yeah, that was a.
Yeah,
Floating
it's like when
upstairs.
R2D2 could fly.
Yeah. I always had a soft spot for K9. Though, as
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, right between the eyes.
That was where his little rubber thing came out.
well. Yeah.
With a little sucker on the end.
Yes.
Joe, I never knew that there was a lithium cell battery that deep. 2450.
Yeah.
It's like two stuck together almost, but one smaller than the other.
Yeah.
Never knew that.
Another type.
Yeah, 2450.
Yeah.
Apparently that's what's in the AM1X. Yeah, because when I bought the AM1X, he gave me a new battery, which is the wrong one. So I've put a new battery now. I have changed it, but I've put the other one because it came as a pair. And I looked at it, it's actually... And he said, I'll give you the old one as well. Okay. But it's different. It's good. It's a good job he did give me the old one because the 2430 is too thin. So, there you go. Fun fact of the day. Yeah, I had to take the hydrogens down, unfortunately,
Ah.
because I've got to have space for tomorrow for
Oh, for
missing
thingy.
Clavier.
You're gonna have Mr.
Oh, you're doing
Man.
your thing tomorrow, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm gonna have who? Sorry,
You're gonna have Matthew on hand at all?
Matthew.
Is it Matthew? No, not a Matthew. Andrew.
Andrew.
Marinelli.
Oh, Anthony.
Anthony. Yeah, that's it.
We'll get there in it.
I'll get there.
No, it's just too short notice to expect him. I mean, it's not the sort of person I would just randomly call and say, "Oh, do you want to come?" And, he's a busy man, but no. Well, I just thought, well, if I do a video, if I make a video, I'll spend all this time messing around with it, and then I've got to edit it and put it all together, and oh, fuck it, I'll just do it live, and then people can ask questions, and I'll try and answer them because I don't know.
Yeah.
I've never used it. I mean, I've not even taken it out. Well, yeah, I took it out of the box and put it back again, but I've not plugged it in or anything. It does come with some. See, that's the unit, so it's you can get an idea of how big it is against the size of my head.
Yeah,
So it's quite big. And it's got a decent set of connectivity on the back there as well.
indeed.
So that's that. And then in a very smart folder, you get these like crib sheets,
Uh-huh.
but they're all printed on nice card.
Huh.
It's like a manual, but it's not really a manual. You could put this, in a folder or something, and so it tells you all about the different, the connections, the presets, the difference between tracks and layers, effects, timbre level parameters, partial level parameters, expression and modulators. What is resynthesis? Signal flows. Yeah, so you get all of that. And then you get a mains adapter with all the different plug sockets on, and MIDI breakout cables because it uses 3.5 TRS on the back. And that's it. And it's a lovely box as well. It's a very well made box. I like a well made box, as the actress said to the project. So yeah.
Very
Just be a
good.
chance for people to sort of ask questions, and we'll all learn together. Just hope it works. That'd be rather embarrassing if I set it all up and plugged it all in and
Nothing
didn't
happens.
work. Yeah. But you see, it's still sealed. Haven't touched it, so
Yeah.
it will be proper. I thought
Proper
I'll just do
unboxing.
that for a couple of hours, and people can watch and chime in and ask me to look for something, and I'll try and find it, and then we'll all have a bit of fun, and then I can put it away for a bit because I've got other things to do. I've got to bring all the Yami stuff out and make sure that I've got all the cables and that it all works.
God.
And Simon still hasn't been over yet, which is worrying because I've got to load everything onto that for Manny. Because he's now sent me his final TX816 patch bank. He sent one, and then he said, "There's 4 voices on there. But that's all we're going to need." And then a few days later, he says, "I've tweaked them, so here they are again." And then a few days later, "Oh, yeah, I thought I'd just do the other 28 voices in the bank, so just in case, back up."
Yeah.
So yeah, final.
Fair dues.
Yeah,
Right, chaps, I'm going to go and do some stuff.
do some stuff.
Well, we're preparing to go to that there London,
Oh yeah.
London.
because it's wedding weekend
You
Oh,
you
right,
watch
yeah.
yourself, you.
in that there London.
Aye.
I know.
Not to
It's
be
not,
trusted.
it's not paid with gold, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Well, not gold anyway. No.
No, exactly, yeah.
Hmm.
All right, lovelies.
Oh,
Bye,
See
don't.
you later. Take it
See
easy.
you later.
Bye.
Take care, sweet.
Bye-bye.
Bye bye.
Ta-da, mate. Yes. So I have my Steinberg webpage fired up, ready.
Aye.
Yeah. Be nice to see what we get.
Hang on. Where is it? Did you not read the leak on Gear News of
No.
what's coming in it?
No, I didn't. No.
Not Gear News. What am I saying? Gear Space. Oh, so much gear.
Nah. No. I go on
Gear
those things and I'm
Space.
banned within 10 minutes.
I never sign up and I never post on there. It's just every now and again there's some bit of information on there that's worth you. So what's new is Channel Tab. Mix on the go. The new Channel Tab in the project window gives you direct access to your mix without leaving the arrangement.
Oh, okay.
Mix console. Slick, streamlined and focused. The mix console has been given a fresh overhaul with a slick, streamlined design to help you focus on your mix. Range tool. Increase your range. The range tool is one of the most powerful tools and is now available in the key editor as well as the drum editor.
Okay.
The editor is a new editor experience. Edit multiple parts from within the key editor and drum editor. Switch between tracks with the visibility tab and maintain an overview with the new track display. Vocal production, the ultimate vocal chain. Vocal processing is an art of its own, taking a lot of expertise and experience to master the different steps. The vocal chain plugin provides dedicated modules for each step. Do you do a lot of vocals?
Oh, Yeah, not into a microphone.
Yeah.
Mm.
Chord pads. The new chord pads make it easy to find creative chord progressions. Orchestral library. Sketch out your scores. Iconica Sketch allows everyone from beginners to professional composers to create full orchestral scores of the highest quality with 140 articulations for 34 instruments and a compact 5 gigabyte library. Sampler Track is even more creative thanks to stunning new spectral warp modes. Vocoder. Create classic robotic vocals or add analog flavour to your instruments with the legendary Steinberg vocoder. Up to 24 filter bands, sidechain input, and in-depth control over the sound. Compression. Black Valve is a classic tube compressor. Blah, blah, blah. Equalizer. 2 new equalizers. EQ P1A and the EQ M5. The new Vox Comp is a compressor specifically designed for vocals. Sample packs. 5 exclusive new sample packs by granny women producer Beat Butcher. And creative mastermind Sharouz. Step and MIDI input are now even more powerful. Key editor. CCs can now be recorded in simplified ramps. Track versions of videos, smart modes, easily adjust the project tempo to the beat with the new tap tempo feature in the transport bar. I could go on, but
Lots
yeah,
of little tweaks and twonks, basically.
yeah, I think I'm not familiar with the product as it is, so it means would make more sense to you than I. What's the date today? 19th.
Yeah.
Where's my doodah?
Hey guys, I was just checking out the Clownfest live stream. That someone did a techno version of Dennis Moore with the Lupins.
Oh my god.
It's very funny.
Oh yeah.
Go on.
Tomorrow, yeah.
Yeah.
Did you order that Yamaha drum machine, Robbie?
Me, no.
No.
No, it's
How much is it? Or the two models, right?
yeah, the top one's like $299, isn't it? You bought that one, Ken.
Oh, that's not bad.
269.
Top?
Okay.
Yeah. That's cheap for a top model.
Yeah. And the other one's 100 and something.
Yeah.
169, I think it is, or something like that.
Yeah, I'm
But a month waiting list.
I'm good.
to install.
Did they add tones as well, so it can be like the old Zoom boxes that had bass and beats?
Pass. I know.
You know,
It does
Because
shit
then it would make
both.
sense to have aftertouch, so you can do fiddling with the bass sounds and
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah. Well, I mean, it does. It seems to do so much stuff. I think they barely covered it in the 40-minute video they had of it.
Yeah.
They were barely covering what it could do.
Because the Zoom RT223 and the Street Box are pretty cool actually,
Mm.
and just runs on a couple small batteries and super portable.
Yeah. Well, find out in a month.
Oh, about a month, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It went to 4 weeks wait time.
Oh boy.
from a-
Did you get that
from a
link I
week.
sent you, Kent, in Messenger
When did you send?
about an hour ago?
About an hour ago. Let me have a look.
It's the website I use for
Oh, right. Yeah.
bin files for EPROMs. What were you looking for?
Original OBX EEPROM data bin files.
They've got one on there, OBX. It says IB next to it. So that makes. It's about halfway down.
Yeah. Yeah, Oberheim DPX.
Here you go. There's a text file here. Oberheim single ROM version requires hardware mod for units with serial numbers 794001 and later. Remove
Yeah, that's the
2708
same one.
EPROMs.
Yeah, that's the same one
Yeah,
that
oh
we
well.
had. It doesn't. No, it doesn't work in this particular OBX.
Well.
Yeah. But
What's the OBXK?
OBXK?
Yeah. It says OBXK version 1 something or other.
It's down here, isn't it?
I don't know what that is.
It's the cracked version.
Yeah. Of
OBXK.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Don't know what that is. There's no description in that one.
No.
It's just
OBXA. Well, the OBXA ROMs
there's an OBXA
are
one.
widely available on the net, all the way up to G.
Right.
You can just buy them on eBay.
eBay, yeah.
Not an issue. In fact, I have 3 or 4 sets of them. OB8 version C2, yeah, OBSX.
Oh, the OBXK is a
Go
MIDI
on.
keyboard controller.
Okay, so it's the Mitsubishi
Well, yeah.
M5L. Oh, okay. Oh, it's one of their little sideline things, I suppose, that they did from time to time.
Yeah, 61 note keyboard controller. It's got the the paddles for pitch bend and mod like the
Yeah.
OBX.
Yeah.
Velocity, aftertouch, assignable continuous control slider,
Yeah.
keypad so you can access the first 100 single patches or multis of your MIDI module. Ooh. Didn't even know they existed.
Yeah, let's push the envelope a bit here and see if they've got the bit 1 expander EEPROM.
Oh.
Look under B first, I suppose. Let's have a look. No. Got a lot of Behringer ones here, haven't they?
Have they? Oh yeah. Yeah. Old for the old stuff. Yeah.
BCF 2000. Yeah. I like
Crumar
Megasons.
Bit 1. Yep. There you go.
Crumar Bit 1.
Bit 01 and a Bit 1 and a Bit 99.
Yeah.
Is this
but
an
not-
unofficial site, Robbie?
Well, it's a website with just
Oh,
loads of ROM files for
Yeah.
EEPROMs.
What's it called?
Yeah.
I think I've been there before.
dbwbp.com.
Yeah, they haven't got the Bit 01 expander EEPROM. But there again, I don't suppose fucking anybody has, to be honest.
They're just EEPROM dumps.
DK1 Synergy ROMs. Yeah, could have done
I'll
with
stick it in the
them.
chat.
No, I haven't been to this one.
Yeah, this is new to me too.
I like the childlike banner there with the font there.
But yeah, I've had a couple of things on there that have. What did I use that for? Oh, that's it. I got the like the Oberheim DMX. Some of that stuff like sound ROMs from there, Lindrum as well. Lindrum
Ooh.
factory ROMs, 9000 ROMs are on there because you can use those with Ali James Lab vProm.
Oh yeah, that's
They
clever.
got the Synthex EEPROMs on here and all.
Yeah.
Oh,
There's a lot of good vintage stuff on there.
there is indeed.
Loads of Yamaha stuff.
But the thing is they have the Synthex EEPROMs, but they also have the Synthex TMS EEPROMs, which are the earlier boards.
All right.
The beautiful thing is it has all the sounds on the EEPROMs. So
Hey, Kent, does your burner handle all the formats,
no,
or do you have to buy a bunch of different kinds?
I had to buy one from this sort of like old man with mutton chop whiskers.
Alleyway, yeah.
Who took it out of his dusty old pocket. Yeah, I still have one.
He's got a trench coat on.
Yeah.
Which one would you like?
Yeah, and the instruction manual is in fucking Greek.
Oh boy.
Yeah, ancient Greek. This thing is so old. So it will take the 27 series. Ooh, hello. Lexicon
kind of-
244.
It's kind of like buying from Watto, right? Yeah, welcome to Watto shop.
480L. Hello. There's some nice gear on here. Lindrums. Yeah, well, we always need Lindrum ones. MXR, fuck me. Memory Moog Plus. Well done. Is that all 4 of them, I wonder? It has to be, it's Plus. Okay. Yeah, this is useful. You see, this is the
Glad
sort
to
of thing where I go to these sort of sites and I just download everything and put it into the wrong folder. Because you never know. So there's a lot of downloading there to do. It's a nice little collection.
Yes, I can't remember. Somebody recommended it, and I've just saved it because
Somebody
it had
went to a
stuff
lot of
on
trouble.
there. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think actually it was somebody recommended it when I was looking for the ROMs for the drum machines. I need to find somebody who's got an AM1X and knows about the different, because I checked my firmware on this one, and it's 102, and the last one was 104, and I'm just wondering whether it's worth buying the 104 chip, or is it best just to let sleeping dogs lie?
Might be best to let it sit. Because it's like,
But
you know,
can't-
look, if you go to the, like on the OBX, for instance, you know, on the OBXA we can go all the way up to G, and there's literally really no real change
No.
between the last 3 or 4 EPROM upgrades. It doesn't seem to take anything into account. I think
No.
they're going, oh, we're trying to make it more, we don't want the LEDs to sort of like wink so much. And they go, it doesn't
Yeah.
really matter because on a 50-year-old keyboard, they wink a lot.
Yeah.
You know, you may be able to put a faster crystal in, but not much faster if you can find one.
Yeah.
So, you know, whack a 4 megs in there and just overclock your Z80 slowly.
Can't see. I found the service manual for the AM1X, but I couldn't find any like field notices to give me an idea of what changed.
Yeah.
Apparently, version 104 of the AM1X corrects an incorrect low voltage warning, which I guess is to do with the battery.
Yeah.
Gives you better audio response when modulating the depth, i.e. return of a delay effect. Fixes clickiness from tempo sync delay and more, according to this website, but it doesn't say what the and
Doesn't
more
say what the more is, yeah.
Yeah, there are all kinds of ROMs on eBay for years from Casio stuff and all kinds of shit. It's just hard to keep track of it all.
Yeah, Paul-
I've got about, I think I've got 4 Syntexes now, all needing various bits and pieces. And I thought, you know what, it's about time I put all that in, at least make one good one out of the lot. And but ROMs were always a problem, so that might get things up and kicking.
I bought I think I bought the final OS ROMs for the DX7,
Yeah.
which it's called Special Edition, but it's like it's the final ever one. It was only ever released by Yamaha Canada. But
Good old Yamaha. Cat.
yeah, but apparently it did actually make some really decent changes. One of which was pitch bend and modulation settings were per patch, not global.
Oh, okay.
So that's useful. But
Yeah.
what they didn't tell you in the installation instructions is that the minute you do that,
Yeah.
out of the box, all pitch bend and mod wheel settings are 0. So I put it in and I'm playing, and I just happen to go to the pitch bend and the mod wheel. Literally no effect. I'm thinking,
nothing.
oh fuck, I've nixed that. So then I did a bit of research, and it says, yeah. So all you do is you go in,
And you have to set it for each
Set
patch
it.
now.
and then store it. And then
So
once
if-
it's stored, it's stored. But it's handy
Yeah,
because
but,
it
but
means
if you loaded some patches in from a cartridge, you'd have to then
save
set
them
all
back
your
to the card.
patch. You'd have to do
Yeah,
all the
well, exactly. Yeah, the patches from the card. Yeah, so you'd have to save them to a RAM, which is another reason why you should get one of those HyperSynth cards.
You think you go? Oh, I tell you what, we'll give you a default, but not
yeah,
0.
2 and 7. That's all you
Yeah,
need.
yeah,
Plus
yeah.
minus 2 on the pitch and 7 on
Get
the
it so like, oh yeah, I can do a bit of a like jazzy lead with that, and
Yeah.
give me an octave on this kind of thing, you know.
Yeah.
Wow, but all
So it's just-
zeros, joy.
It's a little thing like that. And, it was all right, whatever.
So did they forget to set that, or what happened there?
No, the firmware update was adding the ability to store patch and mod wheel data per patch rather than as a global
Oh,
setup.
right, okay.
I know why it's at 0, because there
Why?
was patches where you could bring in other sounds or effects and stuff by bringing up the modulation wheel.
Yeah.
So if you put that sound in, you've got this thing over the top immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What an arse.
Well, there you go. And I think I put TX7 ROM chip in and a couple of others.
Yeah.
Because, you buy them online, they're what? 10, 15 quid tops.
Yeah, they're cheap.
Well, at least were.
Because I can't be asked to do my own. So.
Well, that was why, like, Sonic was doing that with the ESQ1, like the hidden ROM, the hidden sound files. It's like, do I really want to go through all that shit just to add a couple extra little waves? I don't know.
Nowadays, it's all done over USB. That's another big improvement with the Polybrute today. Was the connectivity between the synth and the app.
Yeah.
Ever since day one, it's been flaky as fuck. Because basically, you're supposed to either turn on the synth and then fire up the app, or have the app fired up and then connect the USB cable. I always do it the first way because I don't like to keep unplugging and plugging USB.
Yeah.
And you used to have to do it like 4 or 5 times before it would eventually latch, and start talking to each other. Sometimes it would sit there and go waiting, nothing would happen. Sometimes it would say, yes, we've connected, but nothing would communicate. But with this new update, it's perfect. Only, 3 years too late. I didn't realise it's 3 years since the Polybrute came out.
Is it really?
This month, yeah. 15th of September.
Wow.
2020.
That's funny. When it comes to loading factory presets, T8, the Jupiter 8, no problem. It doesn't even really care very much what the level's set to. Right? It'll just go in. The T8 never managed to successfully do it yet in 30 years. And if you buy the Sweetwater cassette, even more so, it won't work. There's never been a Sweetwater cassette that's ever put the factories into a T8 on the planet.
Really?
Yeah, they were really, really so finicky. So finicky. You actually... how did I get them in? I had a WAV file of the T8 factories, and what you have to do... call it up in something like Cubase or something like that, and then put a equalizer on it, and take all of the bass out. All of it. Boost the mid, and then put the highs through the fucking roof. But it has to be a precise level. It takes a little while to find it, and then the sounds will go in. And it's only a T8. Roughly 5 that's no problem.
No.
Even the Rev 2, for Christ's sake, if you've got the cassette upgrade on it, they go in.
I was going to say, was there a cassette drive that was built into the side of those things? Was that
No,
that
it's
synth?
Prophet 10.
That's the Prophet 10 with it
Yeah,
built in.
Prophet 10 had a built-in micro
Right.
cassette, yeah. Well, not all of them, but some did.
Okay.
Yeah.
The SX240 is kind of finicky too. You got to get the volume just right, otherwise it doesn't load the
Yeah.
sounds
Yeah,
right.
well, that was like that with the ZX Spectrum, wasn't it? You tried to load games on the Spectrum.
Oh, yeah.
Because that
proper
used
Spectrum.
just a regular cassette recorder,
Yeah.
and you had to get the volume just in the
Oh,
zone.
it had to be just so. Just
Yeah.
right.
And the damn
And even if
D50
you-
is really finicky with the MIDI data rate too. Oh my god,
Mm.
what a pain in the ass that thing is sometimes.
Yeah, all my portable cassette recorders had tape over the volume wheel.
Yes, yeah. Once you found
Because
it,
once you got it, you just
That
don't
or-
touch it.
a dab of Tipex.
Yeah. Yeah, so you can either lock
Yeah.
it or at least line
Yeah,
it up
yeah.
again. Yeah. and there would always be one game that wouldn't go on unless it was absolutely on the nose.
I used to have this thing because we didn't have a Spectrum. We had a Commodore 64 because it was the better one,
And later.
yeah, and obviously its cassette deck didn't have a volume or anything. It was all done.
Yeah,
you
it
know,
was all
you have to-
preset, wasn't it?
Yeah, but I used to swear blind sometimes that if you stood in the wrong place, the game wouldn't load. So
I-
it was
you
it's
know,
almost
I
like
could believe
you're
that.
generating a magnetic
Yeah,
field.
I can fucking believe that, mate.
So there were times
It's your
like
local
that-
gravity effect on the
Yes.
cassette.
Well, yeah. I remember, was it Manic Miner or Jet Set Willy? It was one of those two, and
Jet Set went in okay. Manic Miner was a bastard.
that could have been it. So Manic Miner, or that game that I was loading in, would take up to 200. I distinctly remember this, 236 on the count. If you started
Yeah.
at 0, it would take until 236, which was quite a way.
Yeah.
So whenever because we used to keep it over at my dad's place. So when I visited it the weekends, it was, so the first thing I did when I got to my dad was run upstairs, start it up, load, hit play, and then go away and leave it, and then sort my shit out, and then hopefully by the time it got back. But if we'd had to turn it off and then put it back on again later in the day, and I stood near it, it wouldn't load.
Yeah.
So I used to have to move away. It was weird.
Yeah.
Probably had nothing to do with it. It was probably all in my head.
Yeah, it did used to mess with your head, let's face it.
Yeah.
This
This
is why I loved the ST when I got my ST.
Well, yeah.
It's like, done.
Did you guys ever have acoustic coupler modems?
We had them, but I not personally. No.
No, I don't think we ever did. No, I think my first one was it RS-232, wasn't it?
Mm.
You had the, was it Interrupt 9?
Yeah.
Com
something
1?
like- Yeah.
Or 7? I can't remember which one it was.
My first modem was so I didn't get into the internet until like the late 90s.
Yeah, same here.
It was a 56.
Oh, you started at 56?
I started.
You
It was
lucky man.
they'd not long come out, and everyone. It was at that time.
You
in the
haven't
56
suffered, have you?
until you've done the 33 or less. Yeah, I know.
9, what was my one, 9.6 or something?
Or the
Nice
V90 where it
9600.
was unstable, you hear the special tone, and have it go faster or not faster, and it was a pain in the ass.
Yeah. I think I had
But I
a
think-
9.6 on a motor. Was it a Motorola? Something like that. Yeah. God, over the days.
56s had just come out, I think,
Yeah.
or they'd certainly become a lot more affordable, which is why I bought one. Yeah, that was I can't remember what it was. But yeah, it was because that was obviously back in the day when you couldn't use the phone line at the same time.
Yes. Yeah. Get off the
pissed my
fucking
wife
phone!
And I used to use FreeServe, which was free to join, but a penny a minute, I think. Something like that. It was like a penny a
Yes,
minute.
that was the attraction, wasn't it?
Yeah, because guess who owned FreeServe?
Go on.
Philip Taysom.
Oh.
Yeah, that was him. That's how he made a huge amount of his fortune, was when he sold that off to. Did he sell it to Wanadoo in France, which then got bought up by Orange, which then got bought up by EE? But yeah, he sold it for tens of millions, I think it was.
Yeah, 'cause remember dialing out onto the internet, even with a 56, and I used to be jumping up and down with joy if I had a file coming down at 5K.
Yeah.
It was like freaking flying. It will be down in no time.
your pictures would download it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So your lines like this.
Oh look, there's a nipple.
Yeah. Blown your wood by the time you
Yeah.
got past just a
That's
red.
it. Oh, I've lost the urge now.
Yeah. Forget it. Bollocks to this.
And I remember getting my first ADSL. It was 256 kilobits per second.
Oh my god! It was like the future.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a funny little thing. It was like a little stood up. It was like a little vertical thing. It was weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I gradually sort of moved up through to, and eventually, got fibre, and the rest is history.
Yeah, well, fibre sort of like just took the fun out of it. It was just going to be there, wasn't it? It's just like it's there. There you go.
That's how it should be. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny you mentioned the progressive scan JPEGs at the line by line by line. That I remember going to. I was going to UC Santa Cruz. Some of my friends were going to UC Santa Clara University, and the guy worked in the computer lab there, and he said, "You got to check this out," because I had used all the internet stuff at school, but it was not www. That hadn't been released officially yet to the public.
Yeah.
This is 91 maybe, something like that. And he goes, check this out. And we went to Netscape. Silicon Graphics had a website, which just a couple pictures on it and one really bad tiny video. And it was so horrible. And this is on a LAN connection. And it was loading pictures like that, and it was choppy as hell. And I go, well, it looks cool. This will be something good eventually, but right now it's really shit. With what was that? Mosaic. NCSA Mosaic browser before it became Netscape.
Yes. I remember.
Old days.
Yeah. Mosaic.
Excuse me.
But in my head, it doesn't feel like it was that long ago, and then you actually work out the years, and you go, bloody hellfire.
Well, the AM1X came out in 1997.
Yeah, I know.
And I remember the CS1X was the year before, and I remember that because I bought it. I got the first one that came into the shop, the local shop. So, 1996.
Well, I think it was 2006. The local Computer History Museum had the 30th anniversary of ARPANET.
Yeah.
And so, holy shit.
I know, it just makes you
Yeah,
feel...
but when you think that's like nearly 30 years ago, but in your head it feels like 15.
Yeah, 10 years.
Yeah,
Like
10, 15. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, tonight there was, I don't know which show it was she was watching. I think it was House of Games. And they put up a picture of the puppet cast of Magic Roundabout. Excuse me. And the question was, you had to point out which one was Brian. I went, oh God, this question's a bit easy. That's Brian the snail.
The snail, yeah.
Brian, yeah. And he's going, and they got these people going, oh, don't know. Oh, it's before I was born. Oh, God, yeah, it probably is. But when this guy said about Katie Holmes, was it Katie Holmes? No, Kelly Holmes, winning at the Olympics and everything like that.
Yeah.
And he went for Katie Holmes. He says, yeah, I remember watching her win it on TV when I was 5. You know, there's this guy with a beard, and I'm going, oh, fuck off, will you?
Well, it's like there's a game show that some Mrs. watches on a Saturday evening. And it's like a modern day music quiz show, and they play you snippets from songs, and you have to it's a shit quiz show, but they'll play like all this modern stuff, and I'm sat there going, oh fuck's this, never heard of that.
Yeah.
And yet they'll put on something from 1985, and before it's even finished the first note, I'm like, oh yeah, that's so and so by so and so, and then these people are going, oh no, I don't know that one.
Yeah.
And I think, all right, so maybe I don't know a lot about the modern pop music scene that the kids are all into today. But when I in the 1980s, I knew all about the bands from the 60s and the 70s because our parents listened to them, and that was my first records that I listened to were the Beatles or Simon and Garfunkel or Mario Lanza or whatever it was that my dad had, Elvis Presley. And I used to go to jumble sales, and people would be selling, all their old singles that they didn't want anymore, and I would just buy the lot, especially at the end of the day when they just wanted to get a shot of them. So I would get all these singles from the 50s and the 60s and the 70s, and I'd learn about all these, and so when I was in my 20s, I could answer questions on bands from before I was born. Yet nowadays it seems like there's not a lot of knowledge.
Yeah, but it's like when they had on University Challenge, and they had the music questions, and they were playing Our Friends Electric. I mean, you can't get more iconic. And they're all looking and talking to each other. Like this. And they go, Depeche Mode? And I was like, God, am I that old now? My God. But as my nephew used to say to me when we talked about this as well, and he said, yeah, but when you were young, there was less music, wasn't there? Yeah, I'll smack you right in the face in a minute. I said, no, it's more like there was more iconic tracks done. Whereas today everything seems to sound the fucking same for
Well, that's
a
the thing. The
year,
ignorance
and
of the
then it
young people now
changes.
that don't know the old music. You can keep selling them the old shit from stuff our time period, and they don't know. I think it's brand new.
Oh yeah. This is why you see these, you get these old tracks fed into the new tracks, and remixed and done, and they think everything's like original.
Yeah, they know like the third copy of it, not the original.
Yeah. It was like that classic thing, some Instagram post or Facebook post or something like that, and it was at some point Kanye West and Paul McCartney playing together, because Kanye West was playing this track. Yeah.
This Paul McCartney guy's going to blow up now that he's done a.
He's going to be so famous. It's like, yeah, okay, yeah. This is how youth culture works, though, isn't it? I suppose.
But I mean, I can only influence what I can influence, and when I said I got the website up here and I shouted across to the missus, "Do you want to go and see the Talking Heads movie? It's one night only. It's on IMAX."
Yeah.
Because we both love the film, and she said, "Oh, I'd love to, but I'm working." And my daughter pipes up and says, "I like Talking Heads," and she's 19.
Yeah.
I'm like, "Oh, okay, cool." Because most of the time she's, when I ask her about the music she's listening to, it's not necessarily all the poppy stuff, but it's like Lana Del Rey's her favourite at the moment, anyway. And I know a little bit of Lana Del Rey. I'm not a huge fan, but I think it got a bit tired after a while. But yeah, she parts and says, "Oh, I like Talking Heads." I said, "What's your favourite album?" It's either Speaking in Tongues or Remain in Light. And oh, right, you want to come?
Okay.
And she sat there. She was getting properly into it.
Yeah.
So before this new release, was it even available anywhere? I haven't seen it for decades.
Yeah, it came out on VHS in the 80s.
Yeah.
And then it got a whole new remastering and reissue in '99 on DVD, because obviously DVD had just come out, so it got
I didn't think about that. Yeah.
That was a 15th anniversary edition, and then they did a Blu-ray version of it. I don't know where they sourced the masters for that, but they did a Blu-ray version about 15 years ago. No, about 2009, I think it was. I never saw that, so I don't know how good that is, but for the 30th, 40th, shit, yeah, you see, 40th anniversary.
No.
It was 80. The movie came out in 84.
85? Was it 84? Yeah.
No, it was recorded in 83, and then I think it came out of in April 84. So they've done this for the 40th anniversary, and they actually managed to find the original negatives in the warehouse.
Oh, no way.
It was in a Warner Brothers warehouse, and the weird thing is, they've never been signed to Warner Brothers. Nobody actually knew why it was in a Warner Brothers warehouse in Canada, I believe.
Wow.
Or something like that. But they found it, and it was the
Probably some
original
weird
negs.
connection with Jonathan Demme, because that's,
Could be, yeah, could be. And so they they got those and then did a 4K scan, and then also Jerry Harrison, the guitarist, keyboard player. He's done he's been supervising all the sound remastering, and then remixing it in Atmos and everything. And it is.
So is it making the circuit, or is it just a regional thing now?
No, it was they did. It was premiered at the Toronto Film Festival last week on the 12th, and then it was simulcast to a bunch of theatres
Okay.
on that day, I think in the US, and then
Yeah,
the
we probably had
following
here. I
day-
didn't even know about it. Yeah. So.
Well, the following day it came out. They basically took the recording and then broadcast it around. Well, I say broadcast it, showed it at a bunch of IMAX cinemas around the world. And there was only a handful in the UK. Luckily, one was quite close. And then I believe, what's today? 19th. I think at the end of this week, might be Friday, it's going on a larger worldwide release, but just on a regular, not IMAX.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that's
'cause
cool.
it wasn't filmed in IMAX,
No.
but obviously, although IMAX is quite old, isn't it?
IMAX. I remember the first
Originally-
IMAX was
It was in
We
the
had-
80s.
Marriott's Great America here. It's not just called Great America. It's a theme park and stuff. They still have the theater there. I don't think they use it anymore, but they had
Yeah,
this massive. It's like a drive-in screen indoors
yeah.
to project the stuff, and it was awesome back then. This is like
What?
early '80s.
Yeah, I remember going to an IMAX theatre in the 80s, and yeah, the huge fuck off screen, but
Yeah.
it was like it was concrete terracing.
Yeah.
And then just your seats on this, so it was quite cold and a
Yeah.
bit reflecty, and because it was, I think the first thing I saw was a space shuttle, something or other, because that's what the IMAX was being used for, was for those kind of immersive.
Yeah, the stuff in orbit. And,
Yeah,
hey,
it
you
might
can see
have
the
been the one in
curvature of the
Bradford.
Earth. Look at that.
Yeah. Yeah, Wagyu just said the IMAX in Bradford, which is still there, obviously been redone, but yeah, it might have been that one that I went to. Yeah, yeah, but no, watching Stop Making Sense in IMAX, it was just brilliant because, like, it was the audio's done really well as well, so it really did feel like you were in a gig watching a live, with the audience. You could, it's such a good film.
Well, it's definitely one of the best things Jonathan Demme ever made. Some of his
Yeah,
movies are crap, so
Yeah, he was always good with music stuff, because didn't he do was it the Perfect Kiss video?
he's like one of those guys who did music videos and went into films. Yeah, he's one of those
Yeah.
kind of guys, like a
did-
David Fincher and stuff
he
like
did
that.
a couple of New Order.
But his
Kiss,
remake of Manchurian Candidate is fucking terrible. Oh my
never
god.
saw it. Never saw it.
Ugh.
Yeah.
The original is so good.
So yeah, I'm just waiting for the 4K Blu-ray of that to come out, and then I can watch it over and over and over. Now, see, I want to go and see True Stories again, which was the
Yeah, I love True
the film,
Stories.
yeah, that David Byrne did, and I watched American Utopia, the film, the movie of the show that Spike Lee did, and that's up there. That's up there with Stop Making Sense as being a really, really good concert film, because all you've got on stage are the participants, who are all wearing just grey suits, and around the three sides of so the two sides in the back, there's just these metal chains that are kind of backlit, and then all the participants come and go as they're needed. But everything, I thought that there must be some sort of backing track going on. There must be something. They're not playing all that stuff live. They are, because he talks about it in the film. He says everything you see, and they then go around and they demonstrate. That everyone is all mic'd up, everyone is playing everything. The guitars are all plugged in. The keyboard, the keyboard player uses what's the cheap Korg? Cross? Is it called Cross?
Cross is pretty cheap, yeah.
Yeah, it's just like a cheap Cross.
Yep.
Yeah.
61 key, and it's on one of those kind of shoulder things that the marching bands wear. Oh man, it's such a, you can watch it's you can rent it on whatever. I don't think it's on any of the streaming, as in subscription things. But it's a brilliant, and the music's great. Obviously, it's David Byrne. That's really, really good.
Well, his stuff for Last Emperor was great.
Yes, yeah. I just got that on 4K.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
that,
always thought the whole thing was Sakamoto. He just helped, but the title track is actually written by David Byrne.
yeah. Oh, David Byrne is
Yeah, he's a
prolific
talented guy.
and super talented. I've been watching, because I've kind of been of a bit of a Talking Heads trip just lately. Been watching some interviews with him. I could just sit and listen to him. I mean, now that he's kind of very open about his autism and just his way of doing things, it explains so much.
Yeah, because you never quite know if he was acting or if he was just an odd guy, right?
Yeah, I mean, you watch some of those interviews when he's on Letterman or
The
something.
best of Space Ghost Coast to Coast. He's on
Yeah. But when you see him, like, he's so awkward, and you think he's either being, obnoxious or, affected, but he's not. It's just this is just him. But he seems to be a lot more at ease with all of that now. And his book. Have you ever read his book, How Music Works?
No.
Definitive. You've got to read it. It's just it. So I think, like, one of the quotes on the back, and I completely agree with it, says it's like, this is the academic book about music that has never been written before. This is, some words, I'm paraphrasing, but it's like that. It said this is a proper academic analysis of how music works, but in an eminently engageable and interesting. It doesn't read like an academic book, but it's breaks everything down. It's very, very good.
But he was like a walking meme back in the old days, with the giant suit and all
Oh
kinds
yeah,
of...
yeah. It's interesting to hear him talk about how, after Stop Making Sense and Speaking in Tongues album, that they did, was it True Stories, Little Creatures, and Naked, I think were the last three. And he said how he was wanting to explore all these different ways of making, different types of music. He said he got slated for Little Creatures because when you listen to the songs, Road to Nowhere and that, you think, hang on, where's the edgy art pop stuff that they were known for? And he's making these kind of, sort of, and he took a lot of flack for that, but he stands by it, and because he then went on to do all sorts. I mean, he's tried his hand at all sorts of things. He did a big thing with proper marching bands and flag, these people that wave flags and toss them up in the air, all very acrobatic and stuff. And then, of course, he did stuff with Eno and St. Vincent, and yeah, what a man. And the rest of the band are amazing as well. So,
Well, I mean, kind of like Sakamoto. People thought, oh, more Yellow Magic Orchestra, please. No, he's going to do classical stuff and all kinds of other jazzy stuff. And
you can never nail these people down. That's what I love about those sort of artists, that they'll always turn around and surprise you. It's like Björk. Björk's the same. Although Björk seems to be constantly going like even further. She doesn't ever bring it back. I'd love to hear a Björk album now that is like Post or Homogenic. Homogenic for me is my favourite all time.
And Sakamoto was also a Fairlight user.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
The 8-inch floppy, the big old shit.
Yeah, there's one. Yes.
It's funny too, because apparently Stuart Copeland was into him as well. He had a Fairlight.
Oh, massively.
Yeah.
Well, that's how the Police broke up.
Oh, is it really? I didn't know the backstory.
Yeah, he got into the Fairlight. Sting had got into the Synclavier. And when they were making Ghost in the Machine,
oh, that's funny.
They were basically arguing. I mean, they were arguing about a lot of things, but apparently the straw that broke the camel's back was Copeland's insistence that they use the Fairlight and Sting's insistence that they use the Synclavier, and that was a big argument that basically was the last straw, shall we say? But no, he did the whole of the Equalizer TV show on Fairlight.
Ah, right.
I've got some archive photos that Peter Vogel sent me of Copeland in his studio with his Fairlight.
Well, it's funny. He did the original music for the pilot for Babylon 5, and then when they redid it with Christopher Franke in the series, they remastered the original episode with Frankie's music and kicked out him altogether. So he's not even on the soundtrack anymore anywhere. So,
wow.
Do you know that, Kent?
Yeah.
Yeah. I figured you would.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Although, out of all of the opening title ones he did, I think the Series 3 one he did was the best, in all honesty.
Yeah.
I know I kind of stand on my own in a field with that one, but I always thought the best one.
Some of the weird side projects Frankie did, I'm not totally into, but almost everything he's done, I love. So he's a really talented guy.
Oh, certainly that, yeah.
Excuse me.
I mean, there's PPG Wave all over the Babylon 5 score. So.
Yeah. Big style.
Yeah.
Just gonna need to visit the little boy's room.
What, see little boys?
Behave.
Is that where you keep your little boys?
Now that one guy was cleared, he's got a...
Don't go near the pool.
That's too funny.
Stay out of the water.
So what's your next big fix you're working on?
Oh God, I'm doing a memory mode at the moment. With LEDs.
Do you have a mod for that, or are you just fixing them?
I just tend to fix them. Yeah, I might put an 84 instead of a Z80 in it.
Because don't they have? It's a real problem with the temperature in that one, right? That famous Jean-Michel Jarre video where it's like unstable as fuck. It's just
temperature. No, what I tend to have problems with is it's the interconnector cables, which is kind of linked to the heat, but they can also go dodgy in their sockets without touching them, you know. And they'll cause things like it goes, you know, tune zero, that kind of thing. So, yeah, cleaning up and reseating all the cables and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Gets rid of 90% of any issues that it was going to have. Reseat ICs all over the place because there's very few that are actually soldered into the bloody boards.
Oh wow!
It's nearly all socketed, the whole machine.
Interesting.
So yeah, change the resistor packs on the voice boards because they just go out of tolerance.
So being in sockets, how do they handle the road? Not very well.
Generally okay. Okay, but they do not like being, you know, thrown around too much.
Yeah.
They're not fans at all. But I think they're getting to the age now because all the LEDs are starting to fail. And excuse me, I get a couple of them, you know, every couple of months or so coming in, and they go, "Oh yeah, this LED's gone. All there's 4 or 5 LEDs gone out," and they've just all had enough and packed in. But the thing is, you've got to drop those front panel boards. It's like, fuck, you know.
Yeah.
Such an arse-ache getting those things out. So, yeah, that's
it's a shame. I always like the look of that thing
oh yes, it's really
a lot of controls and stuff. It's really cool.
It's probably got one of the most clacky keyboards ever designed by man.
Oh, really? Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, that is a clacky keyboard.
I would hate that.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's all very tick, and you get twang and twings and spring noises going on. Do you know what I mean?
Oh no.
It's very similar to the Poly 6 one.
Yeah.
But the Poly 6 one, they dampened it somewhat. Whereas this is very, oi, as they say. Very clacky. Yeah, it's a very clacky keyboard. But it's one of those funny machines that if you play it very, very quickly, all the LEDs and lights go out. Where it goes, look, if you're going to be playing it, I can't be updating the lights as well. You know, and so you're playing it, it's fine, but everything just sort of like winks out on the front panel if you play it too fast. But
so I got to put a different processor in it, yeah.
Yeah, so I put the 84 in it because obviously I'll have a larger data buffer on it, and so it doesn't do that. And
were they just cutting corners, or that was the common thing of the day? Just
no, that was the processor that was available at the time.
Oh,
so
okay.
The 84s were a bit later.
Yeah.
As far as I understand it, anyway. and yeah, it just helps with making it run a little bit bit smooth because the CPU seemed to be the bottleneck. Everything else seemed to be okay. So, but it's mostly calibration. Yeah, just go out of calibration because there's a trim pot for everything. I mean,
Mixed blessing. So
everything. Yeah, I mean, it means you can really hone it down, but it also means that everything can go out.
Right.
So there's even a trimmer for the pitch wheel.
Wow.
On the common analog board, halfway up the bloody keyboard. So when you set you have like a pot control for how much pitch you get on the wheel, and there's a trimmer on the other side of the keyboard to trim where that dead center is. So when you turn the knob up, turn the pot up, the pitch doesn't go up or down from wherever it's set, and you have to so that when you turn it up, the pitch doesn't move.
Does it have a center detent, or is it?
The wheel.
You're talking about the mod wheel, right?
Yeah. No, the pitch wheel. The pitch wheel has the center detent.
Yeah.
But it's separate from the in the circuit. It's separate from the controls that sets how far that will go. Right. So instead of having a set voltage to it, you can you have a control to have what your stop points will be in terms of pitch, but there has to be a trimmer there so that when you turn that pot up, the pitch doesn't go up or down from what it is when it's in its center detent. So that has to be done. It's a massive pain in the arse. So it's fun, to say the least. But I mean, once you know them, it's all right. If you were starting out with these things, it's like.
Because you had one on the stream a couple months ago, right? Weren't you doing some cool shit with it, right? You just fixed it, I think. It sounded really nice.
I just done her. Yeah.
Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah, I mean, I think I did the mod for him where he wanted the resonance to be much stronger.
Ah, right.
And he wanted it to be more like you'd get on a System 55 rather than.
But isn't that going to kill the bass even more because of the ladder design?
Well, it will do.
You have compensation you can do.
Yeah, it will do. But I mean, if you set the envelope amount quite high, you'll get the bass down the bottom end, as it were, just simply because you've got all those VCOs. And then as it comes down, then the resonance comes in. But it sounds almost like it's digital resonance. It's got that kind of massive metallic feel to it. But that's what he wanted, so it was literally modded to do that for him.
Because Marinelli in his new video, the new Rush Tom Sawyer video, sings the praises of the OBX because you can turn the resonance up and you don't lose the bass.
It has resonance, yeah, because the other, the A and the X and the 8 don't have.
Oh, they didn't?
No, they haven't got any definable resonance. It doesn't actually self-oscillate.
Oh.
You need to get the OBX for that. The others don't do it.
Yeah, but that's so cool about that is you can do that and still get that fat sound without killing your bass.
Well, yeah, absolutely. But it's depending what you want at the time, isn't it? But yeah, no. If you want resonance in the traditional sense of the word, you got to get an X because an 8 an 8 won't do it. It's when you turn up resonance and it just starts to get a little squeaky.
Yeah, yeah.
That's full on an OB8.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So, yes, a lot of people.
Is that just because obviously the 8 voice had all that? So why did they build that limitation into the?
I think it's to do with the chipset, but I don't know why they put the limitation on it because the chipset was Curtis as well. Okay. By that time, they were fitting Curtis into the voice cards, but they decided to really pull back on the resonance.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah.
Because I I have a Sonic SQ2 I got from somebody.
Yeah.
No fucking resonance at all. It's like, this is so boring. It really needs that goddamn resonance on it.
Yeah. I mean, this is what I loved about the, I think it's the 1047 module on the 2500, where you could have a CV for the filter sweep, but you could have a separate CV for the resonance. So you could have say for instance, the filter opening and closing, say, on a sine wave modulation. But you could have resonance at the same time
Yeah.
literally playing notes over the top of it from the same
Sure,
filter.
like another oscillator. Yeah.
Yeah, from the same filter at the same time.
Wow, that's nice.
Yeah, and of course you had your and it had its band high.
But did it track well?
Yes. Well, eventually, once you calibrate, it took a little calibrating to get that.
Because a lot of synths don't do that, right? You get the
Yeah.
resonance up there and it's self-oscillating, but it doesn't track for shit. you
Yeah,
know?
I think on the 25 it didn't really track at all. It wasn't really done like that. It's sort of like,
Right.
yeah, there's your resonance. It didn't. People weren't. I suppose whether the people weren't playing it or something. I don't know. But there's a few resistors you take out and replace with trimmers, and then you can find that sweet spot so it plays
Ah.
to the keyboard. But yeah, oh god, it's like because when I done Hans's one for him, I did all that because I knew because he's the sort of person who goes, oh, if it could do this, that'd be great, and if it could do that, so I know he would have asked for it anyway. So I just did it.
Just
didn't bother. I didn't
cut to
bother
the
asking
chase.
him. Yeah, just go. I'll just do it because I know he'll want it. So
That's funny.
yeah, so yeah, but I mean the 25 makes a sound of its own. Sound of its own. So, but you could have a 55. Let's go to make it sort of like historically correct. If you had a 3C and a 2500 next to each other, and even though it has like roughly the same kind of modules in each case, two entirely different machines, but they really work well together. They don't seem to.
And you said the 3C
elbow
has
each
more
other.
sound options over the 55, right? Doesn't it?
It's not that it has more sound. It's just even more meaty.
Oh, okay, it's just
It's like the
balls.
difference between
Yeah.
an RA Mini and the late Mini, because one's it sounds thin and accurate compared to the old RAs, and it's the same with the 3C
Right,
55
okay.
type format and the later 55s. So, but it's just weird like that, It still seems to be the same modules, but somehow they are just bigger, warmer.
But with the level of emulation now, if they did a 3C emulator, could they get pretty close, you think? All that extra grunge and all that stuff you're talking about? No.
I don't know, because the thing that made the 3C sound the way it does was how inaccurate everything was.
Yeah.
The differences between the RA and the later models, it was literally component-based VCOs as opposed to chip-based. And so it was all resistors, capacitors, and transistors, and very little in the way of IC-based.
Right.
At all. The later ones were more IC based, and then using 30, I think it's 46 transistor array chips and stuff like that. And they just made it. They stopped using the paper wound caps, and they started using more conventional type of capacitors that we know today. And something got lost. It was more accurate. It didn't drift as much. So it was
You lost
as a
character,
musical instrument.
basically.
But this
Yeah.
is the thing: to get something to be more musical, sometimes you lose that character
Yeah.
that made it popular in the first place.
Well, it's like they add
Yeah.
those slop or analog knobs now to things. So let's add some more randomness to this sound.
Yeah.
Put that back in there.
I mean, on Minis, they changed the filter design, not so much in the positioning of things or stuff like that. They just changed things to suit more the technology that was coming out. So more electrolytic caps and stuff like that, instead of the old paper wound bastards and stuff like that. Was 9 times out of 10. This is where the
I don't think I've ever seen a paper wound one. I've only seen the standard ceramic, electrolytic.
But the thing is, with back in the day, the paper wound ones, they do the paper wind and then they'll dip it in your plastic coatings. So it looks like
okay.
it might be. You go, oh, it's a Maillard cap, and you go, but actually
Oh,
it's
I
not.
see. Okay.
It's actually
Right.
paper round, wax and paper, or sorry, oil paper,
Interesting.
and dipped and stuff like that. So it just depended on each year. Yeah, you kind of guessed whether it was a paper round or not. But the test in proof of that was the guy that wanted all his capacitors changed in his RA, and he goes, "Yeah, I want it all done." And the guy put all new equivalent modern day
You
capacitors in it,
ruined it.
and he got the equivalent of a
Yeah.
late 1979
That's great.
Mini, and he was very, very fucked off.
Sure.
And he goes, "No,
Can
it's
you
all-
even get the vintage crap like that anymore? Like new old stock or something?
Yeah, there's a bit of hunting, but sometimes you can find the bits and pieces you need. Yeah,
Or are people trying to recreate that some other way? Like, can you do that? Can you fake it?
I don't think they are. I mean, when it comes to clones that that have come about, a lot of them seem to be they've got close to the sound, but from the sum of its parts, but not the last little bit. They go, oh, that's an RA, when you hear it.
Yeah.
You go, yeah, that's an RA, it's got that sound, or a Musonics, which is sort of like a bridge between the two types. And I mean, of course, modern stuff today, they prefer to use SMT based as opposed
Yeah.
to through hole, and sometimes it just don't. It just
Yeah.
doesn't work. It works, but it doesn't work badly enough.
What's
to
a
sound like the
good
originals.
what's a good track that you could clearly hear an RA Moog in action that you know for sure?
Christ.
Or would anyone just be able to tell by listening to the thing? You know it's there, but
Well, you'd have to know what the RA sounds like.
that's what I mean. Yeah,
That's the thing, right? Yeah, it's just I'm trying to think of a track.
this is like
Something
early
else.
70s. Is that?
Yeah. This is why we need Tiny. He'd be able to throw out and list all the tracks. He goes, well, I hide my RA out to them, for that session and stuff like that. But there'll be Bowie tracks that the Moog on it will be an RA. There'll be
Okay.
some Emerson, Lake and Palmer will have it. If memory serves, Julian Lloyd Webber's Variations album, they were using an RA, and not a later one, they were using an RA on that, and that's very, very powerful. I mean, the RA really stands out in prog rock, because if you use a normal Mini Moog in prog rock, there's something missing out of it.
Is Model D 73 or 74?
I think it goes back to 72.
Oh, so even older. Okay, so
Yeah, but
so
late
getting someone who had
72.
an album in 73 isn't a guarantee to get some old shit, really.
Well, yeah, they might do, because I mean the thing is that
Like an
the
old
Mini was
Tangerine Dream album or something like that, because they use
seriously
Mini Moogs a lot. So
yeah, but they were Bob was really promoting that synth
yeah,
as much as he could, and people who were hearing it were then promoting it as well, and then everybody was saying, oh, where can we get one? So if you got the money and the means, I'm sure they could have got one into the studio at some point. Yeah, so you never know. So even 2 or 3 months up the road, but of course the first 50 were hand built by him in his back garden. So obviously there's only going to be 50 out there by mid '73 anyway.
sure.
So, but it's like I say, it's the same for the modulars. The 3C is just it's the equivalent of an RA Mini compared to a 55.
Have you worked on any pre-Model D?
Pre-Model D. Well, basically there isn't anything.
I mean, there's no C's around, or
Oh yeah, there's a C, there's a B, and there's an A, but there's one of each.
but I mean they're super rare, right? They're
No, it's only one of each.
one of each, right? Okay.
One of each, yeah. Is A, B, and C are just the prototypes,
Okay, right.
as it
right.
were, getting to. Well, I mean, see, the thing is that the A would literally be modules taken out of the 3C, and then put in a line with a keyboard in front of it, and that's Minimoog A.
Right. Okay.
That's Model A, basically. And then it was a bit more refined, and that'd be B. And then I think B is actually they're just standing up vertically in a case with the keyboard. And then C is a little bit more of a nod towards the D, but it's more the boards are laid out now, so it's a single board going across the unit, or is it two? I can't remember. I have to ask Mark. He'd know. And then you get to the one that we all know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, but yeah, to get all these people arguments going, it can't be an RA because the rocker switches are blue and not white and stuff like this. It's like it was what was ever in the box next to it.
Right.
Oh look, the white ones are coming. We'll use white ones for this model.
Yeah.
For this one, and then the next one might have blues.
That's funny.
Yeah. It's that I suppose it's that thing. That thing about people want to know something that nobody else knows, which is how
It's the secret
conspiracy
knowledge.
theories-
It's all the trend these days,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Yeah.
The flat Earth and everything else.
Yeah. I put up a photograph of an RA, and it was number 1045, I think it was, or 1043. Of course, the very first one is 1000.
Yeah.
So this was the 45th one that was ever built, right? And I put a photograph up of it because I just finished restoring it and done all the case and everything, and it was gorgeous, right? It's beautiful, and put it up on Facebook. And this guy is going, "That's clearly a fake. That's a fake. That one it might be one of those Welsh ones." And the reason was, it had the switches to turn the VCOs on, the blue ones in the mixer section in the centre, were blue, not white.
Yeah.
But they'd already known through Michel that it wouldn't have mattered. It was they're blue because that's what he had.
What he had
his
handy.
little switch box
Yeah,
next
yeah.
to him on the workbench. Yeah, but this guy's going, "No, it's fake. Don't buy stuff from this guy. I don't sell stuff. Fuck off. Go away." I was like, "Yeah, it was on a right old. Yeah, I know what an RA is supposed to look like. I have one." And
Oh,
oh,
God.
okay, mate. Enjoy life. So
How does he know his isn't fake?
be funny if it turned out it was, wouldn't it?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. It was a 1980 end stock one.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Where
we
they
made
weren't
the new one look
they
like the
weren't
old
too
one.
bothered about putting the spacers in that stopped the board from shorting out on the back of the case.
Someone bought an
can't be
old
bought.
school, a Minimoog old school, and made it all retro looking.
Yeah, this is it. But no, I mean the whole RA thing didn't really come about until I'd say probably about 2005. It suddenly really became a thing that if you're going to have the ultimate Minimoog, it's got to be
Right.
the RA. Whereas before, nobody gave a flying fuck one way or the other. Go,
Well, it
"It's
took
Mini."
Robbie and
Yay.
those guys who want the special Fairlight boards because somebody said something. And
Yeah, well, you always get that specialist thing go on.
yeah.
But at least they had this thing where the RAs do sound better.
Yeah.
So
Andrew says his apologies. Apparently, Sky Internet seems to be down UK wide, and seeing as he's with Sky, he won't be joining anytime soon.
so he's
Oh,
the
that's why
only
he just suddenly
person-
dropped off.
He's the only person in the country that's not on the internet tonight. Then
Are you talking about Longhurst?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about Brooks.
No,
I didn't
no.
even know Sky did internet. There you go.
Oh yeah.
I live in a couple blocks. Remember?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
that's a
It's
shame.
his penguin is getting back at him.
No, I've seen quite a few people posting today saying, "Did anybody else Sky Internet go down?"
I wonder
So-
why though. It takes a bit for an entire network to go down. Doesn't it?
Yeah. I think Wagyu hacked it. He was downloading firmware from Modal.
I think I could do it if I turned on this one and the 80 on at the same time.
Yeah.
like that. And fucking all the lights go out.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So, but I've had one of those Welsh Minimogs in.
Your guitar.
Yeah. Do you know what? Electronically, yeah, fine. But that case,
So they look different. You can tell those, right?
oh god, yeah. Yeah, he didn't. He didn't like curves like you used to get on the original minis, and it was just. It looked like it was just made from an old bathroom cabinet. You know, it was.
Just straight off the saw and slapped together.
Yeah, that kind of look. Is it because you should have? They should be rounded at the front, slightly rounded at the back, and the top
Yeah.
piece is. It although it's a strip and it is square, it's quite heavily rounded off. But no, not the Welsh one. It's just a piece of wood, just 3 screws. That'll do it. Sorted. Move on. And it looked just wrong.
Yeah.
Plus the case was too deep as well, because you had this big shelf in front of the keyboard. It was like, for no apparent reason, there was this big shelf of case in front of it. It's like,
So it meant it was heavier too.
oh Christ, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I'd say by about a good 6 kilo.
So mini mugs are really fucking heavy.
They are heavy. Yeah,
I was shocked
Yeah.
when I first saw one.
yeah. They are. They seem to go. But wait a minute. It's wood. Yeah, I get that. There's a keyboard in it, but the keyboard is quite heavy. Those old
That's
Polaroid
how it
ones.
is.
Yeah. So whereas the actual electronic parts, aluminium case, it's not that
Yeah.
heavy. I think it's just the accumulation of everything. For its size, it just feels more heavy than it should be.
What's the wood they use for it? What's the
Oh, is it Sequoia? Is it Sequoia?
It is?
I would say? Mind you, I'm only familiar with the very, very early ones, so
Right.
yeah. So there was it was some wood, but the later ones, the wood that they used, it was so porous and fibery that when you sanded it, stained and waxed it, you had to go over it with wire wool again because it just sort of like lifted out when you put the stain
no.
on. All the fibres would lift out.
Oh
It
yeah.
was just- it was more like bleeding balsa wood than hardwood, to be honest.
Hmm.
So, and then they did those blonde ones. They're really sort of like they're almost white, which never looked right.
Yeah.
So you could go into the shop and you could buy a mini Moog that was sort of like the same colour as the end cheeks on a Prodigy. You know, that light blonde golden.
Although I agree with Ty, the white XL, Voyager XL is really cool looking.
Yeah, I mean, if it's the front panel being white, it actually really does work as well.
Yeah.
You know, and you don't get many people asking for custom jobs on minis, although I have, but in the past. But weirdly, purple really works.
Yeah.
It really works well. But then the case has to be black.
Well, there was a story that Prince supposedly wanted his Voyager to have the touchpad in purple, and they couldn't. It had to be black for some reason. The special material they used to make the Voyager touchpad was
Right.
black only, and he was
Yeah.
mad. He wanted to have a purple one.
Probably could have sprayed it for him with some of that, that
I think it affects
flexy
the
paint. That
it
flexy
affects
paint.
the performance. That's what they were saying. It's a touchy. It's a weird finicky
But it's Prince.
surface.
He'd get round it somehow.
Yeah.
Just as long as it's purple. Yeah.
Could this certainly put the purple LEDs in it they wanted, so that's not a problem. But
I was surprised at the amount of colours you can get in LEDs now. Back in my day, it was red, and you fucking put up with it.
well, we were in a goddamn blue phase where everything was like in your face, bright blue lights.
yeah,
Holy
but they-
smokes!
Fucking hell! Talk about. I mean, I didn't even need to go for cataract surgery with that fucking blue LEDs. They were so bleeding bright. I mean,
Yeah.
have blue LEDs, yes, but do they have to be lasers? You know, going. I mean, I've toned them down a bit now. The ones you see, because we have blue LEDs on the touch digital controller, but I made sure they didn't, burn a hole
Dial
through
back.
the back of your
At
head.
least dial
if
them
you
back
looked
a
at
little
them.
bit. Yeah.
Oh God, yeah, well back.
Yeah.
I put an extra resistor on just to keep it toned down. Because a lot of the blue ones, they were putting those magnified lenses on the top of them
Oh, okay.
to accentuate how bright the LED
Yeah.
was even
Gee,
more.
thanks. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like, and you're looking around and all you can see is like these little white lights in your face, you know. Yeah, unfortunately that's gone by. What was it? Those Exo Ox box fucking things.
Yeah, the
Remember those-
Zoxbox did it. Yeah, the
Yeah, mate. I turned one of them on. It was like, oh, fucking hell.
yeah. So even the Ira was pretty, in your face green. It wasn't like so bright. You're like
Yeah. Yeah, but see, like I've got to say about it. I can remember when you could only get red. And,
Yep.
Be grateful. It was red. Mind you, I remember the first thing I got that had an LED on it. I was like, fucking, yeah, wow. So modern.
Well, remember those LED calculators? Those are pretty cool.
Yeah.
With the red screen. Yeah.
Do you know what, though? I think the first synth I ever had with a red LED on it was my Poly 6.
Mm.
Yeah. The LFO on the Poly 6. Not really taking much notice of the LEDs in the buttons, but yeah, I think that was the first one.
I'm trying to think. My Moog Rogue has at least a couple red LEDs on it, but not much. It's pretty sparse as
The
far as
Rogue,
lights.
no, it's only got the on, isn't it?
Just the on, right? Is it the?
Yeah, it's just the on light.
Right.
Yeah, which is the 5 volt, 600 feet across LED.
Yeah.
It's big LEDs. Like, yes, you are on. Oh, mate.
But now with the Eurorack, everyone loves blinking LEDs, man. It's just everything's a
Yeah.
light show.
Yeah, but it's all these little bubbers, tiny little ones, isn't it?
Yeah.
There you go. So when a Memi Moog comes in, right, and they go, oh, the LED's gone. I go, oh god, I got to find one of those 5 volt. What are they? They 5 mil. I think it's 5 mil diameter LEDs, and fortunately they are still available, but not quite as prolific as you'd like to think. But the little babbies, the little ones, yeah, they're all over the bloody place. Of course, you can get a potato sack full of them for 12p kind of thing, whereas the red ones are a bit more expensive, and you have to hunt a little bit longer for them,
Yeah.
So, but hey, that's the nature of this beast. The nature of this particular beast, anyway, is that all the parts are getting hard to get hold of.
Well, did the multicolor ones go up in price a lot?
Pass. I don't know.
Yeah.
But very little that ever needs a multicolour one on it.
You don't have to repair those much, though.
Man, I haven't seen them come in. Really, it's nearly all the analog up until including the digital, right up until what, late 80s, I think they've just red.
Yeah, because been testing that module that Chris is making a makeshifter on Ramsey's show.
Oh, right.
And the LEDs are quite bright, but he's working on a firmware to drop the power a little bit. But they need the color to tell you the mode, just because there's not a lot of room on a 4 HP strip, or 4 HP wide. So it's all you have to go by the color, so you know where you are.
Oh, okay.
But it's very handy though. You just gotta remember which color means what.
I get you.
So.
Right, I feel a refill coming on. I will join you momentarily. Don't fall asleep, Robbie.
No, sorry. I was just catching up on a few things.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah,
Anyone
no.
we know?
No.
Oh.
I've just had another email from Manny about the patches he sent me. They might not be final.
Oh,
There might be another
okay.
final.
I think you'll be loading the final ones in at the venue on the desk as people are coming in.
Probably, yeah.
So you have all the stuff. He doesn't have to bring any hardware.
No, he's bringing. I think is he's bringing like a little. What did he call it? like a MIDI. Apparently, it just basically softens the MIDI output a little when he's playing the TX816. So I don't know what, but it's just like a little box.
Like a
no,
processor or something.
Yeah. So no, I'm bringing all the bloody hardware: 2 TX816s, 2 QX1s, 2 RX11s. That's if the other stuff turns up.
Yeah, Robbie. If you ever want to harp your audience, talk about mini mugs for a while. Kind of dropped it quite considerably.
Well, it's the weeds. When you get into the weeds, people go.
No, they're all
what
on
is
Sky Internet.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay, that's it.
We've basically lost all the Sky Internet users. Oh dear.
Right, let's go get a copy of the back of the mail.
I've got the
this? So you did unbox the regen?
I'll do that tomorrow. I haven't. Yeah.
I didn't even open it. Yeah.
No. Well, as I've opened the box and but I've not unwrapped anything. I've not connected anything up. So.
It's a nice unit. I did enjoy playing with it last year.
Yeah, it looks very nice. I'd like more time with it, but hey, you take what you get.
Yeah.
It's a lovely box, though. I do like a good box.
Oh yeah.
And it's although it's obviously it's just plain brown card, so it's not bleached or anything. So obviously it's very environmentally friendly and recyclable.
Yeah.
But it's proper. It's Apple box sturdy.
Yeah.
It's got that level of fit and quality. God, I'm getting excited about a cardboard box.
That the Roland TD kit I bought, serious boxes for that thing. Holy smokes!
I do like a good box. No, DHL opened it up apparently on the way here.
Oh right, they do that
security
sometimes.
check. Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, to be fair, they repacked it really well. I wouldn't have known had it not been for the big yellow tape on the side. No, so yeah, I'll have that for a couple of weeks and then take it back to. Take it up to Sheffield for Synthfest, where the guy's going to be. Because they've got.
So it's just a box and a power brick, pretty much. There's nothing else inside.
No, it's just the unit, those crib sheet cards, and the power supply.
Yeah.
And that is it. So that's what you get for your $2.5 grand.
Yeah.
But no, it looks.
And I forgot. I didn't remember the software for it. Is it pretty elaborate software for it?
What you mean, like
To
companion
program it?
software?
Yeah.
I don't think there's any.
Is there any? I thought the guy had one at the show. Okay, I forgot.
Because I went to the Regen website and you can download like the quick start guides, and they've got loads of video playlists and FAQs, and I thought, well, where's Regen downloads for firmware updates and additional libraries.
Okay.
Actually, let me get those. I'll get all ready, because that might be Regen firmware update. Check your current version. Examples. It's got to be on SD card. There's a Paul Schilling bank. There's quite a few banks on there to download. Interesting.
Yeah, some good stuff on there.
That's one thing I wish they'd done on the Polybrute update, was expand the patch bank. I mean, I know it's got a lot. You can store like 700 and I think 768 you can store in there. Because the patch bank the patch memory on the Polybrute is every button of the matrix is a voice, and then you've got 8 buttons at the top, so you've got all of those times 8, so it's 7. It's stupid.
Yeah, okay.
But I've got more than 768 patches.
Yeah.
But again, the other good thing is that if you've got Polybrute Connect powered up, every patch you select on Polybrute Connect gets sent to the synth, so you can actually use the app as your kind of librarian patch selector.
I noticed that on the Hydrosynth when I started going patch crazy and getting all the free stuff I could get online, plus a couple I paid for. I was pretty much running out of patch memory pretty quickly.
Yeah.
It's a lot of stuff.
There's some really nice sounds in this new bank.
That came with the new firmware.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to update. I'm several updates behind, I think, on mine.
Yeah, I need to explore that a bit more.
Yeah, Deluxe is cool. What I like about the 49 is that ribbon matches exactly the keys, so you know exactly what note you're on,
Mm.
which is pretty special because most ribbon controllers don't do that. They're always tiny.
Yeah, the one on the Polybrute is a little
Short, right? Yeah.
short of either side, but it's still, it's a...
It's great, but the Hydrosynth, the only thing I ever played that had a 1-to-1 matching on the ribbon, which is really cool.
Although that's
Which-
broken on... Well, I say broken. Yeah, it doesn't do that on the Deluxe, does it? Because...
Nope, it's too long.
Yeah.
But yeah, it has other features. You've got double the voices and other cool shit. So you can do a bitimbral.
Mm. No, I mean, I've only played with the Hydrosynth for a couple of days before I had to take it down to make room. But I should be hooking it up again. It is quite an intriguing...
It is fun. It's built like a tank.
Well, yeah, exactly. But I haven't really... I've only just been going through presets and going, that's very... Oh, yeah, that's nice. I haven't really dug into how it works yet, so I need some time. I just haven't got the time at the moment.
And it's the only onboard easy access arpeggiator I've ever used that has a lot of modular-like features on it, which is
Yeah.
cool.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of nods to that, isn't there?
Yeah, the ratchets and the probability and all this shit. It's right there. It's really cool.
Mm.
So there's your toe getting into modular there a little bit.
A little bit. Although I've spent a lot of time with modular, I must admit. Just never mind.
Yeah. It's a different mindset, but it is fun.
Yeah. Yeah, the
But it
real
can't get
mind-
crazy. It can get very expensive.
Well, yeah. Name something musical that doesn't. I think they're all doing something.
Yeah, but
or
especially
other.
that one because there's so much stuff now.
Oh, there is so much.
And so
stuff
much of
around.
it is really fun and interesting sound. And
Yeah, but nearly
and
everything
quirky
you
and-
see, you go, yeah, I could do one. Oh, that'd be nice. Yeah, that'd be.
Mhm.
Because you know, in other things, you go, now I've got something that does similar to that, or
Yeah.
no, that's not for me. But nearly everything's like, I could
Yeah.
do. Ooh. Right,
Or
you
it's
just go
might
through
be
with it.
some duplicate of what you have, but they've done it such a different way that that would be fun to use.
Yeah, exactly. Or there'll be something on it that you don't have.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. Oh yeah.
So it is very easy to go down that road. I had a wave folding module
Mm.
for about 4 months before I got anything else. And just had fun with that. I go, okay, I've exhausted this wave folding module. I gotta get some other stuff.
Yeah. That
And
would be
pretty
a
soon
good
it's
way
like,
of doing it. Yeah,
That's
that'd be a
just,
good
you
way
know.
of doing it though, when you actually really, really learn the module before you move on to the next.
Well, the
module,
goal is
so
to
that-
do an effects only rack for a while. Just
Yeah.
stuff I can't get in anything else, and easy access with the knobs and patching and tweaking shit and
Yeah.
LFO capability and all that stuff. And it was a great idea. But then, well, maybe I want to build a synth voice. Maybe I want to try this. Maybe I want to try this.
Mm.
And then, all the sequencers and all that shit, and pretty soon you're just like, the wallet is open.
Yeah, that's something I've got to do tomorrow. Dig out my Argon wall, power it up, and put an update on. 'Cause I don't think it's been updated since, oh God, last year. Before that disappears off the website.
Yeah, and everyone's racing to get stuff on the website.
What are you looking at, Rob?
No, I was just looking at another synthesizer news website who's written up an article on modal. They've kind of,
Sympathetic article?
well, no, yeah, it's not. It's just like they've jumped the gun without any information. It's all speculation, really. They just, look,
okay.
here are some links on, the government website, but they're not, they haven't elaborated on the story. We, as in one of the organisations I work for, are going to be talking to Modal tomorrow to kind of get the lowdown. So we've deliberately held off doing anything.
Is it on their main webpage?
No.
No, okay.
Not yet. Anyway, it wasn't when I last looked. I did look. Their website is very slow. It has been for a long while, actually. Well, I know Wagoo's on there at the moment. He might have a better idea, but no, I don't think they put anything. It's a shame because they struck that deal, didn't they, with AM&S in America to do all their distribution, because they hadn't really got a decent distribution model for the US. And I thought, there you go. If they can get all their gear into America at a much better price and much more quickly through a dedicated, committed distribution network, that might help. But
Yeah, it's a big market, isn't it?
obviously it didn't. So we shall see.
Oh, they could get resurrected. What's that company that had the weird Vectra multiple joystick synth that got resurrected?
Well, yeah, I mean, because they started insolvency proceedings, which means they just don't have money. An administrator gets brought in to check to see how viable the company is and look for potential purchases for the business.
Yeah.
Now, if they've got a huge stack, and this is all purely speculation, this is, I'm not saying anything from any position of authority or knowledge with regards to this company, but they will have debt. And I looked at their last proper full set of accounts that they filed with Companies House here in the UK, and it didn't look good.
Yeah.
So whoever buys this company will need to be able to pay off all of those debts.
Yeah. Well, it's the main reason why a company files for,
Exactly. Yeah.
administration. It's because it's so that by law the creditors can have to shut the fuck up and leave them alone for 5 minutes.
Yeah. There's an opportunity for the business to, right the wrongs, or find somebody to help them right the wrongs and pay off it. Otherwise, if they can't do anything, then the company will get sold. Whatever's there will get sold, and the creditors will get whatever they can, which will not be, they'll get pennies to the pound. So hopefully, and from what I'm hearing, I don't necessarily think this might be the end. It might be the end of a chapter, but not the end of the book.
Yeah.
But I can't say.
I wouldn't
more
be
than that.
surprised if one of the things that might be on the list of things to look at is to pull out the UK.
Who knows? I mean, who knows? Whoever, if somebody buys the company as a going concern, they've not only got to pay off the debts and start paying people's salaries to keep them there doing stuff. They've got to decide, is it worthwhile building an instrument that might cost a lot more than it cost before? Do you then raise your prices? Do you stop selling that product and say, hey everyone, we're going still, but we're going to be going away for a while whilst we come up with something? They might have, who knows, they might already have some ideas that they can work on and get something out there to the market. But yeah, it'll be interesting.
Well, something I've discovered last 48 hours, in fact. I've phoned around some of the board houses in the UK and gave them rough, should we say, details on the type of boards I was going to need made up, and they and give me a rough quote. Now, I'd already spoken with Tom, who gets his boards done in China, and we talked about things, prices and stuff. And anyway, the best board house here in the UK was easily 500% more expensive than getting it from China, with the shipping and everything to the door. And they were more willing and more accommodating if you wanted to do small batch.
Right.
And they also have practically a limitless board size as well, whereas there is a limit in the UK. So if you want something like, the board that's in the Macbeth M5, so we're talking, it's one single circuit board. It's about this big, right? No fucking hope in the UK at all. China, yeah, no problem.
How many do you want? When do you want?
5 or 10. Yeah, and the turnaround is pretty impressive.
Yeah.
So I spoke to Tom about, so who do I need to speak to? Who's the best company to use? Kind of thing. So, give me all your valuable information. Bless him. Yeah, so it was like this leech on the other end of the phone. Tell me everything. I need information. And bless him, he was like, yeah, you want to do this, you want to do that. And any company that tries to build something in this country, essentially, that's along the lines of electronics, is a limited shelf life automatically. They will all be filing for bankruptcy within a certain amount of time, because we are just not a country that does manufacturing anymore. No. This country is it's a service industry on an island. If you want insurance sold,
well, most of the West has done this, right? I mean, so
yeah, I mean, but the UK seems to have done it to a mental degree. And
they've been doing it since the 80s.
Yeah, they've been, destroying or deconstructing industries in the country. So we don't make any electronic components in this country at all, of any description, anything. We don't make caps, we don't make capacitors, we don't make ICs, resistors, you name it. And what we do make is too expensive to buy. And it makes you wonder, if it's too expensive for us to buy, it's going to be far too expensive for anybody else outside of the UK to buy. So who the fuck are they making it for? You know what I mean? It's just like...
Indeed.
But it's almost like there's no competition. But there is, but they sort of, there's no competition. If you desperately need the board from us, this is what it costs. Tough
you were
shit.
talking about that Macbeth giant board. How much would it add to the cost if you made daughter boards for easy serviceability?
Depending on, I don't think he thought he was going to make many. If he was going to make, say, 2,000 of them, there would be massive savings by
Yeah.
making the board smaller.
Yeah.
But I don't think he was looking to sell more than 200 or something like that. And being all on one board, it just made it very easy to assemble the thing.
Does he still make things, or is he done pretty much?
I don't know. He's a funny lad, is old Ken. He's up and down all over the place, from one minute to the next. So
I've
I
never
don't know,
seen one
I
of his things in
haven't-
person. They're not that popular here, at least.
Yeah,
Although they look really cool. So
yeah, but yeah, probably like how God said, yeah, defence contracts. Yeah, you always know the products at RS that are tied up in defence contracts because they go up by 700% overnight. Even sack trolleys, for fuck's sake.
well, you have to have a company where you can spend $400 on a hammer. So
Yeah, exactly. This is it. Yeah. So you got the red trolley and the blue trolley. The government contract was for the red trolley, so the red trolley was like nearly 500 quid, and the blue trolley was £71.
Mm.
The identical trolleys, just one was blue, one was red. Yeah, okay. And then when that contract ran out, they dropped back down to 70 quid. So, yep.
hey, Behringer did that with a TD3. Some of the colors are cheaper.
Yeah.
Yeah. They always talk about bringing more manufacturing back here, but nobody wants to pay the prices of the gear.
Yeah,
So-
but then you see, the land in the UK now, wherever it is stupidly expensive.
Yep.
And the land required to put down a decent sized factory, for instance, a component manufacturing plant or something like that, it's just too much money.
That's
Maybe
why
Southern
that's why the
Ireland.
company I left, all their stuff is going overseas. The entire operation is shutting down. Almost all the U.S. Assets and sites are closing, and everything's going to Southeast Asia and some of the stuff to Europe.
Yeah. Well, like I say, maybe Southern Ireland, because they do that thing where.
Well, we already have stuff there. The company already had stuff in Ireland, so
Oh yeah, because if you
Yeah.
bring a company to Ireland, you don't pay
Yeah.
tax for the first 5 years. Of course, it means the company's only there for 5 years and it completely vanishes overnight.
this company had stuff everywhere. Had stuff in Ely, had stuff in everywhere.
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah. But it's just one of those weird things, isn't it? So, you know, you need these things, but you always want somebody else to make it cheaper for you. But and so, I mean, it's like that thing that they did with in Mexico, wasn't it? There was lots of manufacturing done in Mexico. You know, very very cheaply for the US, wasn't there? There was all sorts of factories set up down there. So
Yeah,
It's
well,
the same
NAFTA
thing.
really fucked a lot of stuff up, though. That was a horrible deal.
yeah, well, you know,
Typical guys don't know what they're doing, making bad deals.
yeah,
Kind of like a Brexit kind of thing, where they just say, "Oh, someone's going to get something out of this," and everyone gets fucked.
yeah, yeah. But ultimately, that's what ends up happening.
Yeah.
So, I'd always wanted to be sort of like as in-house as possible, as it wasn't. There wasn't something very. It wasn't. What's the word? It wasn't driven by patriotism or anything. That everything was bought from here. But it was just something more encompassing about it. I can phone up people and talk about details about things and what I need and stuff like that. And that seemed to be the appeal to it. And plus, it's giving other people here work, you know. But it's just not financially viable to do it. And I'm going, oh God, I've got to jump on the bandwagon with everybody else and get stuff made in China. It's like, yeah.
Yep.
It's that bullshit.
Well, the famous thing here is whether it's Mexico or China or somewhere else is, we want all these deals to get stuff cheap, and at the same time, if anything goes wrong, racism creeps in and start saying horrible things about these people.
Yeah, yeah.
It was like that in the 70s and 80s. Bloody
Yeah.
Japanese, you know.
Yeah.
it's-
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, at the end of the day, though, you know, you got a country that's meeting the needs, then that's the country you're going to go to for your needs.
Yeah.
But you'd think that here, at least, you know, if you're a PCB manufacturer, you try to compete, maybe a little, but there's absolutely no competition.
Well, Apple made that
Ideas at
compromise, so
all.
they have the assembled in the U.S. but not made in the U.S. So
Yeah, I mean, it's standard practice now to have your boards made in China,
yeah,
then shipped here, and assembled here and stuff like that. That's not someone's part of the course. That's literally the way it's done. But I want to be able to build these machines myself. They all got to be built by me. Just to be sure that when they're done, they work and do everything they're supposed to do. But I don't know. We'll see. I don't think I'll be building, and if it does come to that, I don't think I'll be building that many of them anyway.
yeah. Robbie just turned all Pleasantville for a second there.
Yeah.
Old timey.
I just keep it's doing my head in that. See, unfortunately, the Camera Hub software, because I've got one of these Elgato 4K
Yeah.
things. The software for it doesn't work with. What is it now? Oh, it's something to do with the fact that I'm still running Catalina on this thing is that the updates won't work on here. So I have to do with the old version, and something's a little broken in the old version. So the preview that I see is all inverted.
Mm.
So if I,
What's
well, I
this
say,
you gonna-
say inverted, it just, I'll show you what it is.
Well, that one. You mean that one?
What?
No, so I've got going on about my sun painting.
Oh, that.
Yeah. Yeah, he can't see what that is, a painting of. I'll bring it to the camera so you can see.
Uh-oh. It's not goatsy, is it?
Let's bring it closer.
There you go. Oh, hang on.
That's you, isn't it?
That's me.
Oh, yeah, look at that. The colors are reversed.
There you go.
Oh, there you go, yeah.
Yeah, now. Does it make more sense now?
There are no twin suns.
Hmm.
Was it so that it happened on anyway?
I can't remember.
It's just
That's from episode 7, right?
Yeah, that's.
I don't think it was Tatooine, was it?
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, so this is what I see on my preview. So,
Wild,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, what?
yeah, so getting it right before I come into the studio is a bit. So I thought, fuck it, I'm here. Nobody's going to really care.
That's weird.
Is there an extra reverse filter you can add to reverse it back?
No, it's because you've got. Oh, I'm trying to click on the wrong thing. You've got these effects thing. You can swap that. You can do that, and you can do that.
Yeah, there must be some sort of Oompa Loompa filter for it.
No, it's something to do with this version of the software, which is the only version that will work on this version of Mac OS, because I'm stuck in, until I
Yeah.
get the new one. So
There's no setting for that at all.
no, it's what it is. It's just the Camera Hub software is
It's a
balked.
print
It just-
stand.
yeah, quite. But no, I think I've got the balance a bit more. It was just the contrast that was a little bit, because sometimes I have to turn the camera, the light, really bright.
Yeah,
But because when I look at it on my camera screen,
yeah.
the flip up camera screen, it looks fine. But over here it was just like a bit dark. That's better. I need to. Oh god, yeah. Tomorrow I've got to move the camera boom arm so that it's
Oh,
pointing.
God.
I don't mind moving it. It's getting it back in the right place.
Yeah.
So anyway,
You need a special dual camera rig.
yeah, I need the money for a
Yeah,
special.
you've got to get it back in the right place for the following day as well. On top of that, isn't it?
Well, no, it's not. It's 2 days, isn't it? So
Oh yes, of course it is. Why did I
We
think
can get the
it
really
was
basic A10 Mini, no extras, for like I think $300, $350, something like that.
yeah, we've got some money. I suppose I could.
You don't need the fancy one. I have the Pro, and then Ramsey has the fancy one that actually records 4 separate streams as well as switching 4 separate cameras. So you can actually stream to the deck, and later on decide which camera angles you want to use, which is kind of cool. But it was like another $400. I'm not doing it very often, so I said,
If
No,
I get
thank
this new desk that I'm looking at this new desk, because the desk that I've got here was one of these, not a semicircle, half of a semicircle, a quarter of a circle. So it had 2 straight bits and a curved bit in the middle, so it just went like 90 degrees.
Yeah.
And as the studio started to expand, I ended up losing one end of it. So over here should be another piece that goes over here, which is what I've got going over here. So I'm going to get this new desk, and it's just going to be proper rectangular, and it's just going to go right up in the corner. And then maybe I can bolt a boom arm to kind of go over the desk, and then I
Yeah.
can hang the camera off of that, hang the light off of that. Yeah. It's all money though.
Well, I've
I
still
mean, you
got
could
that.
probably get a good mic stand that's sturdy enough to stick out at least. One of those
I've got
long
a
mic
couple-
stands.
I've got a couple of mic stands, but then you have to find floor space for them.
Yeah.
Right.
So
Yeah.
yeah.
It's like I keep meaning to bring up that boom that I've got in the shed with the 4 Sony 4Ks on it,
Oh yeah.
and it's like I'll get round to it. I'll put it in there somewhere. Because we were talking about extra content, weren't we?
Yeah, yeah. I bought a couple of monitor stands that clamp onto your desk,
Yeah.
and they've got Visa, socket or panel on them, so you can just bolt them to the back of pretty much any monitor. But they're a little bit old, so they're a little bit clunky. But I can't put my Mac on there because it hasn't got a Visa mount on the back. And what you then find is when you bolt these things on, your desk has to then move a few inches away from the wall because you've got to be able to get round to bolt the fucking thing on. There's always a bit sticking out,
Yeah.
Yeah. If I was a pro, I'd probably do it a bit better.
Do they make aftermarket frames with Visa for Macs like that?
No, I don't. Well, I don't think so because I remember when I ordered my Mac, I could order it with the tabletop stand, or I could order
okay.
it with the Visa.
Right.
But whatever my decision was, that would be what I was stuck with. So in the end, I just thought, oh, well, I'll just go for the desktop because that'll go anywhere. So I don't know, I think because if I'm going to go the route that I want to go, which is either Mac Studio or a Mac Mini, then I could just buy any monitor and I can get one with a Visa mount.
Yeah, which
and a
reminds me, I
tabletop.
must look into this Parallels some
Yes.
more because I was looking at Lappies last night, and I bought an i7 17-inch Intel laptop 2011. I actually designed all of Vanaglyph on it. Lovely machine, very quick, and all the rest of it. And it was like 1,100 quid, and I was sort of like £1,100 for a laptop, kind of thing. But it was lovely and fast, right? I can only find this one Acer. It's not an Aspire, but it's an Acer laptop that is 17-inch. All the others seem to be 14 and 15 now. No big ones. And it's i7, and it had the same amount of RAM and the SSD drive in it and everything. So it's literally the same spec as my 2011 one. And it was $4,000 for the same spec laptop that I bought 12 years ago. What? Sorry? I thought this technology got cheaper as time went by, not even more fucking expensive.
Certainly not.
This Acer laptops I was looking at, they were like $6,000. It's like, what is going on?
People say Macs are expensive.
Yeah.
Well, when
know it's
Lenovo was doing a lot of workstations for a while, they had built-in Wacom tablets on the palm rest.
Yeah.
Those were awesome, but they're expensive.
Yeah. Well, you see, now, Fiona's got a Lenovo, and it does what it says on the tin. It works lovely. But this £200 one I got, I thought, well, it'll be all right, because I'm not playing games on it or anything. I just need to do bits and pieces. But it takes 20 minutes to fire up Windows 11.
Yeah.
You know? And Fiona said to me, she goes, why did you put Windows 11 on it? I said, it came with Windows 11. They think this is a worthwhile laptop to buy. And it takes nearly 20 minutes to get to the fucking desktop. Fucking hell. So anyway, so when you were using Parallels, I'm going, hang on a minute. I can run all my PC-based software for my 3D printers, the CNC, which is Windows only, right? End of.
Yep.
But I can run it, and I can run it in a quick, reliable Windows like, I don't know, XP, which was the cement Windows that we all wish we could see again, and are failing to find. And I can run all my, like I say, run the CNC on it and stuff like that. And my board software, I got a full bought version of Eagle, for fuck's sake, which cost a few quid a year, and it's still, it's still there, still valid, but it's Windows only. Yeah. Parallels. Then I'll dig out my little Mac Mini again. Maybe put some WD-40 on the fan. That'll shut it out for a little while. And then use that.
Yeah.
I got a little 21-inch monitor on a stand in the office that I can use. Set it up in the front room on the coffee table, and Bob's your auntie. And I'm off, as it were.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I bought it. Oh no,
It's an add-on for Mac. Yeah, it doesn't come with.
No. It's a third-party application. So I went for the Pro version, the individual Pro version, which is £100 a year subscription. You can do a one-time purchase of the standard edition, which is about £104.99. Yeah. But with the subscription, you just basically get, it's like anything, it's always being updated. You get the latest versions, any bugs and stuff. Whereas the one-time purchase, you'd have
That's
to buy
it. You're on your own.
Yeah, sort of thing.
Yeah.
You can do a business one for 120 a year, but I think with business you just basically get over the Pro edition. I don't think there's much you get over it, because the Pro so with the standard edition, each VM can only have 8 gigabytes of virtual RAM.
Okay.
And 4 CPUs, whereas the Pro edition, each machine can have 128 gig of virtual RAM, and each machine can have up to 32 CPUs.
I'm only going to need the light.
You reckon?
Yeah, all I need to do is I could run this. The CNC software will be quite happy with if you only had a meg in it, and one core. It doesn't give a shit. Just as long as the stream to the CNC controller is smooth. Bob's your auntie.
To be honest, I mean, it's £10 a year more for the Pro version, and then you won't have to worry about that time when you think, what?
Well, in that case, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Although I would be always using the same software. I would, so the bug fixes may not. If it works the first time, it won't matter if there's bug fixes later on. It's still the same software. But If it's just £10 more, then yeah, it's not worth arguing about, is it?
But you also get, as Richard pointed out the other day, when you buy Parallels, you also get 2 other products. One of which is Parallels Toolbox, and I thought it was just like, oh, this is just fluff, you know. It really is. But you get like, it's, I forget, there's like 40 or 50 like they're, what do you call, they're sort of like tools basically that that you use. So for example, you know, it simplifies a whole bunch of processes. There's screen capturing tools, there's audio conversion tools, there's video tools, there's encryption tools, there's what's the one I use? Like as Richard said, yeah, when you copy, so if you're copying some stuff, you know, you have to, like, you can only copy once, one thing and then paste it. You can't copy like half a dozen things and then go and paste each one of those wherever you want to paste them. But with this tool, you can. So, you know, if you've got 10 links that you want to copy, you can just copy all 10 links in succession, and then just go and drop them wherever you want to drop them. Just handy. It's just little things. Like there's a system monitor that shows you what's going on, temperatures and storage and capacities, and there's an archiving tool, and there's fancy calculator. But it's just these little really, really useful tools, which you get with the Pro Edition. And then what's the other thing?
Whoa. Come back. All is forgiven. No. Come back. Why did it? It's on static as well.
Oh wow.
Motion's turned off, and yet every now and again it just goes. Just have a look around the room.
It's the man in China.
Lucky that porn page was closed, wasn't it?
Yeah. It's the man in China who's like surveilling your room at the moment. Oh, what's over there?
Because,
What's over there?
what do you use?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a bit racist, isn't it?
But they
do
Parallels
sound like
Access
that. Come on.
is like remote access tool.
Yeah.
Which, you know, obviously for somebody who doesn't go out. But you can use it internally as well. So you could access stuff on your iPhone or your iPad.
Yeah.
That's upstairs on your Mac. So
Yeah.
But Parallels itself, you know, for just running any operating system essentially.
Yeah. And it's also not critical on what operating system Mac OS you're putting it on.
No, but the latest versions of Parallels, because we're now like 4 or 5 years into Mac OS since the demise of 10. So, you know, 11 and onwards is kind of this new generation, so to speak.
Okay.
I think it works on 11 and upwards.
So it work on Catalina.
I've got it working on Catalina.
All right, cool.
There is it does do Catalina.
Cool.
But you don't. I'm stuck on version 18, I think, and version 19 is Mac OS 11 and beyond. So the only quibble I have with Parallels is that it's one subscription per machine. So it's one subscription, one license. I can't use it on 2 machines. If I want a second machine, I have to subscribe again for $89.99, unless they've changed it, which I don't think they have.
Yeah, that wouldn't be.
I'm giving you like, well, it's gone up. You know, it's $99.99 now, for a year. If I want to add a second computer, so it's another $89.99.
But
which I think is a little bit.
This is solely.
Actually, no, sorry, it's £59 for a second. So you still have to pay, but it's
but not as much.
Chunk of cash,
Yeah, but like I say, it's just for the R&D and the development tools.
I mean, if you're just running XP stuff,
yeah,
you'll be fine. Actually, no, it's not 59. That's just me being a dick. That's 59 prorated because I renewed my prescription back in June, so they've knocked off. So that's like a 9-month charge, not a 12-month charge.
I see.
Which I think is awful. I think they should just let you have nowadays. Like even Adobe subscriptions allow you to put it on at least two machines.
Although, Kent, if you use XP, do not put on the internet at all. You'll get fucked immediately.
Just make sure you've got
Right, let me
some decent protection anyway.
There's not enough protection still. That XP has so many holes in it. It's
Penguin
ridiculous.
of Death
Because it's
is
running
trying-
as a VM. Anything that happens on that will only happen on that VM,
Yeah.
so it's easily.
No, I mean, yeah, your Mac is fine. It's just
Yeah.
XP will get borked and you got to do it all over again. So
There you go. Yeah, Penguin of Death is trying to get in, but he can't go to YouTube because Sky Internet is blocking it or something.
can you tether off his phone?
I don't know. That's probably what he's doing. I don't know.
Yeah, but he's in the middle of nowhere. He probably hasn't got a great signal.
Let's see if that works.
Yeah,
well,
Yeah,
it seems
I still have an XP session on a captured machine on VMware Fusion
Yeah.
from 2006. Works great.
Yeah. Well, like I say, it seems to check all the boxes, and I'd rather, well, financially it makes more sense because the best computer I could find was like 700 odd quid. You know, PC Lappy to do it, and it was like, yeah, and that was reconditioned. I go, oh God, do I really need to go all down that road again? Because reconditioned means it could be working fine in 8 years, or it could be dead tomorrow.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I couldn't play games with it, but I could run like really old VSTs on my Mac for their Windows
yeah.
with it. I could also run some old 3D software that was never on the Mac, so it was pretty cool.
Well, I wasn't going to put Lightwave anywhere near it, to be honest.
You could though. It's just the render time will be slow, but everything
the
else will
render
work.
times be horrendous.
But the actual mechanics making models and stuff would be great. You could export them for something else.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, that's the good thing about Modeler. It wasn't really sort of like resource intensive, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah. It was all right.
I
Well,
mean, any of
unless
those
you ran
apps, any 3D modeler would be
Yeah.
okay. It's just when you start to
unless
render,
you did
forget
turn
about
on that partial render window. You know,
it. That or doing too many subdivision surfaces or something like
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, absolute. I know that my Earth Force cruiser that I built used to chunk my 2 gigs 4-core.
Yeah.
Yeah, even in
I was-
in the modeler.
Speaking of that, did you watch the Blu-ray yet?
I haven't watched it yet.
Oh, I just
I got
watched it last
I got
night.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, I just watched it. It was pretty good.
Oh, okay, cool.
There's a cool extras thing on there too, and then there's a commentary.
Yeah.
So
Well, you know, when Robbie was talking about Ahsoka on the pub last week, and I went, oh, I put Disney Plus on the iPad, signed in. I went, all right, I'll have a quick look. Ended up watching all 5 episodes, one after the other.
yeah,
I don't
sure.
know what time I got to sleep. It was ridiculous. And I remember those whales from what was it before? Star Wars.
it was Clone Wars
Rebels?
and some other
Rebels.
Rebels. Yeah,
Oh,
I haven't watched any of those, but I've heard about them, but I haven't watched them.
Yeah, well, that ties in with Ahsoka.
Mm.
So
Well,
Because
Yeah,
she appeared in Mandalorian briefly.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was in there.
Yeah, because Ahsoka is all the way through. What
But
was
she's
it?
like a kid in
Yeah,
the
in
old one, right?
in
Yeah.
the old one, yeah. And why she left Anakin and pissed off and all the rest of it. She's always been
because
on
she's
the
a little
outskirts.
bitch. That's why she left.
Look what I've got running in my my XP. This is my XP VM.
Porn alert.
No.
There goes your Teletubbies background. There you go. Where's Tinky Winky?
Remember this?
Unreal tournament.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, mate, I'll give you a go. I'll tell you what, I will take you to task in that game, mate. Used to play that online. I was fucking.
It probably
killer.
won't work now. I'm trying to
Nah.
share it on. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not.
Yeah, go. Guess what? Oh no, wait a minute. Is there something going on there? Oh no.
Nope.
Oh, there you go.
some reason it's gone into a funny window. But actually, there's
Doesn't run well in a window.
there's a way to hack it to work
Yeah.
on the Mac, and all you got to
Really?
do is install it on a Windows machine,
Yeah.
copy the program file, the folder that's in program files in Windows,
Yeah.
put that into a specific folder on your Mac, and then you download this little thing. I don't know what it is.
Is it
A
wine?
wrapper.
No,
probably a
it's
wrapper or
not.
something.
No wine?
No. It
No?
runs it natively
Ah, cool.
in Mac
Is
OS.
it a wrapper?
No,
Some sort of like
it's-
wrapper device or something?
It's. Let me find the website because it was
It's not like DOSBox or something like that.
it was called Mac Source Ports,
Hmm.
and let me find the page. Leave that site. Hang on, what?
Because I used to love on my old MacBook Pro that still has a optical disc in it and stuff. I ran Boot Camp. It was amazing.
Yeah.
It really was a PC.
Do you remember the game before it, Unreal?
Yeah.
Yeah. I had a leaked beta of that
Yeah.
we got up some Russian server somewhere, and it took so long to get it down. It turned out it was just a demo of it showed a dam which isn't in the game, and the water flowing out of it. And you go, oh, this is brilliant. But you couldn't move in it or anything. There was no characters. There was nothing. It was just that animation. And it had taken, I think, a week to download it.
Yeah.
So we had the engine, but there was nothing in it. Because the game hadn't actually been fully written yet. Jesus.
Yeah, there you go.
Used to do.
See, this is the Mac Source Ports,
Ah.
and wherever possible, they'll use source code that has actually been officially released, but sometimes it hasn't.
Yeah.
But there's ways of getting hold of it. So what you do is you install this little thing here, this port file. It's a small file,
Yeah, it did.
but what it does is it goes. You install Unreal Tournament on a Windows machine, then copy the Unreal folder or a bunch of the folders from there into this, into a location on your Mac, and then you just point everything at that, and it just runs it natively on your Mac at
So it's
full
running Rosetta on your M, right?
No, it's not. There's nothing. Rosetta doesn't come into it. Nothing.
But how's it running on a non-Intel chipset?
It can do both. It can do both. It can run on Intel and
Wow.
Apple Silicon. I
Yeah,
don't know how they. I'm not clever enough to know how they do it, but they do it, and it runs at the maximum resolution, the maximum speed, everything. It's
well, bearing in mind, it's technically the engine for the proper rendering software, which can run natively on Mac stuff anyway.
Mm.
So it's basically Lightwave, but disguised as a game, that kind of scenario. Because it was always intended that it was going to be the ultimate CGI engine, and it got there in the end as well.
Mm. But I put that on my my Windows XP machine.
Yeah.
I thought, I did that, and I did. Oh, fucking sorry. I did Call of Duty as well.
Yeah.
So I thought, yeah, why not play some old PC games? And they worked all right. And then I found that, and I could actually play them on my Mac.
I just thought he didn't show up, did he?
And now I can't fucking stop Unreal Tournament from playing. It's doing my head in.
Oh, wait a minute. I think. Hang on.
All I can hear is the Unreal Tournament music. So I can't hear what you're saying.
No, that's there he is. I just
Right,
thought
there
why
you
he
go.
can't come in.
Who can't? Oh, yeah.
He
I'll
can't
say,
get
where
to
is it?
YouTube, so he can't get the link. And of course, I've gone. Oh well, this is all right. This is SteamYard, but that's actually shows up in fucking YouTube, doesn't it? Fuck me. One day I'll be able to think.
Just tell them one character at a time with the URL.
Oh look, just give me the paste option. No, not scan text. There's no text there. Fucking paste it.
Do you want me to send it to
Paste.
him?
Paste. Scan text. What is wrong with this fucking thing? I'm not doing anything. Come on. Scan text. No, it won't fucking have it, will it? Can you get it to him?
I can get it.
Yeah, I was the same. I'd play Half-Life until I fell asleep in my bed, but Counter-Strike I wasn't particularly bothered about.
Counter-Strike's great in the workplace after hours, just blown off steam. It's pretty awesome.
That said, I used to play Blue Shift a lot. And what was the other one?
Yeah, that's the one where you play from the other side, right? You play as the guard.
Opposing Forces, was it?
I forgot. It's Half-Life from the other view. So you see Gordon run by.
Yeah.
know.
Yeah. And then there was Opposing Forces, so you were the elite troops coming into the base to
That was
tidy
great.
everything up. Yeah.
Yeah, it was really fun.
Yeah.
Very clever way to repurpose the whole game.
Yeah. Because they've redone Half-Life, haven't they?
So many times.
They've
And a
rendered it.
Portal and all that stuff.
Yeah, they did. They've done the. They've updated the engine to the original game or something. It's all a bit sort of like ooh.
Yeah.
It's porting to the RTX cards and stuff like that. Shame I don't play it anymore. Although I do have Steam on here.
Half-Life was like a very clever use of scripting to make it look like things are just happening naturally when it's all just scripted events.
Yeah.
It's basically an interactive movie in a lot of ways, but they make it so like it's all just unfolding right in front of you. It's so clever the way they did it.
Yeah.
Like you see some scientist in a room, like, hey, what's going on over here? And the crab comes out of the vent and goes, ah!
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Or tentacle grabs him and pulls him in, and chunks go flying out of the vent.
I like it. What was it? Right at the end of is it Half-Life 2? I think it's right at the end of Half-Life 2, and you've got this one of the scientists from Black Mesa, and he's showing you how to use the sticky bombs to blow up the walkers.
Oh.
And he was talking about. He said, after he goes, I hope you have better luck than I remember the debacle at Black Mesa, and you think he's talking about you putting the sample into the reactor thing, and he's actually talking about his what was it? Tuna casserole that was in the microwave.
Oh, I think I remember something about that. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm going, fuck me, it's like 8 years later, and sort of brought that back.
Well, it was Half-Life. Was it 2 or the one after that? Where they had they updated the Man in Black or whatever, the creepy guy with the briefcase.
Yes, who
He
the
looked
hell
extra
was
creepy.
he? Who did he
Yeah.
work for? Always reminds me of Agent Smith.
Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of that thing. Yeah.
Do you remember Soldier of Fortune?
I love Soldier of Fortune, one of the most violent games ever made.
Yeah.
Where you can shoot bodies and they blow up and they keep blowing up and guts
Yeah.
come out and
Yeah.
it's. I mean, you shoot a guy in the gut while he's still alive, and his intestines are coming out. He's holding him screaming. That's a fucking crazy game. Or you blow his leg off while he's like hopping around like
And he blows his other leg off and then another.
Yeah, it's just so fun. I mean, parents obviously hated that game like nothing. You know.
Yeah, but there's a game they were promoting on the PS5, which was very, very graphic, but also very, very graphic as well. So it looked beautiful, but what they were doing on it wasn't.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean. And it was all like, they had this knight, but he looked more like Sauron, but the detail, Jesus Christ. And these things coming out of the woods, and there's blades and body parts flying in all directions and claret everywhere, Except now it looks almost real now. Yeah. That's the problem.
Yeah, Soldier of Fortune was not. When I first saw that, I was like, oh my god, this game's insane.
Oh God, Carmageddon.
Yeah.
Bloody
Carmageddon was fun, but Interstate 76 was more fun.
But Carmageddon was banned for a while, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. No, I always liked my Medal of Honors and the original sort of run of Call of Duty, like Big Red 1 and all that kind of stuff. Because I like the fact that it was historically.
Yes.
It was telling the story, although through the eyes of fictional.
That phase
character.
at the Russian front.
Yeah. And
Oh man.
Pacific Assault, Allied Assault.
You did come away with deep respect for the people that went through that.
Yeah.
Because you said it was like a glimpse into what was going on.
Because for a few years, you had those games were coming out. You had Band of Brothers,
Yeah.
Saving Private Ryan, all of these kind of very authentic,
Historic almost.
they're mostly historically accurate
Yeah.
tellings and recreations. I mean, just doing that. I used to love playing that opening of Allied Assault, where it's the D-Day landings,
Yeah.
and I'd just go back and play that bit because it was just so intense. The thing is, I got the last Call of Duty. Well, I only ever get the ones that are World War II. I don't get like Modern Warfare or anything like that. But the last one that they did, which was what was it? I can't remember what it was now. I mean, yeah, beautiful graphics, detail,
Yeah.
and everything. But the single player campaign mode was about a quarter of what it would have been on Medal of Honor on Allied Assault, or even Call of Duty Big Red 1 on the PC.
Yeah.
Nowadays, these games are more all about online multiplayer, which I fucking hate, because there's me against a bunch of spotty 14-year-olds that never go outside, who just run around the place. There's no fun or enjoyment there for me. I like to play the story. I like to be the character.
No, my game of choice for a while was Battlezone, but it not based. It was based on the original Battlezone game, except this was a 3D thing.
Right.
And it
No,
was
not the Vector one.
No, not the Vector one, but it was based on it, but it was hover tanks on the moon. You had the Americans and you had the Russians were also
Hover tank.
there, and the whole concept sounded really stupid, but when you got into it, it was a fucking brilliant game. You could really, really get into it, and you had to learn all these, all the different limits of different weapons and stuff, and installations and guns. You built a base and all this sort of thing. And I used to love playing it on network. But
one of my favourite ever games was a game called Sentinel, and it's just like a very polygon-based landscape. So it's almost like a 3-dimensional chessboard, but with different different terrain levels. So you had high ground and low ground and all this, and on each level there was a sentinel, which was a thing that would scan the landscape,
yeah,
and it would soak up the energy of any object that was on the landscape.
yeah,
And the aim of the game was, you started off with the lowest amount of energy. So each a rock had 5 points of energy, or a tree had 10 points of energy. So what you could do is you could soak up a rock and get the energy for that, and then build that rock somewhere else, and then you could transport to it. But you could only transport to it if you could see the top surface of it. So if it was above you, you couldn't transport to it. You had to get to a point where you were just a bit higher, then you could then get onto that bit, and then your height would then increase, and so on and so forth. And the idea of the game was that you had to move around this landscape, avoiding the sentinel, who would pick up your energy levels and then try and suck the energy from you.
yeah,
And you had to get onto, because he was always at the highest point, so you then had to get to a point where you were higher than the base that he was stood on. So to
Right.
do that, you'd have to zip around the landscape, avoiding being, sucked off, shall we say. Looking for trees or rocks on the landscape that you would then, soak up to build up your energy level, so that you could build more trees or more rocks for you to gain that height. And then once you were above the height of the surface that he was stood on,
yeah.
you could then soak up his energy and then you move to that level, and you've won the level, and then you move on to the next one, and each level got more complicated. There were more highs or lows or exposed areas, and just hours, absolute hours. Just it's so simple. The graphics are just like really basic polygons. There's nothing fancy schmancy. I think I first played that on the Commodore 64, and then they did a version of it on PC.
Yeah.
I think I've got it myself. I've got a box full of PC games that I just found a week or so ago before I put them into
I must admit, I was quite the 3D Realms fanboy. So Rise of the Triad, Duke Nukem, obviously. Got to have a bit of Duke going on. Suck it down.
What's the game I put on here? On the black box? You can put, is it Duke Nukem or Quake?
Probably Quake. That was the one they were talking about the most.
Yeah, so on the black box, which is this sampler, you can download a version of the operating system and this kind of basic version of Quake and play it on your black box.
It actually started as an April Fool's joke, but then they said, no, you really can do it.
Yeah, because I seem to remember there was two camps, wasn't there? There was Quake, and then there was Doom.
Oh, Doom, yes, Doom.
Yeah, well, 2D versus 3D, so...
Yeah. But I downloaded, was it Quake? Quake Wars. And it's nothing like the original game at all. It was very, very different. It was humans against aliens, and again, tanks, super guns, and aircraft and stuff like that. So that was a very good game. I used to play that online a lot as well.
Yeah, I always, for me, the best first-person shooter was Unreal Tournament. When I used to work at Gateway, we used to wait until the shop had shut.
Yeah.
We'd just pull the shutters down, and then we'd all drop, because you had all these computers dotted around the showroom with stools, so we'd all just pick a computer, and we got it running on the server.
So what was your favourite weapon?
What's it called?
I can't remember any of the names of them, but I can remember the weapons.
Yeah, had a good railgun in there.
There was
the railgun's good.
The railgun.
It's the bronze one that either shoots. It's like it's.
It looked like it fired lumps of metal.
Yeah, but you could either fire one
or
as
a bomb.
Right? Yeah, that one.
Yeah, that one.
That was
funny
my
enough.
favourite.
No, the one I ended up really loving more than anything else was that railgun, where if you held the right button down, you got a big energy discharge, or just a fast but not quite so powerful plasma blast.
Flak cannon.
Flak cannon. That's it.
That's the one I liked.
Yeah.
Plus, Quake had that funny tie-in because Nine Inch Nails did some of the music. The nail ammo boxes had NIN on them because you got nails. Because
there used to be an online server you used to go on regularly, and everybody. The rules were railgun only, no right click charge, just left, but it was instant death.
Yeah.
And you could do things like somebody'd use their, the jumping boots, and they jump up in the air, and you just bits of person.
We used to do it in the old marathon game. It's a low gravity level with rocket launchers, and it's just splatting bodies left and right, all over the place.
Yeah. Yeah, I used to love that game. I played Unreal Tournament to death. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Quake had a level for NetPlay called Ziggurat Vertigo, and it was low gravity with rocket launchers, and it was really fun.
I found out that you can't. Well, I can't play Unreal Tournament with one of these. It's too. So I had to break out the old Magic Mouse.
Oh yeah.
And then calibrate it because it again, obviously the resolution on these things is way greater than it was on the mouse back then. So I have to downgrade it, so to speak.
God, I can remember when you used to play these games with a ball mouse.
Yeah.
And then eventually you'd be moving around and the cursor wasn't moving because
all the fluff inside the ball mouse.
Balls, covered in dead
hairy
skin
balls.
and Christ knows what else all over it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know that was the thing. I found that out today.
What's that?
Nutscaping.
Nutscaping.
It's where you take a photograph of a beautiful landscape and just hang a testicle over the top of the camera. Google it.
It's a new kind of photobombing. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. So they got these lovely, beautiful photographs of sunsets or the ocean, and then just the guy's testicle just hanging just into the frame.
Wow.
Andrew says can't log in. Everyone in the area that can't get Sky tonight has switched to 4G, and so the bandwidth is terrible.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, well they would, I suppose. Yeah.
Yeah.
He should break out his modem.
Did you guys ever get the truck nuts over there?
Yeah.
Probably, but we don't care for them.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's along the same lines.
Yeah.
But
What the fuck?
We found it.
No, so I was just trying to figure out where that notification was coming from.
Oh.
That's right.
there was that Garfield fad for a while, right? People had Garfield on the outside, and then there was like Garfield all messed up on purpose. And no one ever put the truck nuts with Garfield, though. That would have been interesting.
Yeah.
Dokey.
So now people are teabagging photos, huh? That's funny.
Yeah, Nutscape Navigator web browser.
Well, we used to call it Nutscrape. The
Used to be
browser.
classic memes, didn't they? There was years ago, in the early days of memes,
Yeah.
there was a picture of an egg cup with a testicle in it, and it used to say, "I have no idea what you're talking about. So here's a testicle in that cup." What was the name of that website? You used to go and get all of those.
E-Bombs
memes.
World?
No, it was like that, but it was different.
College Humor is a bunch of crazy sites.
Not
They had them all-
B3TA.
They had them all.
B3TA was one of my favorites. Yeah. that's-
Oh, I used to be there.
Is it still
something like
around?
that.
I don't know. I haven't looked for donkeys.
I'm gonna go look right now. Let's
Because
see.
they used to have the Weeble and Bob cartoons.
Yeah, exactly.
William
Yeah.
and Bob, yeah.
And that's
yeah,
where the Fenton video originated.
Yes.
Was from BT3A.
Oh, it's still going.
It is still going. Oh,
Yeah.
brilliant.
They're doing movie posters right now.
Yeah.
It's Fatal Attraction, Trump and somebody else.
For the life of me, I can't remember.
Now, the level of humour on that site was second to none. It really was.
Basically, it had a whole list
Yeah.
of what we now call memes. I don't think they were even called memes back then.
Yeah, they had Photoshop challenges. They had all kinds of fun
But
things.
these were all like images.
Yeah.
They're either GIFs or just JPEGs. But this website would list them with the images, image thumbnails in the first column, and then the name of the file, and then a description of what the file was. And you just pick the one, you pick the one you wanted, and then you just like right-clicked and saved it, and then
Yeah.
you would then post that into the the forum post somewhere. Oh. I can't remember the name.
I mean, there's Rotten.com. There's all kinds of weird shit back
Yeah,
there.
I mean, it was
Quite a bundle
it was
of them. Yeah.
yeah, it was one of that kind of ilk, but all it did was this. It was just that's all it did. That website was just that. It
One of
was
my
a single-
favorite image
single
challenges on
page.
B3TA was called Tash or Gash.
Yes, I remember that one.
Hey,
Right?
Yes, I
do you
remember that.
remember ratemypoo.com?
I remember the name. Don't think I
I think
checked
there
it
was a
out.
link from B3TA to that.
Probably, yeah. They had, yeah.
And I remember sort of grossing my missus out. I'd call it up and they go, "Hey, what do you reckon? This or this?" And then just show the screen. And she'd go, because
Rate
Well,
my
but-
turd.
When I went to Japan in 2000 on a business trip, I was doing website searches, just honestly fairly innocent, because I was at work, and suddenly a website came up of tour of Tokyo toilets, and someone had gone around and taken pictures of all the different toilets and how messy they were, and stay away from these.
Oh,
And go use
wow.
these, and yeah, I was like, it's very visual. I'm like, oh my god.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
I guess we just had to get it as a society. We just had to get that, literally get that shit out of our system.
Yes.
You know, so we no longer use the internet for that sort of stuff now.
Kind of, yeah. It's kind of
Well,
like, oh, that's been
well,
done. Yeah.
Yeah.
Here you go. I thought it was a thing. There you go.
Oh,
So
God.
what you literally? Oh my word!
You literally, yeah, you hang your actual nut out.
So you have to be coordinated to do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So-
Can you imagine? What the hell?
Exactly.
Wow.
Look at that. Fucking Acropolis, for Christ's sake. Mad, isn't it? Yeah, it's a thing.
Thing is, I'm not that flexible anymore, so I'd have to go to Jackie and like say, Jack, can you just like grab the camera and get around just behind me?
Just mount a
You know,
webcam in your pants and carry a laptop around with you.
Yeah. Yeah. Can you just hold that camera a little steadier? That's it. Down a bit.
Yeah.
Ah, mate, I don't know.
Oh God, I wish I could remember what the name of that website was.
There was quite a few, wasn't there? But to be fair.
But it had those like early classic kind of GIFs, you know, those tiny little GIFs, but they were good.
Yeah.
Some of them nowadays you just would not get away with.
No.
I mean, properly not.
Well, same thing with B3T. Yeah, that's why I'm surprised it's still around, because I figured
Yeah.
they would have been shut down by now.
They've done
Because the
well.
guys, and they had a funny podcast too. I started listening. One of the first podcasts I ever heard was a B3TA podcast,
Yeah.
and the guys would talk about the stuff for the week and the challenges and politics, celebrities, the works. It was very funny. This guy Rob something or other. Rob, he's one of the main guys who do all the animations and stuff.
What the hell is this?
Was it LOL something?
LOL Cats?
Was it LOLcat?
It's mostly about cats, but Arkan has
No,
cheeseburger and all that kind of stuff.
I saw a hilarious TikTok video.
No, it wasn't that. I'm sure LOL was in the name somewhere.
It was a load of cats in one room on their
Yeah.
own, and one cat knocks something over and scares the other cat, which scares the other cat, which scares the other cat, which scares the other cat. And there's about 20 cats in this room, and they're all going absolutely fucking mental all at once, and it's just destroyed the room. It's just the longer it went on, the funnier it got.
I wonder if I've got it saved in one of my. I never delete my bookmarks. I've got copies and
You just
copies
don't know
and
where they were
repeat
for.
copies. Yeah, no, seriously. I mean, if I show you my bookmark list, you would just like shit the bed.
Need a search engine for your bookmarks.
Yeah, no. At 1 or 2 points, I've seriously tried to, go through it, find duplicates, cut it all down, and find the ones that don't work anymore because the website's dead. And I just fail miserably, and so I just still end up with. Oh, here we go. Do you remember Yeti Sports? I just found that one again.
Yeti Sports.
Yeah, we used to throw a penguin. Oh,
I thought you were supposed to pick up a penguin.
No, you throw the fuckers.
You throw them.
I found a site that says Nutscapes, celebration of the immaturity of man.
Right.
And it shows this great one with this cows in the background.
Yes.
It's like this beautiful field.
Yeah, I see that one. And the cows are just going, what the fuck is he doing over there? God damn.
Oh, man. That's good. Holy shit.
Oh, man.
What the hell's camel toe?
Oh,
I
boy.
like- Oh, yeah, okay. I like those
No.
ones, though, where they got a
doesn't
guy
exist
driving
anymore.
along and there'd be a car, like, in a tree or something. You've got the ambulances and everything around, and the guy's driving by and he winds his window down and goes, "Oi, you can't park there, mate." And it's just loads of them with these cars in all these horrible predicaments, and he's just going, "No, you can't park there, mate."
This is in Russia.
Funny enough, a lot of them were here.
Yeah.
Mm. Yeah, Russia. Holy fuck.
They had some of the best like car accident camera
Oh, my
things and
God.
people fighting
Yep.
on the ice and
You want to
drunk fighting and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, but it's the state of some of the cars as well. You go, how the
Yeah.
hell is that fucking going? It's like one guy where he's got half a car and the other half of it is a cultivating machine. And he's just sitting there on a bench with it and just steers it from the cultivation machine. It's like, what the fuck is going on? Unbelievable.
It's funny.
Oh, please tell me the Framley Examiner's still going.
You know, a lot of these bookmarks probably will just go.
They're all
page
dead.
no
yeah.
longer
They're all
available, wouldn't it?
404s at the moment.
Yeah.
The Framley
You go to
Examiner was
Wayback.
like
Are you checking the Wayback?
Well, I'm just trying to find the name. If I can see, I know that as soon as I see the name, I'll know that that's it. Then I'll check. But
You're
the
right,
Framley
Andy, he does
Examiner.
need a search engine for it.
Native Yes is here. Hey, you got to do that on your OnlyFans. Do the the nut cam shots, the
Nut cam.
nutscapes.
Oh, God. There's Weevil and Bob.
Could probably do nut synths. Take
There it
photographs
is.
of your favourite synth.
There it is. I found it. Please work. Please work. Please still exist. Please still exist. And I got no.
Oh, come on. Nutscape
Oh.
synth shots. Yeah, exactly.
No, it doesn't look.
Oh.
Maybe I'll just search for it.
Yeah, it might be moved.
So
Different.
it was. The website was called Forums Pile,
Right.
and it might be. No, it's gone. I think it's definitely gone. Let's check the Wayback Machine.
You could do a variation of the synth top trumps with Nutscape.
Yeah.
Right, here we go. Forums Pile. Please tell me I wasn't the only person that. Oh, here you go, forumspile.com. There it is. In the Wayback Machine.
Yeah, I donate to them once in a while. They're a great service.
Oh, hang on.
What, it's pointing back to the page you read originally.
No, it's been captured loads of times, so
Yeah.
there should be.
At least get the framework of it, if not the data. A lot of sites weren't clever enough to do the robot TXT thing that kills the link.
Mm.
Here we go. Oh, no, it's. Oh, I see. It's doing. Right. Let's try that. It's not the best version of it, but yeah, so hang on, let me share my screen. But this is what, hey kids, this is what we used to do in the early days of memes. He had this website, and it really was basic and rudimentary, even by the standards of the day.
Right.
Yeah.
Are you seeing? Yeah, there you go. So you have the file name. There was a version of the site where you'd have the actual image. I think you might be turned off. You could filter by owned images. You've been owned like kittens, funnies, and emoticons, and you just had this massive list of images and keywords. And if you just like wanted to find Black Panda go-kart. Right, it was just like stuff like that.
Right. Okay.
But there'd be like if you wanted to post somebody posted something in the forum, and you fucking cry, mate. And these were just like these were original memes.
This is where it kind of originated from. Eh?
Yeah, does baby need a nipple to suck on? This is where you'd find all of this stuff. This.
But nothing really shocking, right? Because there's some.
Oh no!
generators where
There
you click it. Every click was like, "Oh my god, what's coming next?"
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
listen,
Yeah.
Anything that I click on right now is not a representation of my feelings and sentiments. I'm merely demonstrating this website.
For future reference.
So, you want to insult somebody, you're a homo and a communist. And I mean, do you want Goatsy? There's Goatsy. There's original Goatsy. Ah!
There you go.
Oh God.
Yeah.
You can flash that with your car guy. Go back
Yeah,
and forth.
I know exactly. Oh,
Yeah. What car is this?
just horrible.
Guess the car.
Yeah. And then, I'd hit it. And then sometimes there'll be some gifs in there.
Oh, Domo-kun.
Yeah, so I mean, it was just like there you go. This is an all-time classic. I still see this used today.
Yeah.
Oh, buddy Christ.
Yeah, and I mean, seriously, you could just go.
Brilliant
There's
film.
so many, and there are some really politically incorrect ones. By today's standards. Back then, it probably just wasn't so much. But there's do you remember the "Oh really"?
Oh,
meme?
yeah.
So there's all the variations on those, but it would put the variations in, but it would always have the original one, so you could just
It's kind of like Know Your Meme in a simpler format.
yeah, that sort of thing. But it was just listed and listed and listed, pages and pages and pages, and you could search by characters that were starring in the meme or people who created the meme, and some of them are pretty sort of
This is going way back there, right? There's no like Slender Man stuff in there, all that, right?
I don't think so. I mean, this is what
Christ, that's going back some.
It's going back a ways, but not.
2005. No, this is 2007. This scrape was taken.
Oh, okay.
So, but yeah, this. So yeah, because back in 2000, this is before Facebook really.
Yeah.
We were all I certainly was hanging out in a lot of forums.
Yeah.
I remember having to dial out to go to the B3T B3TA page.
Sure.
In fact, it was the one thing that would make me go out and dial. Yeah, this is worth money.
But I mean, that guy. That's you still see him probably used quite a bit.
Yeah.
But
and
then,
Matey Boy with his mind explosion thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and some of them
This
are made now sort of like standard gifts in the gift selection on Facebook, aren't they?
Yeah.
I like them. Wow, this is bringing back some memories.
Remember
Nice.
that picture a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's just,
2007 is only the other day for me as well, mate. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I know.
still relevant.
Yeah.
But no,
Actually, I
I've just,
love any meme that has Hitler in it.
Yeah.
So what you could do is you could go through and say, so if you want to hit the memes, right? So you just type in Hitler, and then do a search. And
Or your
I'm
base
hoping this
Arbonite
works
in
the
there.
same as it did back in the day.
Do you guys remember
within-
Bert is Evil?
Oh yes,
Yes.
Yeah.
And he's with Hitler in one of the scenes.
Yeah. Photographed in all sorts of
Yeah, all these black and
photos.
white shots. Oh, so
Yeah.
great.
Beautifully
But I
done.
just want to find that testicle in the cup. Where is it? Basically, it was a testicle in an egg cup.
Yeah, but
So
you
I
know
don't know
what?
what you're saying. I don't understand what you're saying. So here's a testicle in an egg cup. Actually, if I do, there you
I'm
go.
just doing it now.
There you go. Testicle. Here you go. Understand testicle. There it is.
Yeah, just
Boom.
put it straight in. Yeah.
I have no idea what you're
There you
talking
go.
about. So here's a testicle in a cup. Why?
Wow.
Oh, what have I just come up with?
I have no idea.
Egg cupping.
Oh no! Come on. What have you found?
When a male puts one testicle halfway into a vagina or anus.
What?
Said to look like an egg in an egg cup. What?
Wow.
Sheila, no, use of the word. Here we go. Sheila wanted me to go balls deep, but I surprised her by egg cupping her snatch.
Wow.
Oh wait, I love this dictionary. What else does it do? Oh wow, browse. Come on. What else does it do? Come on. Wow. I did not know about that. Should I? Is it relevant?
Yeah, is that Urban Dictionary or were you?
It's Urban Dictionary, yeah.
Yeah, because you're on. That's yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
There's some weird stuff on Urban Dictionary. There was a really funny a list. One of these random pages, kind of like Robbie has, but mostly just text, and it was like all the famous sexual position names, like the Dirty Sanchez.
Yeah.
And one called Rear Admiral. And of course the Stranger's on there and a bunch of other stuff's on there, but you just read through the description and you're just crying. Those are just so funny. Just the
What's that one?
Oh, I don't know. It was where are we? Penis Judge. Oh, here you go. Your post made my clam go limp.
wow.
I think some of these could certainly be brought back.
That was a
everyday
gooey duck.
usage.
Those things are huge.
Yeah. Wouldn't they cut with that?
They sell those in some meat markets and stuff in the seafood section, and it looks like craps floating in a jar.
Oh God.
Yeah.
It was just this. I always kind of like had this page open because I was in so many forums, and it was just easier to just dump a stupid message in there, rather than engage with some porn. It's cheaper than dating.
It's like the one that got beer. It's getting people laid since 19.
Yeah.
Robbie is going to set up all of these on hotkeys now to join Range Rover Man.
Yeah. Yes. Your stupidity broke the internet.
Someone did like a really beautiful painting once. It was inspired by Goatsy, and if you didn't know what Goatsy was, you go, "Oh, that's kind of interesting." But then they tells you the description, and go, "Oh, I see it."
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Goatsy Tub Girl. Oh no, I'm not going to show you.
Not Tub Girl. Yeah, don't show. I was going to say don't show Tub Girl. That's a classic.
Yeah. For all the wrong reasons.
Yes.
Yeah.
Strange use of the word classic.
Well, because that was back when Rotten.com was in its heyday.
Yeah. I know.
They had the Rotten had a section called
Here's an idea.
Fuck of the
Fuck
Month or
off.
something like that. And it was just weird ass stuff.
That's enough of that nonsense.
I love the London Olympics logo, which was Lisa Simpson giving a blowy.
I don't remember that one.
Oh, wow. Maybe you just dreamt it, Wags. So, what they call a false memory?
Oh yeah, not Lemon Party. I heard about that one too. Oh boy. The Tub Girl is one of those ones. You're like, okay, like way before Three Girls One Cup or Two Girls One
Yeah.
Cup.
It's just.
Oh, yeah.
It's just the most. Why? It
was well photographed though.
Well, I suppose.
There's a flash. I use a flash.
Okay. Oh, Christ.
Have you just found Tub Girl?
You found Tub Girl? Oh boy.
No. I found Lisa Simpson.
Oh.
The Olympics logo. It is kind of. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, it kind of. Yeah, kind
Let's
of.
have a look.
Yeah, I can call it up here. Hang on a sec. I'm just going to make it big. Where have I said that before? Here we go.
Oh, I get it. Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, you see it now? And back off. And for the viewers at home,
That's very funny.
do you know how much that logo fucking cost?
A lot.
I detect fraud.
Yeah, it's
Wow.
Can I just ask a question? Yeah.
Where's the applause? That was fucking good. What's the matter with you? It should be on Dead Ringers, mate. No, not really. Not really.
Oh dear.
Lisa Simpson. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, wow. It's amazing what you can find if you go looking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's also just kind of an ugly logo too. I mean, what the hell?
Yeah. The
Never
logo's
mind.
sort
Never
of like-
mind the prurient angle of it. It's the. it's,
Yeah. But it was like that structure they put outside the stadium. Like, what the fuck?
Well, have you seen? So there's some funny
Oh,
buildings in China.
that's quite cool. That you talking about the Helter Skelter?
Yeah. But you look at it and you go, yeah, but why?
Oh yeah. But
So there's a building in China they call the penis, basically.
Yeah.
And there's another one they
yeah,
call
we've
the
got
pants.
one of those in London.
Have you seen the pants?
No.
It looks like a pair of pants standing there. Let me see what it's actually called.
Oh, I tell you what we were trying to find out the other day. You got the Shard, right? In town.
Mm-hmm.
You got the Gherkin.
Yes.
But there's that other building nearby with that funny shaped roof. What the fuck is that?
Funny shaped roof.
Yeah. It's curved,
What's
sort of
funny
like a
about it?
curved roof.
Oh, you mean Ken's Testicle? City Hall.
Is that City Hall? It's very, very tall.
Oh, is it?
Massive building. But it looks new. It wasn't. It's not a building I
'Cause
was
you've got-
familiar with.
With Ken's Testicle, which is City Hall, which is the one that looks like a slightly.
Yeah, let's see if we can find a photo of.
Then you've got the Shaver, which is the one with the curved. And
Ah,
if you,
it
if
might
you
look
park
like
your
a
car in the
cir-
wrong place, if you park the car in the wrong place on the street, it will melt your car.
Ah, that might be it then. It does kind of look like a Philly shave.
Yeah, yeah. The thing is, I only know it by the wrong name.
Yeah, you. See if I
Let
can
me see if
see
I
it
can
on
find
here.
this to share.
There have been some odd ones. Go
Right,
up.
there's a.
There's the one with the 3 fans.
Yes,
in
there it is. Here you go.
There you go.
I found her. Let me. Right, that's the Gherkin. Yeah, there it is. Right, hang on a sec. Let me share this
I almost
with
worked
you.
in the Gherkin once.
Yeah,
Yeah, I turned the job down.
didn't like the big vinegar.
No, I didn't like working in a giant knob.
Yeah. This one.
On the right, yeah,
Yeah, that.
with
Yeah.
the concave thing. So
Yeah.
apparently, if you park your car at a particular place on the street opposite that building,
Yeah.
that one on the right,
Oh, probably this one here that's
Yeah.
slightly concave.
yeah, with the sun in a particular time of day,
Gets magnified.
it gets
Yeah.
magnified, and people have noticed that their cars have, the interiors have started to melt, and because it's just focusing the energy.
Gotcha. Do you?
But what is this one?
Do you
this,
hear
this wedge shaped
ooh
thing?
la just before it happens?
Yeah, quite.
What's the actual name of that phallic building?
Oh, that's the Gherkin.
That's the Gherkin there.
I mean, the
Yeah.
official is that they actually call it, or what's the official name of it?
Oh, fuck knows.
Oh, I don't know. I
okay.
don't even know who built it.
Let's have a look. It's called 30 St Mary. Yes, 30 St Mary Axe. That's just the name, but it's just
okay,
called.
right.
Okay,
it used to be called
Gherkin's much better.
that's it. It was the Swiss Re building.
This is a weird one as well. This is new.
Yeah, 20 Fenchurch Street is the walkie-talkie.
Walkie-talkie.
Yeah, this. Hang on, let me bring it up.
If we've got any more on here? Because there was some other photos. Yeah, let's see what else we have. No, it doesn't look like a building. No, you don't like it. You can fuck off. All right, go this way. Well, there's a Shard in the background there. And a shaver next to it.
That's so that's the
Gherkin.
walkie-talkie.
That's hilarious. Yeah.
Yeah,
Right. Okay. And there's Gherkin.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of interesting shapes popping up in town.
But what I like about the London skyline at the moment, still that might change, is that we do have a bunch of really interesting buildings that tower above everything else, but they're all really kind of unique, and that's kind of like London all over, because like every building in London looks different because it was designed by someone else.
Yeah.
Nothing was done, and because there's not a lot of them, they've got room to kind of breathe. And like some of the stuff in Canary Wharf is quite nice.
Yeah. It's like you can tell how old somebody is if they say, it kind of dwarfs the GPO tower.
Yeah, BT Tower. Yeah.
Yeah. See, some say BT Tower, some say GPO Tower.
Well, it was, when I went up, it was the GPO.
Here's an angle of the
No,
pants.
it wasn't. It was
Can you guys
called
see
the
this?
Post Office Tower.
Post Office Tower. Yeah.
Post Office
Tower. That was it.
Yeah.
Before it became, what was it, Consignia? It was a waste of fucking
They
money.
call that the pants in China. It's the Chinese Central TV building. And from different angles, it looks like pants.
That is a
cool.
weird look. It looks like they lost part of the design. You go,
Yeah.
well, look, just build what we've got.
The what was it?
Telecom Tower, yeah.
Yeah, it was
So
Post
many
Office
different
Tower.
names. Yeah.
When I went up it, but do you remember the? It's not called the NatWest Tower anymore. It's called, was it Tower 42?
It's not called NatWest Tower anymore.
No, because NatWest sold it.
Oh, okay.
But so, for those that don't know, that NatWest is a bank. It's one of the big banks over here. It's the National Westminster Bank, but it's just called
It's
NatWest.
very highbrow.
Yeah, look. I bank with
Super
the
tie
NatWest.
only, you know.
Not anymore.
No, not anymore.
But the building, they had this massive tower building. So the NatWest logo is kind of like three-dimensional cubes that form.
Yeah.
And the building, when you look down on it from above, was the shape of the NatWest logo, which was quite clever, I thought.
But
Back
also
in-
meant
well,
they
certainly
couldn't
was back in
change
the
the
day.
logo.
Yeah. But I think still one of the best buildings in London is the Lloyd's building, with all of its external elevators and pipework.
Yeah.
That's
quite
brilliant.
That's very Logan's Run, that one, isn't it?
Genius. I mean, it was. It's just was that Norman Foster that did that? He basically decided that he was commissioned to build. Oh no, it was Richard Rogers. That's it. Instead of having all of the lifts and the pipework and everything inside the building taking up space,
Yeah.
put them on the outside.
Yeah.
Complete sense.
We don't need it.
Look at this
It
one.
looks amazing.
What one's this one?
China's People Daily building. What does this look like?
Well, that's definitely
Yeah.
a giant cock.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. It's circumcised.
God, I wonder if it's in Bangkok. That'd be really, really
that'd be fun.
Oh, that's
that'd
great.
Be more ironic, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Oh man. Yeah, it's funny, that, isn't it? At some point, they must have gone. Oh, this building reminds me of something.
When I went to see Peter Gabriel, we got a taxi or an Uber from wherever it was we were to the O2, and I've never driven past it before. But the big Brutalist tower block, it's in East London. It's near the O2, and it's got that. Basically, the lift. Here you go, Baffin Tower.
Okay.
Trellick Tower. Sorry, Trellick Tower. Let me bring this up. I think this is amazing. I love this building. Where are we? Share screen. There's 2 or 3 like it, and it's proper brutalist.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah.
It serves a purpose. It's not there to look pretty, but it does.
No,
I
there's
think
something dystopian about it,
Yeah.
isn't there?
Well, it's like whenever you watch an interpretation of a J.G. Ballard book that's been made into a film, like High Rise, for example, which is a classic.
Yeah.
It's all of this. I mean, we've got some of this. There's the old Her Majesty's Stationery Office in Norwich was a brutalist structure.
Toronto has some buildings like this. David Cronenberg put out his early movies.
Right, yeah.
Because it looks futuristic, even though it's not really. It's...
Yeah. Yeah, there's that one. Then there's Balfron Tower, which is very similar.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because it's just these, this is how you get to the place, and this is where all the laundry rooms are, and the servicing elements, and then these are the things that you go across into the living areas. It's genius. I think Carradale House is another one, which kind of takes it slightly differently. It's like next door, but
similar designs.
But yeah, there's some. I wonder if they've got the.
I tell you what, we have proved. We will fucking talk, analyse, and review fucking anything. Wouldn't we? I mean, just now we're talking about bleeding architecture. I mean, wow. A minute ago, it was egg cupping. Oh my god.
Nutscaping.
Nutscaping. And yeah, and then it's like, oh yeah, Oh, I do love the work of Frank Lloyd Wright. Yeah, it was very good. I don't know. Oh, cathedral. No, cathedrals. It's like Eurorack to me, mate. It's
this
a rabbit hole.
Brilliant. These are brilliant. These are the ziggurats at University of East Anglia.
Yeah.
And this is all student accommodation.
Yeah.
Because the other thing that University of East Anglia is probably most famous for is, certainly in recent years, let me just the Sainsbury Centre for Visual Arts. Anybody recognise the front of this building? Movie watchers.
Looks
Why
familiar.
does that look familiar?
Yeah.
Go on, somebody must get this. Try to see if there's any. No, there aren't any different angles. You've got to imagine there's some CGI has been done around this building, there'll be like helipads and lots of things. No, is anybody not getting this at all?
What?
Oh, Wagyu says, "Oh, he might have something." Go on. No. Let me find a picture of how it is.
What decade are we talking about?
Oh no, we're talking. In the last sort of 10 years or so, you'll have seen this on screen in cinemas.
Yeah.
Quite a bit. No, nobody's getting it.
No.
I'm just trying to find a picture of it.
Well, as it is in the film.
As it is in the film,
With
yeah.
its additional
CGI
rendering.
bits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Here you go. This. Bring the image up. Right. Has anybody got it yet? No. Star Trek Academy. If it's a Marvel film, my favourite is still Howard the Duck. Well, you're close. So this is what it is
In the film.
in the film.
I'm all eyes.
There you go.
It's the new Avengers facility.
Oh, okay, yeah.
The new Avengers, not the new Avengers. The Avengers, Marvel.
Yeah.
So yeah, this bank actually exists, and these glass
Yeah.
bits here mostly exist.
Yeah.
But there's a whole bunch of obviously other stuff like all the flying aircraft.
Oh yeah.
So you'll see this in Spider-Man is in there. It's in Avengers Assemble, I think. A couple of others, yeah. And
Why would they pick that?
It was big news over here. Because they like the front of the building. They just look, because that's pretty much the Sainsbury's Centre. That main building is how it actually is. Saying it's the Sainsbury family, the big massive art collection in there.
Dinah Rigg isn't in those films, so I skipped them. Yeah, Patrick McNee, good God, sir.
There you go.
I say.
There you go.
Wow, no, I had no idea.
Yeah, all the local yokels when somebody's seen Robert Downey Jr. in Norwich or it transpired they were doing. I think now what they've done, I think they've just rendered it now in a computer, so they don't come back and do any of the sequels or anything. They just pick it out,
Yeah,
It's just
but once you got the
render.
stock footage, why pay money to film it?
And to
again?
be fair, these are all the buildings that look like vulvas. Check this out.
There's a theme here.
Just to have equal time. This Qatar Stadium. There's the.
I saw that one.
Oh, that almost looks like the ship.
Let me,
Spaceship
where's
in,
my
the
scroll here?
Navigator.
Hold on. This one? Is that updating? Yeah.
Yeah.
And this one?
The hell? That looks
It's like Millennium Falcon and something else.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
sort of
yeah.
like if you inflated the Falcon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was one other funny one too. Let me find it here. Share this one.
Yeah, where's your head at?
Well, just equal time, right?
Yeah,
We showed dick pics. We showed ball sacks. There you go. You had the gherkin, right? And oh yeah, there's one more. This one here.
Other sexual organs are available.
Yeah. This one, right?
Branson's giant bedpan.
This one as well.
Oh.
So
That's actually quite nice.
it is a cool building. It has different
Yeah, I
views,
like
different
that.
angles. Yeah, but you can see where these guys' minds are at. So
China vagina.
exactly.
China vagina.
Oh wow.
So now I covered all the bases.
So, what's next on the agenda? Greek architecture. Let's see what else is there.
Talking of brutalist architecture,
Go on.
as I was, in case anybody is interested, and I am going to be plugging this as much as I can. I'm going to be hosting a Q&A at the Barbican Centre, which is one of London's premier brutalist constructions,
Yeah.
for the Don Lewis movie. Get in.
Nice.
Yeah, nice little gig. And if anybody doesn't know where the Barbican Centre is or what it was, I mean, it's a massive arts centre, but it was also used in Clockwork Orange.
Yes. Oh yeah.
Very famously.
It's under like a giant museum, or is it a?
No, it's just a massive art centre. So there's galleries,
Barbecue
there's
centre.
barbecue centre, galleries, cinemas, theatres.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's just a massive art, and there's residential stuff and related. all sorts
Has
of
it changed
things.
much since Clockwork Orange?
Nope.
Wow.
No. It's
Oh, very little. Very little.
It's all listed, I think, and certainly protected in terms of architecture. But there's like
Just hope it's not made of aerated concrete.
yeah. There's lots of like tunnels. There's a road. There's a road tunnel that goes underneath like a raised platform near where the cinema screens are, and that's been used in countless sort of British TV and films, because it's this very. What's the word? Straight. It's straight and square. It's very, it's kind of dark and sinister.
Simple shapes.
Yeah.
Penguin of Death is on the horizon.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Let's try this. Me and Fiona
that?
were having this conversation a couple of nights ago, and it was a series of pictures of people, and we had to guess who these people were. And the theme behind this was people who were famous briefly, and it could go back, 40, 50 years or something like that. But there's this one picture, and we both know this person, but we can't remember their name. We know it was a weird name, and it was probably in the 90s, late 80s, 90s. She was briefly famous, this woman. She was quite short, she was blonde, and she had a funny name. Yeah, I know. She tried a bit of acting as well, and but we both saying, yeah, she's got a funny name, a weirdish name. So it's something like Zaza or Jar Jar, or something like that, and a funny last name, weird last name. And we were trying to think who this fucking person. She was short, blonde, quite pretty, probably had a chest to accommodate.
About what age?
Is that not Jar Jar Gabor?
No, not Jar Jar Gabor. Much later, right? But she had this weird name, and we both going, yeah, she had this weird name, and we were literally getting migraines trying to figure out what this fucking woman's name was. It was like...
Where's she from? Do you know?
I think she was American. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, so she's
Got a
quite
picture?
short, blonde. No, I haven't got the picture.
Blonde.
But we're really trying to... we just can't place her. Because we try to go, just come up with some names. Oh, all right, okay. Zaza Bonky Dick or something. Whatever it was. And just maybe we'll hit on something. Somebody might hit the right letter.
Okay,
the
you went
person.
blonde. Natural
Yeah.
blonde? I mean, like not dyed, obviously. Just
But she was very blonde, but she was very short.
And she's famous here in the UK.
I think it was both sides of the Atlantic.
Okay.
The Sun was running things on her for a while. That kind of thing. She was the in thing to be talking about. There was probably some sort of sex scandal linked to her or something like that, if the Sun got on board with it. And she was fecking everywhere for one time. Then she'd be on talk shows briefly and stuff like that. And she was in this quiz thing, and we were literally getting headaches trying to think what her name was. And it was something like Xena, or because we ended up with Liza Minnelli. I mean, no, it's not. Don't go that road. And then it was Lena Zavaroni. Yeah, but something like that. It was something like that, because we go, well, Zavaroni. So there was some sort of like Italian connotation to her name or something like this. And we go, what was that fucking name?
And did you ever get it?
No. And it's still...
Now you're
Like,
telling us, and now we're all going. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we don't have the benefit of the picture.
Yeah, but if I could remember what her name is, I could type her in and
Not-
show you a picture of her.
But where
Nothing
were
you remember her
looking at the
in?
picture?
Show or movie or anything like that? Or?
Oh, no, it was a quiz thing they were doing on one of these weird programs
quiz
on
only.
TV, and it gone. And it was like, oh, fuck. And we're
Well,
trying
she
to-
wouldn't be famous here for a quiz thing. She'd have to be in something. Or a singer or something.
I think she tried a little bit. When you got like somebody who's actually talentless,
There's plenty of that.
and but becomes famous for being particularly sexy, shall we say?
Yeah.
And then she was trying her hand at maybe a little bit of singing, maybe a little bit of acting, and she just wasn't really good at anything as such. And then it just all died up. and
blonde,
nobody
huh?
wanted to know. Yeah, she was blonde.
I can think of
very
some Z
short.
names that aren't blonde, but I can't think of any blonde ones that are.
But then we started second guessing. Go, oh yeah, but is it her second name begins with a Z? And but she had this weird name. and we, so like I mean, Fiona was in the kitchen even today, and she's cooking away, and I walked by, and I went, Xena? Nah, not Xena.
I mean, there's an older name, Zazu
Xena
Pitts, but
Warrior
I can't think
Princess.
of. Yeah.
Yeah, but like I said, I think there was some sort of
Zorba
porn
the Greek.
connection. Zorba the Greek, yeah. If I were a rich man. Yeah, we're trying to remember this. And we're going bongos? No.
Was she like one of those like 15-minute famous people, or was she around for a while?
No, it was very 15-minute, really.
Yeah.
But she was talk of the town, but it was like for like 3 months or something like that, and then it was like gone.
Pia Zadora?
Pizza Zadora, thank you.
Yeah.
Pizza, it's Pisa, yeah.
Pia Zadora.
Pia.
Yeah.
P-I-A.
We knew there was some Z's going.
She was in a movie called Butterfly. She was in a movie called I don't know. She was a singer for a while. She had, yeah.
Yeah.
She kind of looked like one of the characters. She looked like you remember those Rankin Bass animated things with Santa?
Yes.
She looked like Mrs. Kris Kringle. She had a kind of a pouty face like that. Big pouty lips.
Yeah,
and a
it's
weird
that
haircut.
kind of thing. Yeah, her, yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
Pisa Zadora. What
Pia
fucking
Zadora.
Weird name.
Yeah, she was famous for doing nudie stuff in movies shortly, and then disappeared.
Yeah.
She sang for a while, nobody liked it, so she kind of disappeared.
Yeah. But the Sun was running.
The
articles-
Lonely Lady. That was one of her movies. The Lonely Lady and Butterfly. Those two movies.
Pisa Zadora. Yeah. I wonder if that's with pineapple chunks or not. But yeah, it was driving us fucking mental.
Yeah, I haven't thought about her forever.
Yeah.
There you go.
Exactly.
Now you can go down and tell Fiona, and you can be a cock of the walk.
Yeah. I'll pretend I come up with it on my own.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm
So
not doing
us-
that.
I'll-
to her.
yeah.
No, mate. Even my, my messenger. You send me a message or something like that. Her iPad downstairs pings as well.
She's keeping an eye on you.
Yeah,
That's what
because
it is.
she goes, you're very like, you don't have an affair or anything. I go, well, I couldn't, could I? I mean, fucking every move I make anyway.
In fact,
You've
I
got all
don't
my-
remember for sure. I think she was involved with Roger Vadim as well.
Oh, yeah, there was some sort of.
Yeah, that's how she got some fame and got in movies and stuff because he
Yeah,
liked
yeah.
sexy women and
Yeah.
not afraid of nudity and exploited them. So
Yeah. So yeah, but the Sun was running articles on her like constantly. She was all over the. I think
Yeah.
they were trying to get her to do a page 3 as well at some point when page 3 was still a thing in the Sun.
yeah, when you said blonde and Z something, it took a while, but it finally popped in because it is a weird name.
It is a weird name, isn't it? Zadora.
And her singing sucks too.
Oh, I heard that it was like listening to cats being strangled.
Yeah,
essentially.
that might be an improvement, but
Yeah, and violently as well.
yeah,
Yeah.
like foxes being attacked or something.
Yeah. You listen to her singing, you think, name this year. Okay.
Yeah, she was all. You're right. She was all over the place for a few minutes. Probably about
And then-
maybe
and then
5-10 years max.
Gone. Yeah.
Um,
Because there was this other thing. They were talking about people that were in everything and then suddenly vanish and you don't see them
Yeah.
anymore. And one of I tell you what, Robbie know him, Timothy Spall.
Mm-hmm.
He was in everything and then suddenly.
He's in loads of stuff.
What have you seen in him lately? Since
Timothy Spall, he was in a drama recently on BBC about the serial killer who killed the teacher. He was a gay university or public school teacher that was. It was only on like a couple of months ago.
It was interesting because this thing was going
Sixth
on about,
Commandment. Yeah.
Well, it said about he was on everything. He was in every film and everything like this. And then since he did, what was his character in Harry Potter? The rat.
Oh, I don't know.
Scabbers. When he was
Yeah.
playing scabbers, as it were, and then it all went quiet.
He kind of moved more into sort of films and stuff.
Mm.
But yeah,
he
he's
started
still
out
around.
in Boys
Feed
from
His
the
Own
Black
Pet.
Stuff.
No,
Boys
Feed His
from-
Own Pet.
No, Boys from the Black Stuff.
No, pretty sure it was just Our Feed His Own Pet. 83.
Is he not in Boys from the Black Stuff?
Don't think so. There was him and
Interesting.
all the others. I can't remember their names now.
Yeah, I know. With Jimmy Nail,
Yeah, Jimmy Nail,
London. What,
the Geordie, the other Geordie fella, who's married to
Yeah.
that awful woman.
it was Bomber. Bomber likes that from Somerset.
He also does a lot of theatre, apparently. So that maybe that's
Yeah, well,
he's
that's the thing, isn't it? A bit like old Lenny Henry.
Tim
turned
Tim Healy. That's it, Tim Healy.
yeah.
And the one that was played Lewis in
Yes, of course. Yeah.
What's his
in
face?
Morse.
yeah.
Yeah.
There's all that Geordie lot, wasn't it?
In London, he died of a heart attack or something, didn't he?
Mm. Yeah, was he the wrestler?
No, that's Bomber.
That's Bomber, yeah.
Or Boomer, whatever his name is.
Because he was in Indiana Jones, wasn't he? He's the guy that gets chopped up in the blades of the wing bomber at the end of the first Indiana Jones.
Is that him?
Yeah. He was a wrestler. He used to be a wrestler
Yeah. Fucking hell, what happened to
in
his
real
name,
life,
yeah?
proper wrestler.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's funny because we were talking about Scott Aiken, and was going, what film's he been in? And we were watching Expendables 2 yesterday, and of course he's the bad guy in that
All right.
with Claude Van Damme.
I've not seen any of those.
He's from South London. He loves playing Russians. Okay. Whatever.
I just typed in Scott Aitken in Google, and it just came up with Scott Aitken and Waterman.
Okay. Thank you, Google.
Yeah. Pat
More
Roach.
information you don't want. Pat Roach, yes. Yeah, it's funny that it's a very iconic part of the film, the fight,
Mm.
and yet no dialogue whatsoever.
Hey Ken, here's Pia and Butterfly.
Oh.
Not the most famous shot. The famous shot was a tub shot, but here you go.
Nope.
Yeah. The classic limited appeal thing. She was everywhere doing
Exactly.
everything and then gone.
Yes. Well, it was the same time as Rebecca De Mornay and some of those other ladies that had a similar look,
Rebecca
Yeah.
De Mornay.
and they came and went, kind of. So
Yeah.
she had a little bit more life because she acted more, but not too
What
much
was that
more.
film that Rebecca De Mornay was in where she played the evil?
Hand that rocks the cradle.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Was she a babysitter or something? Was she a babysitter?
The evil babysitter. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, me and Fiona often have play these sort of like stupid games. And I was running through a list of the names of robots, and she had to guess what films they came from or TV shows or whatever. She fucking nailed every single one of them. And I mean, that's why I love you, darling. Do you know what I mean? She knows them all.
Robbie the Robot?
Oh, that's too easy, mate. She knew who Klaatu was. Ed 209.
Rings a bell.
Robbie's having to think.
Yeah.
Ed 209?
Not right this moment. It's not coming to me.
Oh.
Put
Paul
down
Verhoeven?
your weapons.
Oh, from RoboCop.
Yeah,
Yep.
Ed
The big
209.
one.
Yeah.
Ah, yeah, of course.
Yeah, she nailed that in seconds.
Wow.
What was the other one we did? Bishop. That was easy enough for
Well,
her.
Yeah.
that's alien.
You know, they retcon that to be Waylon's middle name.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So silly.
Ash, of course, was, but I did that one later, so there was no physical connection.
Yeah.
What were the other ones I did? God's sake, I don't remember.
What was the one in the black hole? The
Maximilian,
Yeah, Maximilian was the
the big one.
no, the little one hovered with the two things that shot out.
yeah,
I
there was-
always forget his name.
There was two hovers, and then there was the old timer one as well, wasn't it? He was all beat up.
Yeah, but what was that little one called?
Oh Christ! No,
They have action figures for him now. I saw them somewhere.
We had action figures back in the day.
No, they have new ones. Though. There's like
You know
guys are
that
making.
somebody in the hive mind's going to know, don't you?
I hope so.
Well, it's little short names, wasn't it? Vincent. There you go.
Yeah.
Wagoogle strikes again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think now.
Yeah, the end of the
Alright.
black hole got a bit
What
weird,
were
didn't
the
it?
two computers in Blake 7 called?
In Blake 7, there's
Yeah.
Aurak,
Yeah.
and there was a second computer.
The ship's computer. With
Oh,
the
the big
heads.
main computer.
Like, yeah, with the blockbuster screen.
Oh, yeah. Oh. Ah. Oh.
Yeah, Steve Elbow's got it.
Zen. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she knew who Holly was, obviously.
Well, yeah, everyone knows who Holly is.
Yeah, everyone knows Holly. But who's your best Holly?
Oh, it's got to be the guy. I forget his name now. I prefer the
Norman
guy.
Lovett.
Norman Lovett, that's it.
Yeah. Was it? I remember he's standing on stage and he goes, "My name's Norman Lovett, and if I had £1 for every time somebody says, I bet
Do
you
you?
do, I'd have £7 now."
Oh, dear.
Although she was good as well, but
What was the name of the
Yeah.
robot in Buck Rogers?
Biggie, fuck
Yeah.
you, Buck. Tweaky.
Tweaky, and he wore Dr. Theopolis.
That's yeah. Look, extra point.
Yeah.
Wearing Dr. Theopolis. Love that. Fuck it. whatever
Voiced
it
by
is.
Mel Blanc, the Tweaky guy.
Was it really?
Yeah.
Yep. Hey,
Oh.
Buck.
Yeah. Fuck you, Buck. Okay. Let's get really out there. How obscure can you get with robots, I suppose? What was the name of the robot in AI?
That's one I never saw, actually. I got to see that one.
Oh, bugger. Don't know.
Annoying cunt. You need anti-cunt. No, not AI. And it was a question anyway.
You're talking about the
Um,
kid who has the back of his head missing, that robot?
Oh, and that new one. Yeah, that new one. No, I don't know. I haven't seen the film yet. No, in No, fuck's sake, Minority Report, twat. The other Philip K. Dick one. Fuck me.
Blade Runner.
No. What's the matter with my head? It used to be so much better than this. You know, the ones with the robots go right. Ultimate conclusion, all that bollocks.
iRobot.
iRobot, yeah.
That's Asimov. It's not Philip
Asimov.
K. Dick.
Okay, whatever. Name of robot, please.
I can see it, but I don't know. I can't
Yeah,
remember
I
the
can't
name.
remember.
No, because it was a question, not a...
Will Smith made me forget it because he's annoying. So
Okay. Yeah, I can't remember what the name of the robot in that is either. David.
What's the name? I don't. I think I know the answer to this, but I'm not gonna.
Go on.
The medical robot in Empire Strikes Back that puts Luke back together.
Oh yeah, I used to know those dumb numbers.
Yeah.
My friend had those
Oh, well,
toys. My friend had
Begins with
all
a
those
T,
action
I'm
figures.
pretty sure.
Yeah, it is. It's T something, isn't it?
T something, isn't it?
Yeah.
TQ something.
I mean, I can't remember the name of the robot in Rogue One.
Oh, the smartass one.
Yeah, the big tall.
That was
Yeah.
a long one though, wasn't it?
Yeah. All right, what's the name of the robot in Ahsoka?
Hacker.
It's a Chinese name. I forgot.
Yeah.
Chopper.
Yeah.
Chopper.
Chopper is the name of the robot.
What
General
robot?
what's her name's robot? You mean?
How about the one that is trying to get it on with Lando Calrissian, young Lando Calrissian?
K2SO.
K2SO is the one from Rogue One.
That's the one in Rogue One, yes.
Yeah, but the medical robot.
T1 something or other.
TQ something or other. It's weird.
Medical droid empire.
Yeah, I forgot. My friend had all those damn toys.
There he is. 21B.
21B.
They didn't begin with a T. 21B. 2 as in TWO hyphen
Yeah.
1 ONE B EE.
Yeah.
21B. I knew it began with a T. That's about all I remember.
Can
'Cause
you
I had
confirm?
that,
Can you confirm
figure.
that the robot in Ahsoka is called Chopper? Or Hack? No, is it Chopper?
No, the robot in Ahsoka.
It's a Chinese.
her robot.
Oh, her robot.
Yeah.
Yeah, her robot.
Who's voiced
her
by
ro-
David
Neil
Tennant.
David Tennant. Neil Tennant.
Neil Tennant, yeah. He starts singing It's a Sin.
West End Girl. Didn't. No, yeah. Oh, that robot. Yeah. I mean, must admit, I
Hu Yang.
binge watched it.
Hu Yang.
Hu Yang.
Yeah.
And General What's Her Name's robot is
General What's Her Name?
Chopper.
Oh, yeah, the little...
Yeah.
That looks like
the
an
garbage
R5.
can one.
Yeah, it looks
Yeah.
like an R5 unit, but is like
Yeah.
half the size, yeah.
Yeah. And much funnier.
C110P, commonly known as Chopper.
Yeah.
Or simply Chop. What about the one in Andor? Who gets all upset when his mother dies?
Never saw it.
I watched that a whole year ago. I forgot.
Not seen Andor yet.
Have you not? Oh, that's
No,
one
I'm
of the best
saving it for a
ones.
rainy
It's
day.
very
mate.
good. It's a really
Yeah.
good one, actually. Shockingly, it's very good.
I'm always holding stuff back for rainy days. Just
Yeah,
doesn't
that's-
tend to
that's a
rain
really
as
good
often as
one.
I thought it would.
It's a guy they pull out of the ether, and he has one of the better shows. It's hilarious.
B2 Emo was the name of it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, running out of robots. Must be more robots than that. Gonna have to get more obscure, aren't we?
Can we get...
Can you? Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I can't remember that.
See, because
Oh.
it's called Robbie in Forbidden Planet, but what was he called in Lost in Space?
I thought that was Robbie the Robot.
No, Robbie's Forbidden Planet.
Yeah, I'm programmed to respond to the name Robbie.
The No Will Robinson one, I don't remember what his name is.
Is it just robot?
I think it's just Robot, yeah.
Okay.
They're very
Yeah.
clever back then.
Yeah, we thought this one out. Yeah, I think it was just called Robot in Lost in Space.
Yes.
Ah,
no,
all right, so
known
what's the
and
name?
simply addressed as Robot.
Yeah. So what about in the later film?
What, the Lost in Space film with Matt LeBlanc?
Mm,
Oh, forget about that one.
Yeah.
Because
Ignore
I was
that one
gonna say,
completely.
I can't remember that one either.
Because
Because
what's that little monkey thing called as well?
Oh God, what were they thinking?
It's Jar Jar again.
Because that robot was actually pretty sweet. You go, well, that's wasted on that film. That
The
should've
the
been
new
on
Lost in
something else.
Space with the alien robot is pretty cool.
Yeah, yeah. And
Gotta
it
get
makes it makes better sense having an advanced robot like that.
Yeah.
Hmm.
What about? Do you remember the robot in Ex Machina? I can't remember the name at all.
In what?
Ex Machina.
No.
Did it say that?
Okay. Name of the
Excellent.
robot in Appleseed Alpha.
Didn't know about it, but I haven't seen it.
Oh, that's a shame because I can't remember his name either. Fuck.
Yeah, well,
That's
you
no
got
good.
the Ex Machina. Yeah.
Yeah. Damn it.
Briarios Hecatonic something. I don't know. That's what That's what Google's come up with. I don't know. I've never seen it. Appleseed. Alpha.
Yeah, Silent Running's easy. It's the ducks. Huey, Dewey, and Louie. That's a depressing movie, man. It's really good, but it's depressing as fuck.
The rabbit.
Especially when
robot.
Joan Baez sings at the end.
Yeah. Have we run out of robots?
How about the one in Metropolis?
Oh. Oh.
Because it takes on that woman's name, basically.
Yeah.
I forgot her
Yeah.
name.
That's gone.
Oh shit! Yeah. It's quite an elegant name, wasn't it? No.
And of course, that one you have to read because it's in
Yeah, it's
blocked
Maria.
plus. Maria, there you go.
Yeah.
Maria.
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, it's initially called the Machine Bench, isn't it? But
Yeah.
it takes
Oh,
on
that's
that.
what I'm thinking of then. Oh, yeah, must be running out of robots now.
There are a bunch more. I just can't think of any good ones.
Well, you see, it was in a lot of sci-fi. You'd get like a robot or something like that, but not necessarily have a name.
Do you remember the little radio-controlled ones in Star Wars? Beep, 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 beep.
Yeah, yeah,
What are those called?
yeah. Or the other one that does that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the slow
what
one. That
What,
goes,
Yeah.
what was the name of that? 'Cause they all had names.
Yeah, because they're
Wasn't
action
it?
figures.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's like Gonk or something like
Yeah.
that. Or,
Yeah. Not that droid, what was in the Jawa's machine.
Short Circuit before and after he named himself.
oh, how about the
No, he was
the
number
assassin
5,
droid?
wasn't he? The assassin droid.
Remember the bounty hunter droid? They had one in slightly different number in the Mandalorian.
Oh.
Didn't they mention
Different
him in
number though. It's a different number.
season episode 5 of Ahsoka as well? There was that assassin droid.
Was there one in there too?
From the
tall, thin
shipyard.
guys?
It was similar.
Similar? Okay, I
Yeah,
can't remember.
similar.
So happens when you binge watch, I don't remember anything.
IG.
Yeah, number 5.
IG-88, that's it.
That's it.
Yeah. And then the Mandalorian was IG-99 or something like that. Or
Should have remembered that, Wagyu, because it's the classic line, isn't it, about number 5 is alive.
Number 5. Alive.
Oh yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
jeez.
Notice a taboo.
I remember those bounty hunters in Empire. I thought they were the coolest things.
Yes.
Yeah, Bosk.
Yeah, what was the one with the bandages?
Sandman.
They had IG-88. You had the lizard
Bosk.
guy, yeah,
Yeah.
and then there was the guy who looked like he was wrapped in bandages.
Bosk was funny because he just had the big clawed foot hanging over the ledge. It's like not articulated at all. It's just like a boot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like-
Johnny
Like, how's that guy
Five.
walking exactly? He's got a
There you
big
go.
boot.
Yeah. Dengar. That's the one I'm thinking of. Dengar.
Hmm.
He was the one with. He looked a bit. Yeah, Bosk was the reptile type.
Oh yeah, Saturn 3.
Saturn 3.
So was it Simon? Was it?
Tweaky's girlfriend is Tina.
I don't even.
I don't remember
know
Tweaky's
what
girlfriend.
Saturn
Must be
I
one
remember.
episode.
Yeah, there's one off, isn't it? What's the name of the robot in Interstellar?
Oh, a couple of them.
I
Yeah.
don't know, I couldn't hear his name over the music.
Well, there's the one that they fly with. There's the one that they find taken apart.
Tars.
And one, TARS. There's one they
TARS.
leave behind somewhere.
Yeah.
Case.
Yeah, Case, TARS, and then
TARS.
whatever the one that Matt
Yeah.
Damon took apart.
Anyone else remember the terrifying cybernauts from the 60s TV series of The Avengers?
I've never even seen the Cyberman episode. Is that one episode or is that a series of episodes?
Oh, there are many Cybermen episodes.
Many?
What, Doctor
Yeah.
Who?
Yeah, Doctor Who,
they
yeah.
Yeah, quite a few.
They pop
yeah,
A bunch of them?
Used to pop
yeah,
up.
they're
Yeah.
almost as prolific as Daleks.
Okay.
Yeah.
They have silly
They're probably-
voices too, or do they?
No, they're more just sort of robotized human voices, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. I have to check it out. I didn't get into Doctor Who till like the Tom Baker stuff
Mm,
here and there. So
yeah.
it was like
That's
my
when,
favorite.
that's when it went a bit more light-hearted because we were coming out of the John Pertwee phase,
Pertwee,
which was
yeah.
bloodthirsty.
It's quite action.
Oh, he was before that? John Pertwee was before that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it was William Hartnell. Then
My favourite one. What's his fucking name?
There's a really old
know.
guy too. Which is
Yeah.
a really old guy?
That's
William
William
Hartnell.
Hartnell.
William Hartnell,
Yeah.
okay.
he was the first one.
Yeah. Then it was.
Oh, what's his name?
Oh, what's his name?
Oh, it's gone completely.
Yeah. Why? Oh,
I can see his
Christ.
face.
Yeah. And his haircut.
Yeah.
Oh, for God's
Oh,
sake.
Patrick Troughton. Patrick Troughton.
Patrick Troughton, thank you. Jesus Christ, I thought my head was
Yeah,
going
so
to
he was-
implode then.
He was the second one. Then it was Pertwee was
Then it
third.
was Pertwee.
Baker was fourth.
Baker. Was it.
And then Peter Davison was number 5, wasn't he?
Was Davidson or was. Who was the other fat curly haired blonde bloke?
Colin Baker. He was after Davidson.
Yeah.
And then it was Sylvester McCoy, wasn't it?
Colin Baker, I didn't really.
No, I didn't go.
I didn't engage with him.
I didn't
at
really like Peter Davison, to be honest, because I loved Tom Baker so much that when you changed to Peter
Everybody
Davison, I
did.
was like,
Everybody did, let's face it.
Yeah, so it was Peter Davison, then Colin Baker, then Sylvester McCoy.
Yeah, it
And
wasn't.
that's when the TV series stopped, so then you have to count the McGann fella who did it in the film.
Oh, the reboot, as it were.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, then
And,
McGann.
and then there was nothing until Christopher
Tennant then,
Eccleston.
wasn't it? Was it
No, it's
Eccleston?
Christopher Eccleston
That's it.
was the first new
yeah,
one, and then
it was all
Tennant,
quiet, and then Tennant, and then it really started
Matt
to pick
Smith.
up. Yeah, with Tennant, Matt Smith, and so forth.
And then after Matt Smith, it was a Scottish fella, wasn't it?
Oh,
What's his name?
yeah,
Peter
Capaldi.
Peter Capaldi, that's it.
Yeah, I
And
did
then it
prefer,
was-
prefer him in the thick of it than Doctor Who. To
He
be
got
honest.
but he got better. I wasn't sure about Peter Capaldi to start with, and then he just got better and better and better.
Yeah.
And I really liked him when he left, and then they brought in
That was Hector. That's
Jodie
what it was.
Whittaker, which she would have been great. It was just shit writing.
Yeah,
really
it's
awful
gone
stories.
very sort of like agendered scripts. I have
and
to
and
admit.
also they kind of this sort of thing like this is happening, so what happens if I do this weird stuff and make up some weird scientific-y sounding words, and it's just like it sounded like kids in a playground making up a science fiction story at playtime. You know, it was just we've only got 15 minutes, so we're just going to go bum 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 bum. And how do I get out of this mess? That I'm clearly going to die in. Oh well, I'm just going to reverse the flux capacitor and shove it up my bum. And it just felt like that. So I'm really looking forward to the 60th anniversary stuff with David
Crichton's
Tennant.
full name.
Oh Jesus!
Is that one episode thing as well?
No, Crichton from Red Dwarf.
No, I mean, but would they mention his
His full name.
Probably, yeah.
I've never heard his full name. I've only seen probably about 7 or 8 episodes, but
No idea.
Yeah, exactly. I'm with you, Paul. It's forever going to be Malcolm Tucker. Forever.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Have you ever heard of Letters Live?
no.
No.
So Letters Live is a series of events where very famous people, mainly actors, come onto stage and read actual letters
Right.
that have been written by people to other people.
Okay.
It sounds like probably the most dull thing you could ever do, but they get people like Peter Capaldi and Matt Berry
Letters
and
Live, Liz Truss.
and Olivia Colman and
Oh, Olivia Colman.
I know, she's on my loud list.
Oh, she's such a brilliant actress.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
She's great in that town,
Benedict
the beach
Cumberbatch.
town where the kid gets killed. Do you see that one?
Yeah.
Really good, but really sad.
What's the fucking
Also
name?
has David Tennant in it.
Yeah. And Jodie Whittaker.
And Jodie Whittaker.
Yeah.
Jodie was really good in that. It's a shame she
Yeah.
didn't
And
have
it
the
was written by
script.
Chris Chibnall, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It's really good, yeah.
Yeah, he went on to
yeah,
write
yeah.
Doctor Who.
I did like that. What was it
forgot the name of
called?
it.
More
Broadchurch.
Broadchurch.
Yeah, that was it. It was great.
Was it?
Yeah.
What was it? Old Michael, his mate. The Welsh chap. Michael.
Yes, Michael Sheen.
Michael Sheen going on and going, doing a new series, staring off brutally onto the
Yeah.
horizon. No. You sure?
I
Yeah.
love those two. That whole thing they did over lockdown was great.
Yeah, absolute.
I got 3 robots for you. I was racking my brain. So 70s robots. You guys ever watch The $6 Million Man?
Yeah.
Okay.
But was there a robot apart from him?
There
Well,
was
there was a
three
robot of
individual
him.
robots. One episode has 2 robots in it for some reason. One was
Okay.
on wheels, and one was a little bit hairy.
A little bit
I
hairy.
don't remember any.
Sasquatch and the
Was a
Doomsday
robot?
Machine. Yep, he was a robot.
Oh, for fuck's sake, that makes it even worse.
And then
Is
then
that
there
the
were
Jumping the Shark episode?
it was pretty bad. And
Or
then there
had
was
it
an episode
already
with all
done?
these female robots that were attacking. It might have been a Bionic Woman crossover, but there were a
Right,
whole bunch of
okay.
female robots. You remember that one?
No.
The fembots?
No, I think
Yeah,
I
It was Austin Powers. wasn't it?
blanked most of these episodes out. To
Come on, 70s cheese. This is great.
Oh, mate, I love the one where they did this. It was an episode of $6 Million Man with $6 Million Woman, and they had to jump
Yeah.
over this picket fence, and the step ladder is still in the shot
Yeah, of course.
that they're jumping off. It's like, wow, they didn't even.
It just had that iconic sound effect when they're doing it, and they shoot it in slow mo, so it looks like they're going really fast, but it's slow mo.
Yeah.
So silly.
Oh, mate. What was the one I saw earlier then? The robot in Get Smart.
Don't remember that one.
Get Smart didn't really take off here, did it? Much.
I think so.
Did I just get a ping? Did I just get pinged?
There's some other good ones. I can't think of any, but I know they're there.
The hell? Oh,
What?
Christ. Two capacitors exploded. And there's nothing left. No metal can, no capacitor, stuffing or anything. Christ almighty. I've never seen a 74LS138 explode like that. What the hell is it? What is this sense? Come on, show me. Where's it you're routing through? The Elka OMB5. Ever heard of that?
No.
Nope.
OMB5. It's 1, 2, 3 octave. Never heard of it. Yeah. That's a new one.
I can hear Jar all bloody night. I've been hearing something. And it sounds like something's like... I don't know what it is. It's like a really distant ringing.
Wait, I didn't check. Did he put the name of Crichton's last name yet? Did he do that yet?
Yeah. I didn't see that.
What was it? Totally forgot to look.
I wonder if something like, Crichton, Horatio, something or other.
Crichton
of course.
2X4B 523P.
Okay, right. Of course, how about Day the Earth Stood Still? You guys know that one.
Who what?
Day the Earth Stood Still?
Isn't it Klaatu?
No, Klaatu is the human's name.
Barak. No, Barak.
No, that's the command.
That's the command.
Klaatu Barada Nikto is the command.
Yeah.
But what's the robot's name?
Feck. Feck.
It's actually pretty easy for the chat. I'm sure that somebody's going to get it for sure.
Yeah, why can't I remember what it is?
It's funny. It's actually they had found like this really tall doorman at some hotel, and put him in the rubber suit because he was just massively tall. I remember reading about that.
Gort.
There you go.
Gort, of course. Well done, Chris. Oh, and Paul as well. Actually, Paul got on there first.
That's it.
Yeah, and he was Klaatu. Yeah.
How
So what
about
did you think
the
of the
Jetsons
remake?
Maid?
Oh.
Talking like this?
Yeah, we didn't really get the Jetsons didn't really
Didn't
take
do
off really huge here at all.
One of my favorite sounds. So.
Yeah. Oh no, because I'm sure I've seen it parodied in Family Guy
Yeah.
in some capacity. Yeah, with
He's
the alien.
he's parodied even the most obscure shit. That guy parodies everything.
Yeah,
Jesus
that's it.
Christ.
We've got the pet alien, and it's actually a xenomorph.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then everybody's dead. Oh.
Alright.
No, I
Nobody's
give up.
guessed it yet.
I give. I
Rosie.
Yes, yes. There was something about. Yeah, there was something about. I mean, it's supposed to be Mexican housemaid or something. She's supposed to be Mexican, was it?
Really?
Or Latin?
That would not
Latino?
have gone over too well.
No, but there was something about having, Rosita type of thing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. No, she was more. No, she was more sort of like. Yeah, it was working class American voice, wasn't it?
All right, how about Cartman's robot? There's only in one episode.
Cartman?
South Park. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
No.
I forgot about it till I just saw it here.
No, I haven't. No,
Somebody's got to know it. Come on.
I haven't seen many South Parks, I'll be honest.
I haven't seen it for a long time, but
It used to be on real late, and there was other things to do, if you know what I mean.
well, they've been on. I mean, they might even still be on, but they've been on for like 30 seasons or something. So
Oh God, yeah, no, it's been going on for
At
But it's
least.
like I lose touch with things. I lost touch with Family Guy. I haven't seen Family Guy for since
Exactly, yeah.
James Woods with it. Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. Kind of
I
era.
remember that one. Oh, that's funny.
I remember that one where he traps people.
So his robot is Awesome O.
Awesome. What's the other thing? I was waiting for another season of BoJack Horseman. It didn't happen.
No.
In much the same way I was waiting for another season of.
Oh,
Bosch,
wait a
and it
minute.
Didn't happen.
Apparently, the robot on Lost in Space is Robot B9.
Oh, there's a designation with it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Didn't know that. B-9.
No, I didn't know that. That'll be handy in our next robot.
Well, it shows it in the
quiz.
black and white scene, so they must have mentioned it in the really old episodes.
Yeah.
Everyone's used to the color ones mostly,
Yeah.
so.
Mind you, Dr. Smith, I mean. That was an unusual character, I must admit.
Yeah, that was a pretty good little list. I found a couple extras in there.
Mm. I think we've exhausted the robot thing.
I mean, all the real common ones, yeah.
What's the name of the robot detective in the 70s, 80s show with the, what's that? Bunko Squad. No idea what that is at all. Yeah, the robot in Under Siege. Seagull.
Bunko Squad. Oh, isn't that Hill Street Blues, the Bunko Squad? Isn't it?
No idea what that's about. You'll have to impart your knowledge on us there, Chris. Let's talk about the Timberwolf. That should be the name of a song, shouldn't it? Or a film. What part of the Timberwolf do you want to talk about? Build quality? Because we could talk about that for about as long as a Timberwolf would last, which is just a few minutes, really. The Jerry Anderson private detective robot was done with stop motion animation. Jerry Anderson doing stop motion animation, there's a first. You know about that. Yeah, band name alert.
Wow.
Bunko Squad.
Here's one I didn't see, but you guys might know this one. It was pretty popular, I think. The
Okay.
robot in Big Hero 6.
Oh, yes. Big Hero 6.
I didn't see it,
haven't
but I
seen
know about it.
I haven't seen it, but, you know, you are in perfect health type of thing. Yeah. Used to know the names of a lot of the vehicles in Thunderbirds and stuff like that, but
Everybody's
Robot
got it. It's
Detective.
Baymax.
Oh. Oh, you don't know you're asking. Oh, yeah, yeah, I've done a few of them tonight as well. Hoping somebody would know.
Yeah, most of these are the same old shit.
I really ought to go to bed.
It is actually nearly 10 to 2, isn't it?
Yep.
When the fuck did that happen? Last time I looked over in that corner, it said something like about 11:32 or something. Got sucked into brutalist architecture and robots
Yeah. Sexy buildings.
and sexy sexy buildings.
As one does.
Genitalia for all.
The Nutscaping special.
Yeah, Netscape is that's the word of the show, basically. Netscape. Jesus
Nuts.
Christ.
Yeah. When I saw that, I went, it's a thing? My God.
We can revitalize Pia Zadora's career with some Netscaping.
With a few of her own.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, we've had. I did, what was it? Hats on Synths. That ran for a little while. Which is basically a piss take of Cats on Synths.
Oh,
Which
wait,
is
hold
the-
on. I found a
which
couple
is-
more.
Which is the more popular genre, I believe.
Did you guys ever see the horrible robot monster where they basically had a gorilla suit with a space helmet on it
Yes.
from the 50s?
Yeah.
Remember his name? I love that name. It's so dumb.
He has a name.
Yes, and he says it over and over again.
Oh God, go on.
He goes, "I'm here to destroy the humans. I am Roman."
Roman. Yeah.
And he shakes his head so you know he's talking, right? So,
God.
yeah.
Because that's
Love
almost
that.
like something out of Plan 9 from Outer Space, isn't it?
There was an early movie about a robot dog. Did you ever see that one? In the late 70s?
No.
It's called Chomps. It's an acronym. And then there
Okay.
was the kid robot movie around the same time called Daryl. Remember that one? It's also an acronym.
Hey, the Halens.
Oh, iRobot was Sunny. Yeah, okay. There you go.
Oh, okay.
There's iRobot. Oh, this is a classic. Clash of the Titans, the owl.
Oh, yes. The Clockwork Owl.
It's easy if you know owls and ornithology, but
Oh, I see. So it wasn't like Robot Owl or anything. It was
no, it's a
little
genus
bit more-
of great horned owl, basically.
Oh, okay.
Bubo.
There was a film, I think it was a one-off film, if I remember rightly. It was something about, they were trying to work out if this guy that they managed to get back out of, he'd been in Russia, something had happened in Russia. He was supposed to have had an accident, and they had to give him an iron face. It was called The Man in the Iron Mask. It was
Oh yeah,
it was 70s or something like that.
yeah, I remember something about that.
And he had this his metal face, and they didn't know if it was really their guy, or whether he was a Russian spy or not. I remember watching it. It was quite. Ooh, ugh.
Yeah, I remember the name of that, but I haven't seen it. Oh, here you go. Here's two characters from AI: Teddy and Gigolo Joe.
Which one of them was? What's his mush? Oh
I
Christ!
hope-
Oh Christ! What's his name?
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, yeah,
What is his name? Yeah, hold on a second.
yeah. What is his name?
I'm drawing a blank on his name. It should say right here.
English actor.
Yeah, he's been lots of stuff.
He did the remake of Alfred.
Jude Law.
Jude Law, thank you.
Yeah, Jude Law.
Was it?
This
Oh,
is
well, you
Rogue
couldn't do
One.
that one with where everybody's half robot, half human. What was that film?
Which one?
God, I used to know the name of this film. What is the matter with me? Not Akita. What the fucking hell?
Oh, Terminator 3. What was the female robot called? Most people don't know that.
Yeah, 'cause nobody really watched Terminator 3.
No, you watched that. I can say
I actually went to the cinema to see it and just.
I haven't seen it.
Kristanna Loken's nice to look at. So
I haven't seen it.
It's called the TX.
Oh, okay. I like the first one, like the second one. But the third one was...
The last one, or the most recent one, with Arnie and I can't remember the actress's name. Plays
Yeah.
Sarah Connor.
Sarah Connor.
What's her
yes.
fucking name?
Yeah, what's her name?
Sarah Connor? Oh, it's Linda
Yeah.
Hamilton.
Linda Hamilton.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes,
We
the most
know
recent
this, don't we, Robbie?
Yeah.
What the fuck
Yeah.
is wrong?
one. Age.
Age and
And the
you
fact
guys
it's
are
nearly
up late.
2:00 in the morning.
Yeah.
No, that most recent one wasn't too bad because that was billed as actually being set after T2,
Right.
so it kind of followed on a bit more logically.
How about,
Yeah,
you ever
what
see
was that
Chopping
called?
Mall? The 80s movie Chopping Mall?
No.
Exploitation movie where the robots who,
TX-816.
yeah,
Like it.
where the robots patrol the mall and everything goes wrong and start killing a bunch of teenagers hiding out in the mall having sex and all that stuff. It was a pretty funny exploitation movie. They're called the Killbots in Chopping Mall.
Yeah, I think the robot in... Yeah, the Eddie Murphy one. What was the robot called? Was it Dave or something? Remember that one? He was a robot. And they were the aliens inside the robot.
Oh yeah.
You know the one? You thought...
Yeah.
Okay,
You thought...
not
bit.
necessarily a robot,
But...
Weird Science. What was the name of Kelly LeBrock's character?
Oh yeah.
She was made from
Yeah. What is
a
her
doll
name?
and computers and shit.
Yes. Yeah.
What was her name?
Yeah, what was her name?
Yeah, she had just a normal name, I think.
Mm-hmm.
They gave her a normal woman's name. I just don't remember it all. Yeah.
Lisa.
Lisa.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Do you know what? I don't remember that.
Here's an easy one if you saw it. Star Trek motion picture.
Oh, Vija.
Female robot.
Yeah.
Vija. Yeah.
Nope. Not
No,
the
that Vija was the thing.
female robot. V'ger was
Yeah.
the one that caused all the havoc.
Oh,
but-
the
she was-
creation that Vija made.
Was it the bald lady?
Yeah.
Yep.
I didn't
Oh,
realise she
gosh.
had a name.
Well, it's just her name basically. Because they recreate her, so it's Ilea.
Oh, of
So-
course. Of course.
That's why it's kind of a trick question.
Anyway, I've got to go to
Be
bed
tricksy.
because I've got work. I've got
You've
2
got
calls
work?
tomorrow. I was going to be on Sonic State and then I checked my calendar and I can't. Never mind.
Oh, well.
But tomorrow night,
Oh, Total
Tomorrow night.
Recall. How about Total Recall? Remember that? You
I
saw
do.
them in vehicles?
Total Recall.
oh, you mean the taxi?
Oh, yeah,
Johnny,
yeah.
Johnny,
something. Johnny
Almost.
Cabs.
Johnny Cab, there you go.
Johnny
Cab. Yeah.
Yeah. Welcome
Hi
to
there.
Johnny Cab.
Yeah.
Too funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Well, hopefully, if you're around, I will see you all tomorrow at 9 p.m.
Oh, we'll be there
UK
special,
time.
mate.
That'll be
They're
fun.
special.
with this baby.
As he takes it out of the box and drops it on the floor.
Oh God, don't.
Oh, well, you go plug it in, and no lights come on. And you go,
Yeah.
short video. Ooh, good.
Indeed.
Yeah. That's one for the blooper reel.
Yeah. A bloody expensive blooper reel.
Yeah.
Good job I just renewed my insurance. Right. Okay,
Lucky
guys.
you've got
I will
carpet,
see-
you mean?
Not in here, I haven't.
Oh. Oh.
It's wooden flooring in here.
Oh, arr. That not be good. No. All right then, everybody take care. Look after yourselves. This impromptu pub is coming to an end.
Last orders, please.
Yes. The next one
See you
will
guys.
cover
Good fun.
will cover livestock, car design in
Agricultural
the 1920s.
rotation methods.
Yeah. And how the weaving industry suffered in
Buildings
the
that look like
mid-18th
livestock.
century.
Wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And how to grow lupins.
All right, guys.
Everyone take care.
See you guys.
Later.
Take care.
Bye.